welcome to Sunday stream. I'm gonna see who's gonna join today. Oh Lord, sorry for the delay. If anyone was waiting, I had to get some stuff sorted out with Mimi and with Bomi's sleeping. Mimi's the one who's the holdup right now, barking like she done lost her damn mind. Happy Sunday, everyone. I'm gonna see who's gonna join today. Let's see who's gonna be in the chat. While you guys are joining, I'm gonna set up my chat here. Okay, here we go. Mayame, hey sis, welcome. Sophie, hey sis. You say hello, everyone. I'm on time today. Yo, I'm laughing because y'all be saying you're on time today like it's class or something. Class is in session. I love it. But yes, you are on. No, to be honest with you, I'm late. I'm always the one that's late. I was supposed to actually start. I wanted to start an hour earlier, but Dom went to the gym, and then unfortunately, like Mimi's up right now. I thought she was gonna be knocked out, but she was up. So then I had to make sure that she wasn't gonna cause any problems. And sorry if you hear some noise in the back. It's just the dryer going, and it's gonna stop soon, hopefully. But let me know if it's too loud, and then I'll see if I can like pause it or something. Just got what? Congratulations, Mayame! I'm so happy for you. This is amazing. Amazing news. Yeah, keep like y'all. This is so good, especially in this economy. So I'm really happy for you, and I know you're gonna be successful in whatever you do. Rose, how are you, sis? You said, oh, thank God I kept refreshing. I didn't want to miss it. No, it's me. I'm so sorry, y'all. What happens is I try to do I post the stream like it's coming up. And then usually I log in within like 2 minutes or so. But then as soon as I did that, Mimi started barking at the door. Because we got a neighbor. He's across the hall. And his son... Sorry, there's like a Korean couple that lives right across the hall from us, and we cool. Like I'm really cool with them. But their son, he's a kid, and he's always like barking at Mimi, and so she thinks he's a dog because she goes out there and she barks at him, and then he barks at her. And actually, I don't think she thinks he's a dog. I think she knows who he is because every time she sees him, it's like it's on site with her. She just starts wanting to like bark at him. I think she recognizes his voice. So they have this little weird thing where they bark at each other. So she started going crazy. So I had to calm her down before I could start. So my bad, y'all. No, you did not miss the stream. It was just me. But Mayame, I'm so excited for you. And I hope it goes well. Well, it's not hope. I know it will go well. And keep us updated. Omose, hey sis, how are you? Hold on, let me, you see? There she go right there. But it was worse earlier. Let me see if I could pull up the highlights. Hold on, give me a second, y'all, because I want to see your comments here. Let me pull it to the front. Push it to the front. Up. No? Why can't I see it? Oh, okay, I know why I can't see it. Duh. It's because I didn't click on it. Okay, here we go. Now I should be able to see your comments on the screen. Hold on. Let's see if it works. Allie, how are you, sis? Yes, it worked. All right, good. Francis, how are you, sis? I hope you're doing well. You said hi. I was in the middle of you on Nara and 4. I know I ain't even give you time to catch up, huh? But you could keep watching it and then you could jump back in after. I'm going to talk about Chanel first. Chanel Boateng, because we left off with her yesterday and I just want to finish her story. Or should I start with Brini? No, Chanel. Chanel's story is long. I want to start with Brini too. So yeah, let's go in order. I'm going to go in order of the title. So we'll do Chanel first and then Brini. But if you want to catch up with Nara, you can catch a replay on this one too. Mayame, you said waiting for the other applications to go through for national service. Okay. Sending out hopes and well wishes and prayers for that one too. Devonda, you said, hey, Romy and all the beautiful people here. Don't forget to like the live, everyone. Oh, thank you, sis. Yes, I be forgetting, y'all. But thank you for keeping me posted on that one. Y'all be keeping me on track with that. Yes, don't forget to like and boost the live streams. Don't boost the case studies too much. I'm trying to lay it low. I gotta be honest with y'all. I'm trying to lay the case studies low. But the live streams, yes, boost them up. That art girl, hey sis, welcome. You guys are saying congratulations. So sweet. Mary, hi sis. How are you? Welcome. And I'm gonna reach out to you. I think it was you that asked about the Discord yesterday. But yeah, I'll reach out to you on Discord so you can have my Discord. I know I sent you the link, but I'll reach out to you specifically. You said, have you guys heard about the bi men straight women discourse? Yes, I have. I'll give you my answer now, but hold on. Let me read a few. Let me see who else is here. Amina, hey sis. Hey. Okay. Have you heard about the bi men straight women discourse? Yes, I have. I surely have. I haven't watched all of the content, but I'm just going to say this here, and I got to be honest. Y'all know I keep it real. So, I think that people need to learn to accept other people's preferences and choices. That is all. That is it. That is all. So you cannot force somebody to like you. At the end of the day, you can be upset and you can ask them why they don't like you, and you can have all of these issues, and it doesn't matter if the conversation is going to happen or not. At the end of the day, you cannot force someone to like you. That's it. Kind of like yesterday when I was talking about Nara with her belly or her stomach. I keep saying belly. With her stomach, when she showed a picture of her stomach, and people, some people were triggered by that. And I said that at the end of the day, like, she should be able to show her a picture of her belly. And if you're triggered by that, then for me, and in my opinion, that is an underlying issue that you need to resolve, because it shouldn't trigger you that much where you are having such an adverse reaction to something that's on the internet. So this is the same thing with this discourse. And this is not to take away from the plight of the LGBTQ or queer community, because I know that there's a lot of homophobia going around. So that I do not accept, and I don't think that anyone should be for any type of homophobia, period. But what I will say, though, is that if a straight woman doesn't want to date a bi man, that does not mean that she is homophobic. That means she has a preference of not dating a bi man. That's it. That's all. I think, personally speaking, that it's weird that straight women are being held to a higher standard, but everyone has their own preferences. So, for example, trans women, some of them prefer to date straight men, and some of them prefer to date other types of people, right? Or trans men prefer to date some women that look a certain way or whatever. And then you also have people in the queer community like to date whoever they like to date. And then you have people in the straight community like to date who they like to date. So I personally think, like I said, it's a conversation that, yeah, I mean, if you want to have a discourse about it, yeah, but at the end of the day, people are going to choose what they want to choose, and you can't force somebody to like you. So you cannot force white men to like black women. You cannot force Asian men to like black women. You cannot force white men to like Asian women. You cannot force black men to like black women. At the end of the day, people will like who they like regardless. No matter how much you talk, no matter how much you say things, no matter how much you try to put it out there, people are going to have their preferences. Now, can we talk about how it's rooted in colorism, or rooted in misogyny, or we can talk about those different conversations. I don't think the discourse is a bad thing. However, I do think that people are taking it to a level where it doesn't really need to be taken, because at the end of the day, people still gonna do what they want to do. You gonna like who you like. So go where you're celebrated, and don't go where you're tolerated, or where people have to be performative in order to to look good on social media, but in real life, that's not how it looks, right? So at the end of the day, like, for example, I can look outside right now. I always see white women and white men. I always see black men and black women. In my real life, everyone dates within their own race. Am I going to go out there and be like, well, you guys should be more open-minded. It's not fair. Like, why do all the white men in this city only marry white women? I don't give a damn. I don't care. That's their business. They want to date who they want to date. You have the freedom of choice to do so. And, unfortunately, I think that social media has made it where it's such a toxic place, because you should be able to choose what you want to do. Now, you better be able to stand on it, though. you better be able to stand by your decision. And if you're making a decision, then and somebody doesn't agree, then you better stand by that. But you can't sway people's decisions just because you feel a certain way. I feel a certain way about a lot of topics. I personally think that, let me think of a topic that's like, for example, I'm trying to think of something that I'm really strong and passionate about. What am I passionate about? Oh yeah, I'm passionate about like people having children who are prepared to have children. I talk about that all the time. Or I'm really passionate about like the environment. I'm passionate about conserving energy. I'm passionate about doing certain things, but that doesn't mean that I'm going to push my beliefs on other people because they may not necessarily be where I'm at. And that's okay. We can have a conversation about it, but at the end of the day, I'm not going to sit here and try to tell people what they should love and who they should love. And personally speaking, I would not date a bisexual man. I'm not going to do that because I'm a straight woman. That means I like straight men, period. That doesn't mean I have a problem with bisexual men. It's just not my preference. That's it. That's all. So you could try to be upset all you want to, but at the end of the day, I am a straight woman. I'm not a bi woman. Now, if I was a bisexual woman, then I shouldn't have a problem dating a bi man. Why would I have a problem with that if I'm bi, right? But then notice nobody asks bi women if they have a problem to date bi men. Why is it always straight women? That's a problem. Red flag. That's an issue. That's an issue. And there are some straight women who don't mind dating bi men. It's not all straight women. So why are we having this conversation? There's some women out there who don't want to date Asian men or marry Asian men. I'm not going to be like, you guys should date Asian men. No, I just prefer to date whoever I want to. And I married an Asian man. But that doesn't mean that if somebody is pro-black that I'm going to be like, no, don't date a black man. But what I will say, though, is if you're going to date a black man, do not make it only because of his race, because I don't find that to be a successful thing. Like, you should date him for other reasons as well, not just his race, right? But at the end of the day, I'm not going to beat somebody up if they found love and he's a black man and he's a healthy black man. Why not? Of course, I celebrate so many couples. So you find who loves you and what your preference is, and that's it. You can't make people want to be with you just because you're having conversations on TikTok. I'm still going to decide to do what I want to do, period. I don't care. So if people don't like it, I'm sorry, but my preference is my preference. If I don't like chocolate ice cream, I'm not gonna eat chocolate ice cream. I don't care how good you guys tell me it tastes and how great it is and oh my god, Romy, you're missing out. Well, that's good for you and I'm happy for you, but I prefer not to eat chocolate ice cream, or I prefer not to eat banana ice cream. I don't like strawberry ice cream. I only like cookies and cream. I love my favorite ice cream is dulce de leche. So I love dulce de leche ice cream. So I'm gonna eat that. I love to eat cheese. I can't force y'all to eat cheese. If you have diarrhea every time you eat cheese, like, get out of here. Like, people just need to chill out on the internet. And this is why I said short form content is going to be the death of us. Because too many people are out there. They get way too invested in what other people think. They care about what other people think too much. And at the end of the day, it's all discourse. Because once we log off, everyone is going to have bills to pay. Everybody's going to be in their real life. And none of that is going to matter in your real life. What's really going to matter is on the first, whether you got the money to pay your landlord. What's really going to matter is whether you have time to spend with your children. What's really going to matter is whether you have your health in order. What's really going to matter is like whether you have enough gas in your tank. What's really going to matter is whether you can critically think through things. And what's really going to matter is the fact that we might go into war anytime, any day, and you better have your reserves in order. That's what's going to matter, not whether you are going to date a bisexual man or not. Get out of here. Come on now. We got serious topics to talk about, and they sitting up here talking about that. And again, it's not to take away from the plight of the queer community, but all I'm saying is that, like, if it's like a serious topic is a serious topic, but preference topic is not, to me. It's at the end of the day, people gonna choose what they want to do regardless. You cannot bully people into loving you. You go where you're accepted. I'm sure there's so many straight women out there who wouldn't mind dating a bi man, and I'm sure there's so many women out there, like white men out there, who wouldn't mind dating a black woman. I'm sure there's so many men out there, blah blah blah, whatever your dating preference is. So how about we stick to that? And we can still have the discourse, but you shouldn't like make people feel as if they have to align with you. It just doesn't work like that, unfortunately. So yeah, that's my opinion in a nutshell. That's it. That's all. Let me read a few more comments here. Kyra, hey sis, welcome, welcome, welcome. Oh, it's Leo season. Oh Lord, yeah. Today was my brother's birthday. I was like, oh Lord, the Leos done started fire season. Fire season. It's definitely fire season. Francis, you said I snapped back. Man, that's what I was trying to say. Why do you want to date someone who doesn't like all of you to date? Exactly. Like, you can't. At the end of the day, I would hate to date someone who's forced to date me. That is probably the worst type of person to date. So someone who hates you and despises you, why would you want to date them? Don't you want somebody who loves you, who doesn't feel like they're obligated to be with you because of society? Isn't that what we always talk about? Don't you want a real healthy relationship of someone who wants to love you and not somebody who feels like they have to love you because they don't want to look bad in front of other people? Like, we got to get back to that. Like, it's craziness to me. I just feel like, there is nothing wrong with having preferences. Hell, I don't care when black men date Becky's. I don't really give a damn, to be quite honest with you. Like, yes, we can talk about colorism, and I like having those discussions, but at the end of the day, if you want to date a white woman, that's within your right to. I don't care. At the end of the day, you're going to choose what you want to do. They're going to do it anyways. They'll marry you, and then they'll sleep with their preference. We see it all the time. Every day. Ask LeBron James. Hello. You know what? Let me shut up. I talk too much. I'm not going to say nothing. I'm just kidding. It's rumors. But yeah, there's many people who feel like they have to marry a certain person to fit an image of what society wants. And then in the background, they're really with the girl they want to be with. That to me is the worst type of relationship to be in, when you know that you're not your man's first choice or your woman's first choice, or the person they really ideally would want to be with, but they're just with you to keep up with the image or keep up with familiar expectations. And at the end of the day, their preference is right there. They're probably sneaking around with them. That's not a good life to live. So let people choose who they want to love. And there's so many, like, I've seen so many like stud women or studs with straight women who actually like them and don't mind dating studs. And then there's so many bi men who date straight women all the time. There's so many out there. The problem is that they want a certain type of straight woman, and that's the woman that doesn't want to date them. And so they want to peer pressure you into dating them, when in actuality there's a plethora of women who really don't care about that. Really don't care at all. They don't mind dating a bi man. And why don't they find those women? I have no idea. I don't know. It's kind of like a man dating a woman, and let's say she's a bit chunky, like she's overweight, she's thick, right? And then once he dates her, he tries to make her thinner. Why didn't you just find a thin woman then? Why are you sitting here trying to change who I am? What if I'm happy being thick? What if I'm happy being healthy like that? What if I like wearing my hair natural, and then as soon as you get with me, you trying to change me to fit whatever standard? No. Then you go find that woman. Why are you with me? Red flag. Stop trying to change people. Like, it's weird to me. I've never understood it. What you see is what you get. And if you like it, you like it. If you don't, you don't. But you can't sit here trying to be like a, makeover king or queen, trying to change people into what your little science project or something. No. I'm going to lose weight when I damn well please. And I'll do it under my terms, not because you want me to, maybe you should drop a few pounds. Well, maybe you should go find somebody who's already the standard that you want. Oh, but you can't, because you can't force them to want to be with you. Red flag, go be in weight with them. Then how about you get your money up and do that? No. They want you to curtail. That's a problem. And I find that a lot with, especially with the advent of social media. It's like forcing you to think a certain way. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm sorry. You can't gaslight me to do that, unfortunately. But there are people out there who will, and you go find them. That's it. That's all. My belly is all the snacks later. You said, because my time of irritation, 8 a.m., can you imagine? Y'all crazy. But who said that? Red flag. Exactly, sis. And welcome, sis. Some girl, hey sis, you said, LOL, I'm cracking up. I was planning on reading and relaxing today. Y'all, I don't know what y'all talk about here. Diarrhea never stopped my love of cheese. Girl, gas never stopped my love of cheese either. I would just love it. But some people, they don't want to eat cheese. It's not their thing. I love sardines. And some people, they don't like the smell of sardines. They don't like seafood. I love seafood. But if you don't like it, that's okay. That's your preference. I'm just not, you don't have to eat it. I'm not going to force you to eat it. Devonda, you said, yep, mom mentality on TikTok and X is so rampant. Yeah, because they don't like hearing different points of view. They don't like hearing different things, right? So I feel like this, as long as it's not harming someone physically. So for example, somebody could bring up like, well, what about like, you know, people who believe in different political parties and stuff like that. That's different. Why? Because that is actually harming groups of people. People are dying because of that preference. People are dying because of how people vote. That is a systemic issue. However, what I will say is that me choosing not to date a bi man is not going to affect a bi man finding another straight woman to be with. That's my point. I don't believe that it will. I can promise you there's a lot of straight women out there who have dated bi men. I can guarantee you that. You want to know how I know? Because what ends up happening is sometimes they end up with them and then things don't work out, and then, you know, you find out. But, you know, I just don't think you can force somebody to love anybody, period. And that's the point. Wasn't the whole movement is for you to love anybody and everybody? That's the reason why we have Pride. That's the reason why we have so many other movements, is so you can have the freedom to choose. But you can't give people the freedom to choose and then restrict their freedom at the same time. It doesn't make sense. Same thing with the feminist movement. If you want to be a housewife, I always say that. There's nothing. I just said that about Nara Smith yesterday. I said stand on it and be happy to be a housewife. I just care about whether you're being treated equally. That is it. That is all. If you choose to live that life and you think that that's the best life you can live, who am I to judge you and say that you can't? I don't know your life. I don't know your situation. I don't know your circumstances. I just know I can't. And that's okay. We should be able to all live the life that we choose to live. We can't be uniform, and I don't like that. So how do you have the option to choose, but I can't? Why is that a problem? That's weird to me. So, again, nobody gonna bully me on that. I'm so sorry. So sorry. Rose, you said, my thing. Hey, Imani. Hi, sis. Oh, she jumped into a I didn't even hear her, y'all. She knocked out right now. Rosie said, my thing is, who gives a damn if a woman doesn't want to buy a man? It's not the end of the world. Exactly. There's so many women out there who will. Who literally would want to be with any man. So at the end of the day, a preference is a preference, whether people like it or not. Like I said before, I've said it so many times, I had a preference of not dating men with kids. And you wouldn't believe how many men were so upset with me about that. But I was like, look, at the end of the day, you having a child is just not going to work for me. My lifestyle is different. I do not want a man with a child because I just know how much responsibility goes into it, and it's just not what I want. That's it. I have my reasoning for that. But you have to respect it. And that's it. I just don't want that. I personally think that, like, for me, like, monogamy is very, very serious. And I'm not saying a bi man can't be monogamous. Not at all. Absolutely, they can be monogamous. I just prefer to have a man who is straight because I am straight. That's it. That's it. That's all. And some other people, they are more fluid, and that's okay. But I'm not fluid. And I think it's also because for me, dating a bi man, it has to come with a lot of you have to have a clear understanding of where he stands, right? So there are some men who were bi before, but they're completely straight, and then there are some men who are hiding behind bi, and we got to be honest here. They use bi in order to not say that they're gay because of stigma and all these other sorts of things, right? And I find that especially with the Black community. I got to be honest. Listen, if we're going to have a conversation, we're going to have a conversation. So most men who say they're bi, and if they come from the Black community, because again, this is why we have the DL movement. People are not being true to who they really want to be with, and I didn't want to run the risk of doing that. If a man came out and he was like, hey, I used to date men, but now I'm straight, how do I know that? How can I believe it? And even then, like, how do I know that you don't secretly want to be with somebody else? It's just not a risk that I was willing to take. But at the same time, it doesn't mean I'm going to think any less of you. It's just not what I want. Same thing with children. How do I know that the child is not going to come first? Obviously it is. Even if they tell you, oh yeah, I'll make time for you, all this thing. No, how do I know your baby mama not going to come here and try to kill me? Oh, I'm going to handle it. No. You know how many situations of baby moms who come after the new girl and they get packed right up out of here? Red flag. It's not a risk I'm willing to take. And even if you're with a straight man, even if you don't know what he does in the background, it's already risky enough being with a man, period. I'm not trying to add more to it. We already have so much as women, there is already so much stacked up against us, especially if you're a black woman. I'm not going to put myself more at risk than I already am. I'm already at the bottom of the totem pole. If something happens to me, nobody's going to believe me more often than not. I'm not going to get the service that I need. That's a fact. It's definitely not going to be the same as somebody else who does not look like me. And on top of that, I have to worry about anything that you bring to me, and I have to trust you completely. And that's with a straight man too. So I already got so much to worry about. And then on top of that, I have to worry about other things. Like I rather just worry about one thing at a time, personally speaking. And the risk was just too high. If there's too much of a high risk and I don't feel comfortable with it, then I'm not going to date you. Whether you are straight, bi, whatever, you have kids, it doesn't matter. And that's with straight men too. How many men have I rejected because I'm like, something's off here. You don't have the right career. I don't think your career, I don't like how you behave here. I don't like how you talk to me or how you talk to other people. We should be able to decide whether or not you agree with it. So it's just really weird to me that people are forcing and they're not thinking about all of those other elements that are added to it. So I might have to talk about that one day because, yes, there are a lot of men, not all. I'm not trying to say all, but there are a lot of men who use bi as a cover up, especially in our community. And then if you go to other communities, sometimes they're like, okay, I like, I want to be with this person. I want to be with that person. They're used to, or maybe what if, they get bored with you after a while and then they want to introduce another person into the relationship. Like, I'm not with that. I want straight monogamous. That's it. That's all. And even then, you can't even guarantee that that's going to happen either. So you just have to choose which risk are you willing to take. And for some people, I'm not going to date at all. And that's a valid answer. Some people are like, well, I'll date, but I'll have precautionary measures. But yeah, make sure that the risk is a little lower than the reward. The reward has to be greater than the risk. If the risk outweighs the reward, I'm not dating nobody, period. Sorry, it's just not gonna happen. And that's my decision to make, right? So yeah, continuing, we gonna move on. But that was a good question, sis, and maybe I'll talk about it. I did see some of the videos, but it just didn't fit into today's segment because we have way too many topics. But I might cover it next week. Hold on, Devonda, sis, you said oop. They have dating apps geared towards people's preferences and types, what they're looking for in a relationship and partner. Exactly. That's like somebody coming to me and saying, oh, I'm polyamorous. You want to date me? No, I'm monogamous. So why would I date you? I have nothing to do with the poly lifestyle, but I'm not against somebody who chooses that lifestyle works for them. I'm not going to tell them that it doesn't work for them. I just know it wouldn't work for me. And that's why we need to be open-minded about things like this, because I feel like it's just, the world is getting to a place where it's like everyone wants, like, it's groupthink, and I really hate it. And I find it specifically with the younger generation. It's like they want everyone to agree with them. I even saw that on Love Island. It's like if you didn't agree with them, oh no, something's wrong. Like, oh, we all have to agree on one thing or else something is off here. No, you should all have differences of opinion if you feel differently. If you don't feel differently, then agree. If you do, then disagree. I don't see what the problem is. It's really crazy to me. Mary, hey sis, welcome. The Shanita Frequency. Hey sis, you said people don't respect boundaries, period. They don't, and then they want you to go like to bow down to their boundaries. Just like working out. Don works out every day. He literally just went to the gym right now. He works out at least 5 times a week. I don't work out. I need to be honest with you. I used to, but I have different ways of working out. I prefer to do my workouts outdoors. So I don't like to be in the gym. I don't like to be confined doing workouts. I like to do natural things and then work out. I like walking. I like having my little dumbbells. I'm not a heavy lifter. I really wish he would come to me and be like every day, oh, you need to work out. You need to work out. You need to work out. Never has he done that ever in the existence of our relationship. In our marriage. Why? Because he understands that that is not what I want. I prefer to work out a different way, and he respects it. But I'm not going to stop him from going to the gym. I'm not going to stop him from doing that. That's his preference. He loves going to the gym. He loves working out. He loves lifting weights. He loves doing all that stuff. That's his preference. I prefer to do different things. That's what I'm saying. So it's like we have to respect people. And I love the fact that you said that. Yeah, respect people's boundaries and stop trying to force them to think how you think. It's just not going to work. Mary, you said a mutual said this. It's important to take your time to examine your preferences, but ask yourself, who benefits from you changing your preferences? That's something to think about. Exactly. Because more often than not, it's not going to benefit you because you're changing your preference to please somebody else. Again, it comes to the people-pleasing tendency. And it never works. That never works. So I'd rather someone naturally want to be with me than me forcing them to be with me just because I want it. Like, it just doesn't make sense to me. Hey, Prince. Hey, brother. How you doing? CFT, hey sis, welcome. You said hi Romy, happy Sunday. It's dangerous to be a woman. I personally think it's always been that way. Yes, we have to think about things in such a different way, and it's sad because we shouldn't have to. Imagine just me walking outside. I have to be conscious about what I wear. I have to be conscious about how I present myself. I have to be conscious of my surroundings no matter where I go because I'm a woman. On top of that, I'm Black. I am very aware of that. And I know some people will be like, well, not y'all, but I know some people will be like, well, why do you guys always bring race into it? Because it is always about race. It always is. Because if something happens, I'm outside and, I have an interaction, who are they going to believe? If I date a man or a woman or anybody, if you date them, and you have to consider everything that comes with them, not just what you want. You have to consider their preferences, their options, how their life was. Some people don't care about marriage. Some people don't take marriage seriously. Same thing with forcing a man to marry you. I think that's the craziest thing ever. Forcing a man to marry you. And then you want to know how that turns out? It never turns out well. Never. Because they never wanted to do it in the first place. So you forcing them, making them do it, all it's doing is going to make you happy, but at the end of the day, they're still going to end up not treating you the way that you want them to treat you. And most of the time, they resent you for it. So why not just find somebody who actually wants to be with you and actually wants to marry you and actually wants and cares about you? I just don't get it. Forcing people to do things they don't want to do. It does not make sense. If somebody says marriage is not important to me, and then 10 years down the line, you're like, oh, well, now it's important to me. Do you want to marry me? No, I still don't want to marry you. And then you say, why you in every business day? Why don't you want to marry me? I don't you want to marry me. He done told you he don't want to marry you. He's showing you more signs more often than not. So what you going to do about it? If you want to really get married, find somebody who wants to marry you. No, you rather force it down the person's throat. And then guess what? He gives you the ring and he's still not going to give a damn about the marriage. Why? Because it's with you. He didn't want you. And then as soon as he finds who he wants to be with, gone. And hopefully you don't have a kid at that point. Red flag. This is the reason why we're in the mess that we're in right now. Forcing people to do what they don't want to do. This is craziness. Continuing. Mary, you said, I don't have an issue dating a bi man. I do find it interesting that people are trying to get women who don't want to date bi men to date them. Why do you want to date someone who doesn't want you to date you for real? Exactly. You see, Mary, you could date the bi man. That's what I'm saying. They'll find somebody who wants to do it. It's not a problem. There's some women out there who would never have an issue with that. But nope, they want everybody to feel. I think what it is that whoever started the conversation, I don't know who it was, but there's somebody they have in mind. And they want that person. Or they want that person to bow down. Who knows? Or to curtail to their needs and wants. And it doesn't work out that way. And that's okay. You said download people need to heal the self-hate. Yeah, and I personally think that our community needs to be more open to people to express their sexuality. My personal opinion is this is what's going to stop all of this from happening, because I don't hear this discussion. Y'all let me know who's talking about it. Is it the black community or the white community? Can somebody let me know in the comments, because I haven't seen many videos. I just saw one of I just saw someone's video, one person responding or commenting. Who are the ones talking about this the most, and who brought up the conversation? Was it our community or the other people, non-black community? Y'all let me know. I personally have seen that the white community is a lot better with this. Yes, there's still homophobia in the white community, do not get me wrong, but I feel like they are a lot more open to be themselves versus our community. And I think that this is where the down lowness comes from, right? Unless you're a politician, I think that one is a little different. When you're in a high place, then yes, there can be this kind of stigma, and there is more of a down low type of environment, right? But when you're living in the real world, I see they are more open with that, and they have less of these conversations. So I'm trying to figure out who is bringing this up. Mary, bi is not my... Hold on a second. Hold on. You said, bi is not my preference and also doubles the competition. There you go. So there you go. That's your preference. Prince, you said there are a small percentage of men that are hiding behind bi. Biphobia is worse than homophobia, especially in the black community. I'm willing to bet they're not fully out for the other reason. Exactly. That's what I'm thinking too. And so this is something we do need to fix in our community. And I think this is where the discourse needs to happen. Is can you be open enough to be who you are without feeling stigmatized, and without having to make straight women, because straight women have always been used as a how can I say this, as, I don't want to say a shield, but that's what it is, as a shield for certain type of men. So the black woman, let's just put it this way, because my experience is as a black woman, we already have to deal with men who do not like dark-skinned black women, who prefer to date ambiguous black women. But again, because of society, maybe their parents want them to marry a black woman, they don't want them to marry a white woman, then they end up marrying a straight black woman who, to be quite honest with you, is not their first choice. And so sometimes this is where the infidelity happens, is because that wife that was chosen for them, or that they had to be with, is not necessarily the one that they wanted to be with. Then we have another element to it, is our community is not open enough to men who want to date men, or men who want to date whoever. So we also have to take into consideration that, and also trans women. A lot of men want to date trans women, but again, they're hiding it. Why? I remember when I saw Bobby Valentino. Hold up, let me show that clip. That was a wild ass clip. I think I showed it before. When he left the hotel with a trans woman, and I'm like, what are you hiding for? There shouldn't be that. He should be open to be with a trans woman if that's what he wants to do. But then you get shamed for it. Look at August Alsina. August Alsina ended up being with a man. Or I think he's dating a man now. And I don't know, he be playing semantics here. I don't know, every day is different. He said that's his love and then all these things. But he still hasn't come out and said like, oh, this is my man. I don't know if he has. Probably has because I haven't seen him in a minute. But yeah, there shouldn't be any problem with that. He should be able to date who he wants to date. But then we have this, stigma, and it's exactly what Cardi B, remember I did that whole Cardi B situation where Stephen Diggs, that situation should have never happened. The Diddy situation should never happen. And they're they want to really be with a man, but the society that they live in won't accept it. So then what ends up happening is that abusive behavior comes, because now you can't live the life that you want to live. And so now you're angry and you're resentful, and you use straight women as your shield. And who gets the abuse? The straight woman. Who gets the blame? The woman they end up with. Who gets all of the vitriol? The woman that they're with, who is most likely straight. So now we have a problem. And we're still having that problem. Because then, like, there are some bi men who actually do like straight women. That's what I said from before too. So maybe they won't have a problem dating straight women, and they will naturally date a straight woman and not sway to be with a man or want to be with another man. They want to date that woman at that time, and they can be monogamous. But then there's another segment of the bi men who actually want to be with a man, but they can't. So then they have to say they're bi and then be with a woman to present in front of people. But then in the background, they really want to be with a man. It's a mess. We should all be able to live the life that we want to live without having to face that, the vitriol. And unfortunately, in our community, it's way higher than in the white community. I got to be honest. Got to be honest about that. It always benefits the other person, period, if it's not their preference in any situation. Miri, you said, hey, Elle, how are you, sis? Miri, you said that's what happened with my ex, except about having kids. He changed his mind and thought I would too. There you go. There you go. You change your mind and that's fine. But if I have a strict boundary and I don't want it, then you're just going to be out your way. If Dom today decides he wants to have children and I'm not within I don't want to change my mind. I'm like, nope, I don't want it. Then either you're going to decide what you want to do, but I'm not changing my mind about it. And that's something that he will have to reconcile. Or he's going to choose to be with somebody else. And we just going to have to just call it quits. Sometimes that does happen. And you have to know who you're with. And you have to be on the same page. You have to be in alignment. Or else it's going to cause an issue. Because some people are not willing to compromise on what they believe in. And that is fine. But you shouldn't force people to do it just because you want them to. Slick and you wrote something here, Slick. My bad. Who Lord. Slick. Hold on. Oh no. Hey Blueberry, how are you, sis? Welcome. And yes, oh my God, I gotta watch your video. Now I remember when you were talking about Billie Eilish yesterday. I was like, Billie Eilish, and I was like, oh yeah, I watched her video because you said you're Rhea. Okay. I'm gonna watch the one you did about Jonasi after this live stream. I have a lot of shows to catch up on today and videos. Hold on a second. Okay. Slick. Yeah, Slick and Slacious. You said like making white people date black people. Boom. That's another one. Prince, not wanting to date a bi person is a lot more nuanced than it just being a preference, like not dating a man with kids. Okay, you're gonna tell me how so, brother? How so? Because at the end of the day, not wanting to date a bi person, I have my reasons. I stated my reasons earlier. It's definitely more nuanced. I agree with that. But at the end of the day, it's still a preference. At the end of the day, it's still a preference. In my opinion, it's still a preference. Now, can we get into why you have that preference or why, like, what is the reason? If you say, oh, I don't want to because I hate all gay people, that's crazy. Red flag. You shouldn't be saying that. And that shouldn't be within your belief system. I believe everybody should date who they want to date, because then if you're saying that we should accept people and how they choose to date because a man wants to be in love with a man, and I have no problem with that. That is the reason why we were able to have legal gay marriage. I believe that people should marry who they want to marry. However, you're now restricting my choice to choose who I want to marry. Now, how is that going to work? How? Because back in the day, men couldn't marry men, women couldn't marry women. But now they can, because a lot of people, including myself, believe that love is love and you can marry who you want to marry. But then how come that love is not reciprocated to me? If I want to choose who I want to marry, why is that now a problem, but you can choose who you want to marry? That doesn't make sense to me. I'm sorry. You're going to have to explain that to me. The logic, I don't know if my wires are not crossing right, but I can't, it doesn't make sense to me. Kind of like the women's suffrage movement. If I say all women should have the right to choose whatever they want to do in their life, and they can choose whatever they want to do, and then as soon as they say, well, I want to stay at home with my kids. No, you should go into the workforce. You need to go to work because we fought for this, and you need to, no, but then that takes away from their decision to choose what they want to do. Now, what I can tell them, though, is that if you're going to stay at home, you better make sure he's stacking up money for you, and make sure you find out, if you want to find a provider, then make sure he's really providing. And he's not one of them broke-ass providers cosplaying as a provider. That's a problem, right? That red flag. And he respects you. and he lets you, do what you need to do, and he treats you like a human being. That's a different situation. But I'm not gonna tell her, don't find a man who's gonna take care of you. The reason I went in on Woo Lady is because she's giving these young girls courses about something that doesn't exist. You can't do all of that and get money for free. But if you could find a man who's gonna treat you well and he's gonna give you free money, that's your business. I'm not gonna tell you not to do that. But at the end of the day, we all know how that ends up. It never works that way. Anytime you're dealing with a man, whether he's straight, bi, whether he's whatever, at the end of the day, it's still a man. Still a man. Regardless. So when women, especially straight women, are saying things, then I think that people should listen. Because at the end of the day, especially if she's a black woman, you have too much against you to just make any decision that's not going to work for you. So you have to be very clear about what you want and who you want to be with, and make sure it aligns with the lifestyle that you want. And if it doesn't, then I think it is within our right to say no, personally speaking. No, that is exactly what I believe. It's within my right to say no if it's not going to serve me in the future. If it doesn't align with what I want, then no, it's not going to work for me. But it could work for somebody else, and that's okay. That's why I like freedom of choice. But freedom of choice doesn't mean that you are free from consequences too. So you can choose what you want to do, but just best believe there's going to be a consequence behind it. And we could go into that too. So there we go. Hold on. More. Sexuality is a spectrum though, not just gay or straight. Yeah, I'm just using that example, but there is definitely a spectrum. You are right about that. Bisexuals aren't mystical creatures. They exist, and plenty of people are open to dating both on and off the binary. Exactly. So the conversation is why straight women, because on TikTok, it's as if they want to force certain straight women to date other, I'm going to use because they said bi men. That was the conversation. So we were talking earlier about that discourse. So exactly what the point is. Yeah, you can date. There's so many people on different spectrums who do not mind dating other people, and you can find somebody. But I'm just saying, for women who don't want it, we shouldn't force them to do it. And that's the way the conversation is going on TikTok, which is an issue for me, because I feel like you can't force people to want to date you if they don't want to. But then there's other people who are open to that, and that's okay. Because people, again, they will always have their preferences. Whether you like it or not, people are going to have their preferences. Even within our own community, even within the straight community, even within the binary community, even within the queer community. Everyone's entitled to have their preference, so I don't think it's fair to expect someone to have a preference if they don't want it. That's my point. So we should all have the freedom to choose. Yep, asexual people. Exactly. There's some people who don't want to date anyone, and I said that earlier too. And that's okay. There's so many women out there who say, I will not date anybody. I don't want to date anybody. I just want to be by myself. I'm asexual, or I'm whatever, or I just want to be celibate. I just want to be whatever. And that's okay too. We shouldn't force them to have to get married just because of societal factors. If you are happy being single and you just want a companion, you don't want to be with somebody, or you don't want to be with someone sexually, that is within your right too. There's nothing wrong with that. But we shouldn't shame people for their choices. And that's exactly where I'm going with this, especially when it comes to sexuality, because again, I think it was Elle mentioned, it's very fluid. So you should be able to date who you want and who you prefer. Mary, you said, Romy, do you use olive oil in your bath water? You keep a kick-ass glow? No, I don't use olive oil, but I do use face masks. So I have them in the fridge. Sometimes I use face masks. Oh, wait, I have this skincare product. I do. I gotta be honest, y'all. I use a skincare product, the Korean one. Listen, I couldn't boycott that one. It's straight from Korea, though. All the other Asian boycotts I could do, but the skincare, I couldn't do it, y'all. I might have to find an equivalent, but that skincare is too good. So I use the 2 Korean products, and they get my skin going. All the rest of them, it's really hard to find good skincare. Devonda, you said, yep, social. Ooh, I can't. Hold on, hold on. Hold on, hold on. Uh-oh, I can't. Oh, shoot. Oh, no. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. No, I know you weren't talking about me, sis. I was just saying, like, as far as, like, when I'm responding to questions or answers, I'm just talking about it in a general way, but I wasn't talking about it directly. Yeah, I knew you weren't talking about me, sis. Don't worry. I know you definitely ain't talking about me. Yeah, I'm the least homophobic, I promise y'all. Like, for example, if Dom came to me, I gotta be honest, if Dom came to me and he said I used to date men and I used to be bi and I'm not, I'm really straight, like I just want to be with a woman, or he came to me because that's what I want. I just want somebody who wants to be with me. You're gonna focus on me. I'm very monogamous. I'm extremely monogamous. I'm not the person who's gonna be dibbling and dabbling. That's just not me, right? So I was like, okay, if he came to me and he said, hey, I used to date men, da da da, Dom the way he is, I wouldn't have a problem dating him. I would not, personally speaking, the way he is. So if I found that, okay, he fits my lifestyle, we have the same values, I'm not going to just not date him off the strength of him being bi. But what I'm saying is there's other risk factors to consider. So then I'm going to figure out, like, okay, you're part of a community that is definitely, like, in Asia, very homophobic, especially in Korea. So are you with me because you're trying to hide something, or are you with me because you genuinely want to be with me? And once I figure that out, then I'm going to be like, okay, da-da-da. So you just got to weigh out the risks and the options. But I'm not just going to date you just because. Like, there's, even with straight men, is the same thing. I have a system. So I can deny straight men just like I could deny bi men. There's so many straight men that I denied. I have declined for many a reasons. Some superficial. I didn't like his hairline. I didn't like his teeth. Remember, I broke up with teeth. Oh, I didn't even date him, but I stopped dating. I dated him one time, and I was like, yeah, no, it's not going to work for me. Why? Not because his teeth were bad. Actually, to be honest with you, I was like, if he could fix his teeth, he was a nice guy. So I was like, okay, you know, and I don't like using that term, but he seemed okay to me. So I was like, okay, I could see where this goes. So I was like, okay, his personality is okay. I don't mind talking to him. He's pretty cool. All right, let's see where this goes. But the reason I didn't take it further is because he declined and he didn't want to fix himself. And he was like, well, I don't think it matters. All these things, making all these excuses. I was like, okay, then obviously it's not going to work for me. Peace. Deuces. If you have kids, it depends on the age of the kid. If a guy was a widower and he had a child, no problem at all. If he got a baby mama, I'm going to be very, very critical. How long ago did you break up with her? If I really like him and he has a personality that I like, then I'm going to ask questions and I'm going to be like, okay, I have to assess the situation. How long ago was this baby mama? How old are your kids? How much time you spend with your kids? How much money do you spend on your kids? All of those things got to be considered, but I'm not just going to date them just because. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, we have to be considerate of people's options. They have a reason. I have a lot of reasons. I'll be honest with you. I'm very picky. Who said not sis? Who said I'm not? Somebody said I'm not cis? I don't know what this is. Hold on. Hold up. Somebody said something about beauty, but who said that? I respect how y'all feel. Stating my opinion and I'm entitled to it. That's the beauty in this world. Yeah, that's true. And that, you know, as long as it's not bigoted, I don't mind. I don't like bigoted comments, but as long as it's not bigoted, because I couldn't see a comment, but as long as it's not bigoted or hateful, then yeah, you are allowed to express yourself. KK, sis, you said bisexual men at the end of are men, so the entitlement to women is always going to be there. So, but I don't know who started the conversation, so I gotta be honest. I don't know who started the conversation in discourse on TikTok, but yes, men are still men at the end of the day. And I said it before. Well, you could even have a straight man who's fooling behind your back. Like, it just is what it is. And even a straight man can be cheating and doing a whole bunch of craziness with different types of women. Like, it's a lot to consider, y'all. It's a lot. So you just gotta take it with what you can, and just do what works for you. At the end of the day, do what works for you. That's all you. Because at the end of the day, you're the one who's going to have to deal with that person, and you're inviting that person in your space and in your life. And so it has to be worth it for you. And that's across the board. Doesn't matter who it is. But who said that? You said, I have no issues with other lifestyle, but I'm not overcomplicating my own because everyone wants to further dissect. Yeah, there you go. Some girl, you said, I kind of prefer queer-leaning men than straight men, to be honest, but it's a particular type. There you go. And there's nothing wrong with that at all. Nothing wrong with that at all. Continuing. Romy, I don't think people should be forced to date anyone. I was just saying it's more nuanced than being a simple preference. Okay, I understand what you mean now. I wish I could talk deeper, but typing it out means hard. Yeah, no, and that's what I said. The discourse is very important, and I think that we could have that discourse. I would love to have that discourse. I know on TikTok they're having that discourse, but it's getting ugly. But we should be able to have a respectful discourse and, come to an understanding. I think that it's really refreshing to see people from different communities say something. And maybe I remember one time when we were talking about the guy who was racist. What was his name again? The one who said the N-word to Michael B. Jordan, and the other guy, I forgot his name. And I think it was Elle and someone else. You guys were telling me about how it was ableist of thinking a certain way. And I took that because I was like, okay, you know what? I could have my opinion, but I'm willing to listen to other folks' opinion too. Like, I'm very open-minded when it comes to that. Because I don't live in I live in a certain community, right? In the sense of, like, I don't know what it's like to be queer. I don't know what it's like to have to hide or to be on a spectrum, right? When it comes to my sexuality. But I know others who have, and I have friends who have had that, and I know people who are on the spectrum, and so it's very good to have those dialogues. I have one of my really close friends, she's bi, and she's dating a man, and she loves him, and she, it works for her. That doesn't mean that she wants to be with a woman. That doesn't mean that she wants to hide herself. So it all depends on what the person wants, right? And who the person decides to be with, because you can be with a man or a woman. It's just that, unfortunately, for bi men in our community, it's, like you said, a lot more nuanced, and there's a lot more that goes into it. And you just have to make sure that person, if they can align with what you want, then there's no problem at all, period. Korean skincare is the goal. I ain't gonna lie, y'all. Let me tell y'all want to know when that pimple came out? It's because I stopped. I was like, I'm doing the Asian boycott, which I was doing. And then I was like, yeah, I'm going to start using another product, y'all. Pimples, acne started coming. I said, yeah, we're going to have to go run that back. Just that one, though. And a few things. But other than that, I'm fully on board. Other things I don't partake in, right? So you just got to pick and choose. K Skincare is what saved my skin. I don't know what they got up in there. But that pimple was removed the same night I got the skincare. I was like, okay, I need to get it back because my face was starting to break out. As soon as I started washing my face, I swear within day number 2 it was gone. Y'all don't see it no more. It was gone like the wind. So I was like, yeah yeah, that one we can't give up. I'm so sorry, but other stuff I can sacrifice other things. You said we can all respectfully agree to disagree. Exactly, yeah. And this chat is a very safe space. I want to make sure that everyone understands that we can all have differences of opinions. We don't have to align on the same things. My only request is that it's not hateful and it's not bigoted. That's it. As long as we can say our points of view without name calling and without shaming people and without feeling like you are better than somebody because they don't live that lifestyle. I really hate that. That's one thing that really grinds my gears, and that'll get you a quick block. We don't do that here. There's no homophobia here. We're not gonna hate on people, and for any type of race, religion, creed. You can believe a different system and you can state your opinion without feeling like you're going to be judged. I only ask that it's not hateful or bigoted. That's it. And as long as you're not that, then we're good. I don't mind that at all. Melanated, you said, call me anti or phobic. I will never intentionally date a bisexual man. And I'm saying this as a married woman. DL married men exist too. That's my boundaries, and it's a hell no for me. And that's the thing. That's your preference. I personally think there's way too many DL straight men. That's what I'm saying. There's a lot of men out there who say they're straight and they're actually DL. And that to me is more problematic than the bi men, to be quite honest with you. That's a red flag. Because at least if you're bi, I know that you have been with a man. So I'm aware of that. That's different. So if anything, I personally believe that DL men are the worst ones. To me, because you're hiding behind a straight woman. That's where I draw the line. So when we have these conversations about bi men, to be honest with you, I could have that conversation, but the worst ones are the DL ones. Those are the worst ones to any type of woman. Those are the most dangerous ones. Romy, your wording has whispers of biphobia. I know you don't mean it, but leaning on monogamy as a reason not to date a bi person feeds into that bisexual cheater stereotype I was talking about earlier. Prince. Okay, so yeah. When I say monogamy, I mean, like, how can I say this? Monogamy, period. Whether it's a straight man or a bi man. However, if I have to reword what I say, I want to make sure that I say this. I don't want to have to worry about somebody who is not monogamous, period. Whether that be a straight man or a bi man. However, what I will say, though, is that there's more to worry about with any man. So there's always going to be a risk. So, yeah, I can see where you're coming from with where it does sound like that. So I want to make it very clear that it is based on my preference to not be with somebody who doesn't want to be with me in a monogamous relationship, whether it's a straight man or a bi man or any type of other spectrum man. So, like I said with my friend, she is dating a man who is straight. As far as I know, I don't believe he's bi, but she's bi. And they are together. And she only wants to be with him. That's a different situation. But if it was a man or a bi man or even a straight man who wants to be with me, but then eventually doesn't want to be with me, I have to weigh the options as well. With men, I gotta be honest with you. With men, whether you're with a straight man or a bi man, it's always a risk. Unfortunately, that's the life that I live in. So it would be very disingenuous of me to say that it's not a possibility. And I know some men are gonna be like, well, what about women? That could be it too, but I don't date women, I date men. So when it comes down to it, I want to be with somebody who can fully devote themselves to me, and I have to be 100% certain that you can. So if a bi man were to come to me and he said, hey, I'm going to be focused on you, I just want to be monogamous with you, I don't want to be with nobody else, that's not a problem to me. But at the same time, I have to make sure that you don't want to be with somebody else. You don't have a preference for something else that I can't provide to you, is my point. Because I could never be a man. I don't know what it's like to be with, like, I don't know if you will get tired of being with me. And the same thing for a straight man too. Because what if he really likes to date whatever ex-girl and he really likes Asian women, but then I just so happen to be black? That's also a worry too. So it's not just, and I want to make it very clear, it's not just with bi men, it's also with straight men too. I got to worry about, like, okay, for example, if my husband only dated Asian women and I'm not Asian, do you prefer me because of who I am and you're actually attracted to me, or you just want to be with me for whatever reason? And if you are sexually attracted to other types of women, do I make you feel that way? Can I provide that to you? And can you be okay with that? And are you going to be faithful to me? So that's my main point, to be quite honest with you. So whether it is with anyone, that's my main question that I ask, or that I would use to decide of whether I want to be with that person or not. So yeah, you're right. It is a very nuanced conversation. I have different reasonings. And for me, it's like, I want to be the only person that you want to be with, period. I'm a very selfish lover because it takes a lot for me to open up. It takes a lot for me to trust people, and it takes a lot for me to want to be with somebody. So if I can find somebody who can promise me that, and I feel confident in that, then that's not a problem. And I found my husband. But at the same time, if I know that you naturally want to be with one or the other, I do have to make sure of that, because I can never provide to you what a man can. And same thing with a straight man. I could never provide to you what whatever woman that you really like can. Then it might be better off you be with them, if that's the case. And how many men have you dated? How many women have you dated? If it's a straight man, how many ex-women have you dated? Like, what is it about them that you liked? What is it about? You got to figure those things out. You got to make sure that that person really likes you. That's it. That's all. And they're aligned with what you want, whether they're bi or not, or on the spectrum. Period. Yep. Damn, 1 hour on this, Lord. This was a good discussion, y'all, though. I might have to find a footage on it. We're going to have to move on. Let me read a few comments. But who said that? Y'all can feel how you want. Nothing I'm not used to, but I understand your feelings towards me and respect it. Oh, what happened? I don't know who said what, but yeah, this was a good conversation. I'm just going to listen. The chat is the rails. Wait, what's going on here? Hold up. I thought we were talking about skincare. I'm so confused. I must have missed something. All right, let's continue, y'all. It's been an hour. Oh Lord, I talk way too much about that. Oh, okay. I don't believe in being hateful. You should see the conversation me and my gay brother have, but it's a good conversation to have, and I'm glad he feels safe speaking with me. Yeah, that's great, and I'm happy about that too, y'all. All right, let's continue. Ooh, Lord, I done spent too much time on this, but this was a great conversation, and I think like it's a conversation we do need to have, and I will be willing to have it. I want to see other. Maybe next week we could watch some of the discourse on TikTok. I personally avoided it because I was like, ooh, I know some ignorance is going to come out. And I know some people, you know, naturally they'll use the Bible as a crutch. And for that, but then they won't use the Bible as a crutch for other things. And other people have their other reasoning too, right? So I knew the conversations were going to go sideways. So I just wanted to make sure that at least you guys could understand different perspectives. And also I wanted to kind of give a stab at it. All right, let's start, y'all. Oh, Lord, I done spent way too much time on this. All right, so let's get into... Here she go. Let's get into Chanel. Mocha Island, you said, hey, everybody, what happened? Mocha, you too late. I spent an hour. I don't know how we got to... Somebody asked me a question about the straight by discourse, and then it just got into a whole nother conversation. So let's continue, y'all. You gonna have to watch the replay. It was just a lot of different beliefs and stuff, but it's all good. It was a good conversation to have. Hold on a second, y'all. I gotta find here. Okay. Let's get back to Chanel, y'all, because that's where we were supposed to start. I don't know how we got in this discourse, but you know what? Sometimes I believe that, you know, things happen for a reason, and maybe somebody's going to listen to it and be encouraged by it. So let's continue. Now, Chanel. Yes. Oh, Lord, we got here. This is where we were yesterday, y'all. So let's rewind. This content creator, she's very big in the UK, married a Nigerian pastor. And now we're going to find out what really happened. She took 18 minutes to talk about nothing last night. And that's where we left off. And all she said was he dated somebody in the choir. That's all we got here. So now we're going to continue. That's it. All right. I don't know how many parts are here. I heard that she has like 4 to 5 parts. But we'll see how far we could get. And then I'm going to have to call it quits if it's too long. If it's too long-winded. All right. Let's go.
My son is an evidence of that. My son is gorgeous. Like, it had been a few years of them knowing themselves, and I had just reached. It had only been about a month or so at this time, and I'm here coming to take the youngest, most, I guess, nicest one out of the bunch, you know. And yeah, he was very good looking, actually. He's not a bad looking person. I mean, my son is an evidence of that. My son is gorgeous. And he looks just like him, doesn't he? So, yes, the young and the handsome one out of everyone who the choir girls perhaps were eyeing or had been speaking to. Who knows what had happened before I touched down. But at the end of the day, I had this young lady come up to me to say that. And I actually remember that girl. She had been going through a lot, actually, in her relationship. She was being abused severely, physically and everything. At some point, she opened up to me and told me that and stuff, and we became friends. But I'll never forget that. And when I confronted him about that, he always avoided sharing the truth of what that is. Had I known what that was at the time, I think my future with him would have definitely had not gone where it ended up going. But anyway, here we are. My father did not come to my wedding. When I did introduce my partner to him, he was okay with him, but he had some questions. And you know, my dad is a Ghanaian man, or was a Ghanaian man. My father recently passed away, as you perhaps may know. But
my condolences to her. Hold up, red flags already. Okay. So from yesterday, in case you didn't watch the replay, she said that her friend didn't want her to be with him. Now her daddy didn't want her to be with him. Her subscribers didn't want her to be with him. Well, some of them. And she still went on with this wedding, saying she had no clue. Okay, that's where we are right now.
He is an Akan to the fullest degree, and he understands the power or what a man is required to do in a home. You know, he was very respectful of what I wanted at the end of the day, my father. But at the same time, he just had a feeling. And so, on my wedding day, my dad refused to come. My dad never came to my wedding. And if I ever get married again, he will never come because obviously he's gone now. He didn't like my ex-husband at all. And because of the history of my dad, I kind of didn't listen to him because he hasn't been perfect. But let me tell you something. At the end of the day, a man knows a man. And what men do is they protect who they love the most, such as their daughters. They'll protect their daughters because they don't want for their daughter to end up with somebody like them or somebody that they know is like that. Not necessarily my dad, because they're definitely two different people, if I'm being honest. But I also had been at a very weird space with my dad over the years at that point because of, you know, family matters that I just couldn't trust his judgment. And so I knew what I wanted and I went for it. And on the day of my wedding, my mum, who could have walked me down the aisle, the church stopped her from because she's a woman. So the church said that my mum couldn't walk me down the aisle because she's a woman. And so who ended up walking me down the aisle was my cousin Nana.
Yo, she has so many damn red flags. At this point, sis, like, there was just way too much going on here. She's not listening to the signs. The signs were there. You just chose not to listen to it. Your mom couldn't walk you in the wedding or down the aisle because she's a woman. Your daddy did not like this man's guts. And rest in peace to her father. You had all these people who already were telling you not to marry this man. And you still found somebody to walk you down the aisle. This is a problem.
From the moment I met the guy to my wedding day, it was over a period of, let's say, 4 months. And from the wedding announcement to the actual wedding day, it was about 2 months. We had little to no budget. I, at the time, was getting very little from YouTube or whatever I was doing. So if anything, my income was benefits. I didn't have any money at that point. And neither did he. And I am saying that because I was given a completely different picture when we first met and when we were courting. It was revealed to me, he shared with me his home and a car and what he did for a living. Later on, I found that all of that was false, apart from the home he was living in, which was obviously rented. The car that was outside his house, he didn't drive.
Oh shit! This is giving me Risa Tisa part 2. Okay, I'm wondering, is it because he's from Nigeria? Like, okay, I need to figure out how long has this man been in the UK? Because there's no reason why she shouldn't have done a background check. Now, I know that, you know, other countries, it's not like the United States of America. U.S., you could check anybody. And I think that's very scary. Privacy is really not, like, it's not hitting over there. But there are still ways to find things out. So my question, and I hope she answers, is he, like, were they, like, I don't understand how she doesn't know any of this. And my other question is, how long had he been in the UK and what's his paperwork status like? Because we got to figure that out too.
He couldn't drive. He didn't know how to drive it.
So
and then
whose
his
car
occupation wasn't exactly what it was either. It was something that was quite in a very lower league, if I should put it that way.
Of course it is. He's an immigrant. I don't. It's very rare for an immigrant to come into a country and be able to take off unless they have a specialized skill. Your husband was a pastor. I'm so sorry. Yes, it's a specialized skill in the eyes of the Lord. But other than that, you cannot use your pastoral degree unless you are going to be a chaplain or a clergyman in the real world. You cannot take your pastor degree and become an executive director of a company unless you have transferable skills or other experiences. I mean, maybe you could use those skills, but being a pastor who has not been ordained is not going to work in your favor. And more often than not, most of the time, people who are ordained pastors usually work in churches. So I don't understand why she's talking about, oh, he has a low job. He was an immigrant. What? And again, I'm not saying all immigrants do, but it doesn't seem like he has a skill that would easily be transferable to the UK. So it's not like he was an engineer in his country. And even if he was, you still have to go through the testing system of said country. That is why there's a lot of doctors in Canada who drive Ubers. A lot of doctors from other countries, they drive Ubers. Why? Because they have to go through so many standardized tests, and they have to pass the licensing requirements of said country of Canada. And unfortunately, if you have a language barrier or you don't have enough education, you got to start from the bottom. That takes many a years. So in the meantime, you have to feed yourself, so you're going to have to work whatever job you can find. How come she doesn't know this? Red flag. She shouldn't have married a Nigerian immigrant. If you wanted to marry somebody so bad who had a higher status, then you should have married somebody from your country who has a higher status. You see, this is where I'm so happy we had the conversation earlier. And yes, I know it's not the same thing, but it kind of has the same, fundamental foundation. Why choose somebody who is not going to align with what you want? He obviously he's not who he said he was. And even if he was a pastor, at the end of the day, that is, if you want somebody else who's going to have a higher status, then you might not want to marry a pastor. They don't get paid that much unless they're scamming people. Most of the time, your regular pastor, hold on. What is the average salary? I'm just saying pastor because she said that's what he said he was, quote unquote. But then she found out he wasn't. A pastor in the UK. I'm assuming they were both living in the UK. Look at this. £36,000 a year. How much is that? GDP. These people are crazy. GDP in, let's put USD. $49,000. How you gonna survive? How you gonna survive? Cost of living everywhere. Let's see in Canadian dollars. I'm curious. $69,000. By yourself, you could survive depending on where you live. And even then, you better hope them taxes don't eat your behind up. So he wasn't going to be who you want him to be. I don't know what angle she's going on with this. She's like, oh, he's in a lower, but he's not even, as a pastor, he would only be making like 49,000 pounds anyways, unless he's scamming. So is it because they see these Nigerian pastors having money, they're scamming? Oh no, okay, I don't want to say everybody, Lord, but hell, I gotta be honest, you gotta be scamming. Because if you're really allocating the funds that should be allocated to the church, then you should not be making that much money. Don't let Pastor Jamal Bryant and them fool y'all. Most of the time, if you're really doing what you're supposed to be doing, and you're starting out a church, and your church is not a mega church, then you are going to have a salary that reflects your real mission. Anytime you're doing anything that serves people, you're going to take a hit. That's why those nonprofits always come up, shut down, come up, shut down. And yes, there are some people who scam the system, don't get me wrong, but if you're doing what you really need to do, that's why they're always asking for donations, because they're actually using the money and allocating it the way that it should be. The only people who come out on top and who come out rich and balling are scammers. Ask people. If you're a public servant, you know what I'm talking about. You're doing it to serve people. So at the end of the day, your income is going to reflect it. Unless you're going to own a private company, then you can do whatever you want and you can start, having all of these big percentages and income and all these things. But at the end of the day, if you're serving people the way you're supposed to be, you're never going to be rich. I got to be honest with y'all. I have not known one person who served others and was a millionaire. It just doesn't work that way. Millionaires and billionaires, they take and they hoard. That's how you make it. You got to scam people. You got to not pay people. That's how you keep your money. You don't pay taxes the way other people pay taxes. Trust and believe me. Because if you did, you wouldn't be rich. And the church has the exemption. I don't know if it's tax exempt in the UK too. Probably is. So maybe you get a little bit more money. But it depends on how many people you're serving. There's that. So continue. And this is craziness.
Okay. Go figure. But either here or there, when I found that and I confronted all of these things, I got a nonchalant response. And quite often that was always the case. And here I am like a mad woman, if anything, just saying, why would you do that? Why are you not being honest?
Was this before the wedding or after? You see, she got to keep up with the timelines because I'm trying to think of... Okay, I got to stop talking. But I'm trying to figure out, was this before or after the marriage?
Why
or wedding?
Is all of this so blurred? Why is this a lack of transparency? Nonchalant. I'm humble and quiet. I don't need to respond to that. I'm private. This is the person who I was going to marry. Someone who didn't want to share anything with me or be honest. And so... regardless of that, I went ahead with it.
Oh, so there you go. Red flag. So wait, this all happened before. So you knew he wasn't a pastor before. And he was working a lower job. Your daddy didn't like him. Your friend didn't like him. Your subscribers, half of them said no. And you still wanted to go ahead with it. You see, at this point, whatever we listen to after this, sis had a decision to make. And unfortunately, she didn't listen to logic. I gotta be honest. He lied about it. And also, once he lied about his salary as a pastor, so I'm assuming that he's making way less than what the pastor would make, a pastor's salary. So then how was he going to be able to survive? He's going to be living off of you. This is why it's important to date somebody who is aligned across the board. At the end of the day, when you're misaligned, this is what happens here.
There's a real specific reason as well that pushed us down the aisle as quick as we had to get down here. And
Were you pregnant?
I'm not going to say it.
You're pregnant.
But comment below.
Pregnant. Pregnancy.
Guess what that would have been.
You were pregnant.
As to why this Christian marriage had to happen very quickly.
You were pregnant again. Is that what you're going to tell us? Because there's no other reason. Either you were pregnant or he had to get his paperwork. Which one is it? Was he going to get kicked out of the country? Was he on temporary status? Those are the only two reasons I could think of. You were pregnant or he had to get them papers. Either way, how is this going to benefit you? Because it all benefited him. He had a woman who made more than him so she could take care of him. And then on top of that, you went so fast that he would have been able to get his paperwork regardless. Because now he done put a baby up in the belly, I'm assuming. And then on top of that, you're going to financially take care of him. Because remember, if you're an immigrant and you marry somebody who is a citizen, that's across the board, no matter what country you go to, you are financially responsible to take care of them for a certain amount of time. Every country is different depending on the timeline. So it might be 2 years, might be 5 years. But either way, you are financially responsible for them. So if anything happens in whatever country you are in, and whoever is the one who's a citizen, you are going to have a problem. If they are not the person that you should be with. And if they don't align with you, red flag. This is why I was saying earlier, you got to be very, very clear about the decisions you make, because it's going to affect you whether you like it or not. And make sure that the risk is less, or the reward is greater than the risk. If the reward is greater than the risk, then you're going to decide what you want to do. This, I could have told her from the beginning. Even her daddy tried to, your own damn daddy tried to tell you this was a bad idea, because he could sniff it away. He knows he's from Nigeria. Or sorry, her father's from Ghana. This man's from Nigeria. But at least they are from the same continent, probably from the same generation. Who knows? But he knows. He knew. He could see, he knows a bum when he sees one. It's not hard to see that. But yet, blinders. This is what happens when you a Capricorn, Lord.
I will leave for you guys to fill in the gaps. And perhaps if I do get a significant response from that, I will do a separate video.
Let's check the comments, y'all. I'm going to see who said it. Hold up. Somebody said it. I should have read this comment straight to the story here. Oh, my God. Anika, you see, the comments going to have all of the tea. I remember when I used to watch you back then, and prior to meeting him, you had given yourself a deadline to get married. And you were so excited when you got married by the deadline. Satan sends people too when he knows what we want. Pastor, most abused title. Like, yes, thank you. There are way so many YouTubers. I think she meant too many YouTubers are coming out. Gives me pride. No more suffering in silence. I think it's important for women to tell their stories. Okay, yes, we do. Hold on. I want to see his immigration status. There we go. Pregnant or for his papers. Thank you, Foreign Katie. Yes, I believe so too. There we go. So, all right, let's continue.
On that, because
I'm
at the stage now that I'm free.
Hold on,
I'm
y'all.
actually free to speak on this.
I'm going to go use the restroom. I have to take a bio break. I'll be right back.
The details I'm putting out there is going to, be beneficial. And I can still withhold my privacy from sharing certain information because I'm not ashamed. Anyway, speaking of this Christian marriage, therapy, and how did that go? Let's say there was none. The church really did pressure us to get married quickly, you guys, to the point where we had one counseling session from a woman who eventually I found that the woman who was giving us this counseling from the church, she had actually had a divorce. And she, not like I can't learn from someone who's divorced, absolutely you can, but she was one of the people that she was quite close with my ex-partner. They were friends, called themselves brothers and sisters or whatever. But oftentimes, if there was ever an issue, and this is during our marriage and whilst we attended this church, he will always favor her or the church over me. I was always perhaps the problem. If I did see anything that wasn't quite it and I called it out, it was like, shh, we don't discuss that, or no, you're wrong, and made to feel like I'm kind of going mad for seeing what I'm seeing. And so when I clap back with my vim, as an Ashanti woman does, I am the problem, or I've been the one that is causing an issue. And again, I'm just sharing with you the very beginning stages of what led to where it's become. And all I'm saying is there was a lot of rushing. There was a lot of religious intent to make this union a thing, not a deeply spiritual and mature process that needs to happen when you are joining with a significant other, it was very much based on protecting their culture rather than mine. I'm a Ghanaian and I'm an Ashanti woman, and we may or may not know that the Ashanti women, we hold so much power in our culture because we are the ones who inherit. In fact, me being on the throne as a queen in my family,
she's royalty?
That inherit.
Okay, I heard a little bit about what she said. She said that it was Rush and there was some other woman, blah, blah, blah. Okay, sorry, I didn't mean to say blah, blah, blah in a bad way, but I'm just saying, like, yada, yada, yada. So, in Christian marriages, yes, they are very rushed. Extremely rushed. Whenever you're dealing with the church because of sin, and somebody wrote it in the comments, and, you know, to avoid for people to have sex before marriage, and they do it anyways. Not all. Some people can hold themselves, but others cannot. So again, faking the funk for people in front of you, just so you can have an image. We gotta talk about that, y'all, because that is a deeper conversation. Some people just want to have the image. They don't want to be embarrassed, or they don't want to feel like, oh, people are gonna be ashamed of them because of the pressure of being a people pleaser. So instead of having sex before marriage and trying, like, let's say that both of you, you know, you don't want to marry that person right now, but because of the pressure of having sex before marriage, then you're going to rush. When that person might not be aligned with you, period. But maybe you need more time to determine that. But no, oh no, you should know, rush. And go figure it out. God's going to help you. And then look at this years later. Years later. All because, again, you can believe what you want to believe. I'm not going to tell you what to believe. But I will say, though, that, you know, if you're going to believe in something, make sure the other person believes in the same thing you do. Because if you're with somebody and they don't want to respect your decision to wait until marriage, and that's a problem. What is the rush? And then if you feel like you have to compromise in order to get married to not have sex, that's what I'm saying. So, like, it's like they fundamentally don't believe in what you believe in. Because if they did, then there would be no problem to keep the timeline. We could both hold ourselves, so we don't need to get married now. Let's just wait and see, and then, you know, take our time. But nope, you got to rush to have sex. You can't hold yourself. If you never had the feeling of sex, what's the rush? More often than not, though, they are having sex. And more often than not, one party wants to have sex. And more often than not, that party that wants to have sex is rushing the process for whatever reason. So you're not aligned. Because, notice, she said she didn't want to rush. Oh, there was just so much going on. So I'm assuming he was rushing. And nothing good comes out of rushing in any situation.
Comes through my maternal bloodline. And so theirs is the complete opposite. That's what I'm trying to say. And if you are Nigerian, you can confirm that in terms of everything is paternal, and it is mainly about the man and him getting...
And you should have known that before you married him. So what is the point of this? I'm sorry, y'all. I know I'm probably being very hard on her, but at the same time, she was of age when she married him. How old was she? I need to figure that out. I need to figure out her age, and then we'll figure out how much grace I can give. But you knew you were marrying somebody from a different culture. They might not believe what you believe in. That's just like the girl from Afghanistan. Remember the one who moved to Afghanistan? Well, wanted to move to Afghanistan, and then, oh Lord, y'all remember that just like a week or two ago? Just because you come from a similar culture doesn't mean it's the same. Nigeria is different from Ghana. You could be the same skin folk, but not the same kin folk. We already know that. Even within our own, there's so many Haitians out there that I would not be aligned with. We will have different beliefs. We have different ways of how we grew up. Me talking about what I'm talking about right now earlier in the stream, for other Haitians, it's a no-go. They're like, hell nah, I would never. Or they don't even want to entertain the conversation. A lot of people are different, even though they look like me. We cannot, like, not everybody is fundamentally aligned, even if you're from the same religion, same background. And you should be even more vigilant when it's somebody from another background, in another culture than yours. I'm not liking this right here a little bit, because I know that she took accountability a little bit in the beginning, but it's like she's acting as if she had no autonomy to check his background, like as if she didn't know what Nigeria was or where Nigeria was. Like, we all have the internet. She was online at the time. She could have Googled Nigeria and she could have found out what it is that they do, or where he's from, and which which area he's from and how they practice. You could have done your research, sis. So I'm sorry. For this, I have to be very strict on that. You should know who you're marrying when it comes to that. That is very fundamental. Very fundamental.
His victory and essentially what he wants. And often there was this back and forth and pull, because first of all, my spirit refused a lot, but not refused enough. Bear with me. It didn't refuse enough for me to discern quick enough that what I was getting into was me essentially signing up for a death sentence. In the next part of this video, or this story, part 2, 3, or 4, girl, I don't know where we're going with this. Obviously, you would hear and see a lot more of that, but just know that this is the beginning of what ended up being
oh, Lord,
an absolute catastrophe.
This is starting off real bad. Okay, I'm gonna read some comments in between, because it's gonna take a minute. I feel like that's why I wanted to start earlier today. Hold on. Chanel's house. Okay, let me read a few comments. Hold on, let me prepare the video first. Where are we? Our wife. Okay, no hate like Christian love. Is this part 2? Yes. Okay, damn, it's long. Yes. Okay, I'll read a few comments here. My goodness, I have a feeling we're in for a hell of a ride. Sorry, y'all. Let me move this down here. Okay, comments gonna be right here. Yes. Oh, Lord. Okay. Pat Spaghetti, hey sis, welcome. Nicole, hey sis, welcome. All right, let's go here. Let me go up. Okay, I read this one here. Melanated, you said not really. Once the man has money or some family status, they pressure marriage. The extensive research and background checks and spiritual investigation are thrown out. Oh, we talking about it's crazy, y'all. Mocha, you said there are some universities that has major theology. Yeah, they do. And religious studies, correct. I actually don't know the right name, but they can get a bachelor's degree and even a master's in this. Yes, that is very true. Very true. So back when I was heavy in the church, and this is why I have a lot of experience, y'all, because I've been through it. And back when I was really heavy in the church, I actually was gonna get a master's in counseling. No, bachelor's in counseling. Was it bachelor's or yeah, bachelor's in counseling. That's what I was trying to get, right? And it was at this school. I got accepted. It was like Northwestern Theology School or something like that in Ontario. And then I was about to get into it. I literally got admitted, and I took one course first. I wanted to take a course as like, you can take, what is it called? Like, when you don't want to take a course, but like you want to take credit. You don't want to take credit, but you want to do like a trial run before you fully like you get accepted into the school. So that's what I did. So I took the course, y'all. I did not last a semester. And this is when I started questioning everything, because I was like, it shouldn't be that difficult to understand the Bible. But there was just so much going on, and it was so like, for me, the Bible shouldn't be that complicated. And yet it was so complicated. And I'm like, why is it so complicated? And I couldn't understand why there was so many different theologies. And also, I couldn't understand why it was the way it was taught. I just didn't, something was unsettling about it. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. It was very unsettling. And I decided not to pursue it. I was like, you know what? Let's just go right back to university. And that's when I re-enrolled and got my bachelor's degree. I finished it, because I remember I dropped out of school and then I went back. But in between that time, I told you, I lived many lives, y'all. In between that time, I was trying to be an insurance salesperson. That didn't pan out, selling insurance, like life insurance and stuff, but I know a lot about it now. And then I tried to get into the counseling, the Christian counseling course to get a bachelor's in it. But yeah, I was like, nope. And then I didn't do it. But yes, you can get a bachelor's and a master's. They have theology school. And you can do counseling. You can do pastoral studies. You can do women leadership. Like, there's so many different courses within the church that you can do. And most of the time, you'll get hired at a church, and then you start working, and you work your way up, right? So, yeah. It's there. Sophie, not scamming. I'm being honest, y'all. That's why I know so much about the church. I grew up in the church, like from the time I was a baby. Like my dad, I remember when I was 4 years old, my dad he made us memorize Bible verses in French. Like we had to memorize them. And then, I went to church every Sunday up until until I left my parents' house. Yeah, until I was like 18, I went to church every single Sunday. Imagine going to church every Sunday from a baby till 18 years old. Do you want to know how indoctrinated you would be? Like, it's crazy. And now it's so interesting because now that time has gone by, my parents are definitely different in their religious practices. Like my mom is still into it, but she's just more on the she watches her sermon. She's more private about it. She does her online service. And my dad, he does online service too, but he's very much open-minded, and he's very different from the strict religious father I grew up with. So it just goes to show you how much, society, like what they expect of you. And I think my father has always been more of a free thinker, but because he grew up around, siblings and others who were not, then he had to conform. And so this is why I said that you kind of hide yourself because of what society thinks, and there's some people pleasing behind it, because you can't be really who you want to be and say what you really want to say for fear of other people judging you just because you're not part of the group think. And that's a very big problem in our society, and even more now, right? Yep. So, Melanated, you said the extensive research African families do is check if he has a child or another wife. They do not check for the psychological abuse or manipulation if he's from a good family past. Yes. And, that's very sad because, it's very common, to be honest with you, because even I can relate to that even in my culture as well. We're not that far removed. And in I know for sure, like in a lot of our Black culture, no matter where you are in the diaspora, if you look good, then you're a good person. Remember Love Island? If you guys, I know some of you didn't watch it, but remember Trinity said that Carl, I think I showed that part. I'm not sure if I clipped it out. Remember when Carl is Asian and he was pursuing Anaya, and she said, oh, he looked like he got good credit. Red flag. You don't know that. But because he looks like it, then, oh, he does. It's all based on, the image that you have. If he's a pastor, oh, he's from a good family, or, oh, he's a man of the Lord. You don't even know what that man does as an extracurriculum. He could have done lines of coke the night before, came up in front of your face, and you still gonna think that he's the best thing since sliced bread. But you don't check that. It's because they look a certain part. The image is what matters. And this is how people hide behind people, or they mask themselves, is through looking good. As long as you look good, then that's it. That person is a good person. You don't know who that person is until you really get to know them, hear how they talk, hear what they think, how they speak, and then you can make that judgment and also do background checks and stuff like that. But most people, they just go off of the first time you see them, oh, he looks like a decent person, and then that's how they judge you, which is sad. Isn't JYP a pastor too? The guy who found twice. Is he? Sophie, girl, you know what? One day we need to have a Korean church conversation. Lord, Korean churches are wild. Korean churches? I done told you I went to a Korean church when I was in Korea. I went there for the first 2 years of my experience in Korea. Oh, Lord, they do not play. It was a wonderful experience, though, but I really realized, like, it's very cultish in Korea. Like, they are another level. Like, it's like OD. JYP, is he a pastor? I wouldn't be surprised. Is the producer JYP starting a cult? Yo, but you know what? If you want to scam people, that's usually where, the scammers, they become, look, listen, if I'm lying, I'm flying. A lot of the scammers that you will see, they get in the church first. Remember Jim Jones, the one who went to Guyana? He started his own religion most of the time. Kim Jong-un. His not the one now, his grandfather. Yeah, so it's Kim Il-sung, Kim Jong-il, and Kim Jong... Yeah, Kim Il-sung, the one who founded North Korea. His parents were Christian. Heavy in the church. And then look how he came out. That's how it starts. Most of the most genocidal maniacs, their parents were Christian. There's a pipeline, y'all. There's a pipeline. We might have to go over that one day. Hold on, let's watch one of his videos. Not him. This was 5 days ago. He owns a church? Y'all, I did not know this. Okay, hold on. Okay, listen. This is just for research purposes. I don't know what the hell he gonna talk about. Hold up. Holy Spirit. JYP, Jesus, God with blood. Sources, and I need to know what made him go into it. Like, has he always been here? Hold on. When did he start? He started a church? Oh, 2 years ago. But is he still the owner of JYP? Is my question. Or did he stop? JYP. Okay. Wikipedia might give it to us, because Lord. Damn, I wish Dom was here. All right. Did he leave? Okay, so he's a born-again Christian and leads weekly Bible practices. According to Park, he turned to several faiths to fill the void in his heart after his divorce. You know what I noticed, though? Like, there's always something traumatic that happens before people, like, completely go into religion. Or sometimes, it's family, like, different things happen, like somebody gets sick or something like that. And again, that's his decision to do it. But it's just very interesting that it was after his divorce. He probably was doing a lot of soul searching. Before finding his faith in Christianity, beginning in 2022, videos of his Bible lectures were uploaded. First fruits. Yep, that's what I found. They registered as a non-profit, Lord. According to the organization, it began in 2014 as a Bible study group hosted by Park in his living room. The organization has since expanded to 6 locations in South Korea and 1 in the U.S. All services are held by Park as its main church in Songpa district, Seoul, and live streamed to the other locations and online. But is he still a record label producer? That is my question, and maybe you guys can answer that. Or did he step down? Nope. Because here, in July 2026, Park announced his summer-themed single in 6 years titled Wet, which will also serve as the official theme song of Water Bomb 2026. What is Water Bomb? He described the single as a blend of reggae-inspired sounds inspired by the Water Bomb Festival's atmosphere. The single was released on July 23rd, 2020. What are we talking about here? Red flag. What's happening here? Yeah, no, this is a grift, y'all. I'm sorry. No, it's a grift. It's a grift. You know what I respect? Okay, again, I know everybody is entitled to their own opinion, but personally speaking, like, it doesn't align with what you're preaching. That don't align with what the Bible says. I mean, if you believe in it in that way. This is why I had to step away from the church, because I was like, no, it doesn't align with, because then if it aligned with what I wanted, then we could not have the conversations that I'm having with you today. And if it aligned, if I was really going after, like, being a woman of the cloth, there would be no live streams here. I'd be all up in church all day. It doesn't align. Yeah, he's grifting, y'all. Oh, Lord. Yeah, he's dibbling and dabbling. Dibbling and dabbling. Because now, think about it. I gotta be honest with you. Okay, listen. If you really think about it this way, he gets he could find a way to fund. Think about it. I gotta be honest. Hey, me. They're playing. Think about it this way. You could use the money you're making in the record label industry. You could clean it up in a nonprofit, and you're gonna get tax deductions both ways. That means you making more money. Is not nobody thinking about this? This is very much a conflict of interest when you think about it, because you got a nonprofit right here, and then you have a for-profit right here. You can funnel money in and out and avoid taxes and stuff, Lord. All right, JYP. Is this in English or Korean? Let me find out.
In this day, every year, January 14th, God made them do something, which is a shadow.
Hold on, let me read them comments. Oh, nobody commented.
So, on January 14th.
All right, JYP. I guess God told you to do it. Always telling you to do this. All right. I did not know this. I'm going to read a few more comments. This is shocking to me. I had no idea. No idea at all. Continuing, TD Jake swears he's for the girl. But who said that? Do we need to add? You know what? Let me add TD Jakes to the case study list. TD Jakes. We gonna add him to it. Now, I'm not gonna say that he doesn't have some good sermons, because remember the wait, that one, that was a good one right there. That was a good ad lib. And his daughter, I heard that she does, I don't really listen to her particularly, but I heard that people like to listen to her. But at the end of the day, you can't. Okay, you know what? I'm not gonna say that. I'll save that for the religious conversation, because that's gonna be a long one. They even check blood groups, Miami. Yep. They should, actually, to be honest with you. Melanated, you said then do their research, but look at the state of the community. Most African families are just desperate for their daughters to get married, and the aunties might talk the mother into it. I agree. Yep. There's a level of desperation. Miri, you said I used my hotspot to help this lady get in touch with her son. I removed the hotspot as soon as I had to go. We gotta be cyber secure. Yes, 100%, sis. Blueberry, you said pastor? Yeah, yes, he's a pastor. News to us. We just found out. Just find out. Yes, melanated. I think, yes, I agree. We are big on blood genotype. We don't play about that. Sickle cell is a very big issue for us. Yes. I think everybody should get genetically tested, or try to find out like what if you guys carry the same traits, especially if you are, if you have maybe genes that can carry over. So like sickle cell, some people have different types of genetic compositions and stuff. Osmos, you said JYP is a pastor. It's kind of weird considering he still releases music. Have you guys seen the Wet song? Yo, you just said it. I wish I had read the comments. I can't even play it because they're gonna copyright strike me like a mug. Them Korean record labels do not play with your girl. L, you said dummy. Some girl, JYP sermons are ridiculous, but they make a lot of sense. I actually like the song he released. Chill. He's a mess, y'all. He's a mess. Devonda, you say, yep, align with your boundaries and shared interests and similar goals. Bingo. Must be. So that's why we can't just have a simple conversation of, would you date this person? Would you date that person? There has to be a reason, and there has to be a reason of why, and if it aligns with you. Mimi, stop it. And if it aligns with you and stuff. L, you said, I'm convinced these people make these bad decisions just so they can make videos about it. Yo, I ain't gonna lie. I'm starting to think that too. Because I'm like, yo, like, can you not, like, no, at this point, we have to hold people accountable, because it's like, this has to stop. Hold on a second. I'm going to get Mimi, yo. Melanated, you said, also, African families value pastors very highly. It's very easy to deceive an African family if you're a Christian. Yep, if you wear a Christianity mask and claim you're a pastor or open up a church, easy pass for them. Girl, add Caribbean to it. And Black American to it. Maybe not as much, but I know for sure. In Haitian culture, yes. Yes, 1,000,000%. They're going to believe a pastor over anybody. And it shouldn't be like that. Pastors are also human. Some girl, you said, someone said the state of K-pop is so sad right now because JYP probably released the best song this year. Y'all are hell for that. He don't want, yeah, he got a big head, yo. You said I like the song too. It was better than the country one he released. He released a country song. Yeah, that's when you know the economy's bad. These are recession indicators, y'all. What's going down in Korea? That's what we need to find out. We gotta find that out. Sophie, Mark Lee is the one with the problematic teeth. Who's Mark Lee? I don't know who that is. You said the festival looks fun, Elle. I didn't see it, but probably is. I mean, it's water bomb. I'm assuming it's like water fights and stuff. I hope that's what it is. Am I misunderstanding it? Some girl, you said I think it's particularly SM ruining him, but most of it himself. I get you can miss the red flag, but the apology is lacking. Yes. Who is Mark Lee? Okay, I'm so confused about that. Hold on, I saw Peter Guns. Mary, you said it's such an easy way for people to come up. I don't know if y'all remember Love and Hip Hop New York. And Tahiri's dad needed money, and the sister said he can open up a church to make money. Never forgot it. Yo, one time, my brother and my cousin, they was just joking, mind you. They said a similar comment because my brother was like, dang, like, what we gonna do, man? We gotta make some cash or we gotta do something. And then my brother was like, why don't we just open up a Haitian church? And you know, you joke about those things, but it's the truth. It's the truth. It's the easiest way to scam people, and nobody's gonna question you. Nobody's gonna ask questions about the finances. Nobody's gonna, as long as you look the part. Oh, and God forbid you look good. If you handsome or beautiful, everybody's gonna come to your church. Everybody's gonna come to your church for sure. Oh, he's the Confederate flag loser. Red flag. I didn't cover him for a reason. I was like, no, I just don't have the bandwidth for this conversation. I was gonna drag his ass. We might have to run it back though. I forgot about his ass. Wasn't he Canadian or something? Is he the Canadian one or Yep, Canadian. I remember Nicole. Yep. He knows. Come on now. And the reason I don't do those conversations, I didn't do that conversation. I think we had talked about Carmelo Anthony around that time, and we were doing some other racial issues, and I was like, this is going to be, I was like, they took precedent, but best believe he knew what he was doing. Please. Everybody likes to infantilize Korean men. It's really, really weird. As if they have no type of accountability. This pisses me off, y'all. You said JYP is now JYP. NTO9. You are crazy for that one, yo. Mocha, you said is TD Jakes the one who talked about being swallowed up? Yeah, I think he is. He's the one who did Woman Thou Art Loose. That's how he became popular. And then Juanita Bynum did was it Juanita Bynum? I don't remember. One of them. All right, 2 more. Some girl, you said it means I've been seeing people get in trouble for certain symbols tied to awful things. Overall, I don't think we should blame people if they didn't. No, he knew, sis. He knew. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. He knew. He's from Canada. I'm so sorry. No. That he knew. Just like the burning sun, I remember somebody had worn the Imperial Japanese symbol. I forgot which girl group. They know. Even with me, when I moved to Korea, I knew. Like right away, like they tell you, and it's something you don't even need to know. Like you don't even have to know. Like you will know. And I didn't even stay in Korea. I only stayed for 6 years, and I already knew. Like okay, like talking about certain things, a no go. And why would you want to wear a Confederate flag shirt? Like it's just to me. Everyone knows that symbol. Like I refuse to believe that they didn't know. I should ask Dom when he comes. And ask him if he knows this symbol. I think I did ask him, but I'll ask him again. There's no excuse at this point. He knows. But he was in Canada, which is even worse to me. He knows. We're not that far from the U.S., too. Yeah, he knows. He knew. He knew. Trust and believe me, he knew. He just didn't care. He's Canadian, yeah. No, Don did know, but I'm going to ask him again. I remember I asked him I showed him the swastika. He's like, that's bad. He was like, I know that it's Buddhism, but he's like, that's bad. How did he know that? He's born and raised in Korea, probably longer than Mark Lee. Hey, Mimi, stop. I'm about to go put the window down. Yeah, he knows. Cause Dom knows a lot of that stuff. He knows. He's like, oh no, no, no. Like he's like, why? He's like, why are you showing me this? You see? Why are you showing me this? He knows. He knows. He knows. He just didn't care. I'm sorry. There's no excuses here. None. Not on there. None. Especially if you grew up in Korea. But even then, they know. They know. Trust and believe me. He just didn't care. Mocha Island. Remember Dana Chanel and her husband? Girl, yes. I need to add them. The tax the accounting people. They had a baby too. Oh Lord. They were scamming people. They still out there, Prince and his light eyes. Not you, Prince. The other Prince. This couple. I forgot. Are they still around? I think didn't she have a lawsuit and they were scamming people? I remember that. I agree, Elle. Yep, he just didn't care. He didn't care. And even if he didn't know, okay, let's give him the benefit of the doubt and say he didn't know. Whoever was dressing him, they knew. They know. Like, everyone who, like, it is very, very rare and very, very extremely rare to post to go through so many approval channels and not check. Like, especially when something is racially sensitive. And the timing was very suspicious because it happened right after that whole Asian boycott conversation. So, I gotta be honest. It wasn't a good look. Wasn't a good look. And that's the same thing that happened in Starbucks recently with the Tank Day debacle, when Starbucks was like, what did they say, Tank Day or something, during the what was it, I forgot what the name of the Gwangju Massacre Day, the Independence Movement Day. And then Starbucks came out with like Tank Day or something, and then the owner tried to say, oh, it was just an accident. No, come to find out, he was part of a right-wing group. They know. The thing is, right wing, like extremism, like MAGA influence. You know, they always trying to copy people. So the right wing extremism is rampant in Korea. They know what the symbols are. They know what the signs are. They read a lot of blogs. They are very internationally educated. Please do not be fooled. They know. They know. They just don't care. And then they try to act innocent, like, oh, I didn't know. They know. Because if that's the case, then how come they know all about all of the things that are happening in the U.S., all the U.S. political things? Why are they using the same talking points? How do they know that then? How are they having all these protests and they don't know anything? Please, they know. They just don't care. And I think it's time that we hold people accountable. And if they didn't know, well, sorry, it's a lesson you're going to learn today. There's no excuses at all. So, well, sorry it was a hard lesson to learn. It was your first time making that mistake. But I'm not going to let it pass, especially for the simple fact that he grew up in Canada. So they check our online. They always check our activities. They're on TikTok just like we are. They're on YouTube just like we are. If he was Chinese and he was in China, then I could probably be like, oh, dang, they probably didn't have exposure to that. But even then, he grew up in Canada. They have the same access to the World Wide Web. They know. Oh, trust and believe. Because they know everything that's happening in America. They know everything Trump says. But somehow they don't know the symbols behind it. Come on now. Exactly. They know enough. Hey, Mimi, stop. They know enough. Ain't no way they know enough to copy black culture and don't ever come. Exactly. They know. Oh, they know. Mm-hmm. Continuing. Hold on a second. Oh, Mimi going crazy. Oh, let me go and put the blinds down, y'all. This is time. That means I need to go and play Chanel's video. What's her name again? Okay, let's go to part 2, y'all. Where was it? Let me go put the blinds down. Hold on a second.
May be offensive. This video may contain some things that is going to offend a community, and we are not sugarcoating today. In fact, I'm actually very brave. I'm so brave. The fact that me of all people who waters down a lot, or have done that in the past quite a bit for the sake of just my career, my branding, and my outlook, and all of that. As you can see, Chanel is in a very different phase of her life now, where I'm just going to be as real as I am in real life, but more online. Because what is there to hold back after all? This is my story. And in part 1, I gave you a little bit of a glimpse of that. So in part 2, the community I'm about to offend is pertaining to the religious folk, okay? The church folk, okay?
Sorry, yo. I'm getting on my damn nerves.
Okay, let's have an
Mimi,
honest
stop.
conversation today.
I said stop it.
Okay?
Now.
And then of course, the
No.
specific ministry that I
Where your toys
attended
at?
called
Sorry, y'all.
Christ Embassy. Okay, we're going to talk about that today because this is part 2 of surviving marriage to a Nigerian pastor. I met him at Christ Embassy in Wembley. It's no longer, but they have some other neighboring branches. But I specifically met him in that branch in 2013. Okay, and from my previous video, I told you how I got to there. I was in a specific church that was a very controlling environment, incredibly difficult. Let's call it a cult, okay? It was overbearing, and in the ending parts of me leaving that ministry, I just remember becoming a bit empowered and a bit more confident enough to beat the fear and leave.
Sorry,
But
y'all.
did I really beat all of the fear? Because I do feel that I brought a lot of that fear into the new church, and that is how I was, I guess, trapped again. I say trapped, but if I'm being honest, this new church wasn't as forced or as suffocating. You could be quite free, to be honest with you. In fact, let's say it was encouraged to engage with people outside of the church itself, because of course the goal is to win souls and bring people into the ministry, so they didn't have a problem with that. Whereas the first church was all like, it's only us and nothing else, everything outside is evil. Another video for another day. That particular church, woo, it was a lot. Okay, my pastor, okay, I absolutely really appreciate him to this day. He was like a father figure to me, and he was like a mentor. And I'm specifically talking about the pastor of that branch, okay? So I first met his wife. I joined the ministry. I soon met with the husband. He had a consultation with me, and he was mentoring me. And he just kept on saying to me, I'm such a bright star. I'm such a light. I'm so flattered as well, just to, you know, have that as well, following my background and all of the lack of confidence that I had and having to kind of build myself again. The one thing, okay? The one thing that pastor said to me is, Sister Chanel, are you really, really sure you want to marry this crazy guy? Now, this was just before the wedding announcement, which I shared in part 1. I should have shared this then, but I think this is a great segue into this particular story, okay? So he asked me that big question, and I, of course, said, yes, of course I'm willing to take the risk and the sacrifice and do it for the love of the church.
Okay, sorry, yo.
I am being very theatrical because I am quite a theatrical person, but I'm telling the truth, okay? So, one of the things I want to say is,
I think she's home.
the sect,
Mimi,
sect that
Here.
I was in before, that church, really installed a lot of fear in me as a Christian, okay? That anything outside of it is doom and gloom. And this is the fear-mongering that is put upon the people, okay? By various forms of, oh, this is
She only wants to eat cheese. I'm so tired, y'all.
what the scripture says about that and this and that and that. So it kind of all gets in your
Get on
head
my
and you
nerves.
become somewhat fearful. It no longer becomes a relaxing
just want
relationship, a spiritual growth
You're gonna
type of
eat your
relationship
food,
with
okay?
your God. It now becomes do this or else,
Here, I'll give you
go
some
here
chicken. You're gonna eat your
or
food first.
else, you know. And I left that ministry terrified of the world outside of me, but I was going for it anyway because I knew being there was killing me. And so where it comes to accountability, I am 100% putting my hand up. Nobody forced me to get into this relationship.
We're finally
or
getting to
marry
the
this man.
accountability part.
Nobody pressured me either. I made my choice and I had to live with my choice. I made my choice and I had to deal with it. The choice came from fear. Because all I could think of, if I marry or with somebody who's not quite Christian enough, or if I marry or stay on my own, something's going to get me. It's all going to go wrong. My life is going to go downhill again, and I've built it this far. So let me latch on to, or at least go to the person who is showing me that Christian love. Yeah, that Christian love. The title of this might be No Hate Like Christian Love. And that is going to stir up some things. And I want it to, because this is the type of conversation we need to be having.
We should have been having it, sis. But I'm glad you finally joined. Thank you for waking up. Thank you. Continuing.
We love to love, don't we? Huh? Congregation. We love to love ourselves. And so, this is somebody who loved me, right?
Hey, no,
Let's take it as it is. I made my choice.
Hold on a second, y'all.
Of marriage.
No.
Was interesting.
Romy, no.
In fact, whereas
Greedy
it should have been the
behind.
honeymoon
That's not your
phase,
food. You ate
the
your food
honeymoon
already.
Stage.
These kids.
I immediately fell into a catastrophe. Again,
You're gonna stay here.
my
okay?
last video, I said, what do you think it was that made me go down the aisle so quickly? I've already seen a lot of people have guessed correctly. We're not talking about that in this video, okay? It will be another separate special out of this series. But specifically, I ended up in that catastrophe, and I then, I guess, got into the marriage. And what that was me essentially becoming the leader of the home. Because what I was met by was a complacent person.
I mean, I could have told you that, sis. You didn't need that many signs. Okay, this is how you can tell somebody's complacent. One, I'm not saying all. Please do not misunderstand what I'm trying to say. But he's not trying to better himself in the country that he has immigrated to. That's a telltale sign. Number 2, he lied to you and told you he was a pastor. We saw the salary, and he's actually making less than that. Telltale sign, because guess what? If he's making way less than you and he has no ambition to make more than you, and he doesn't have the documentation to do so or the skills, and he's not trying to do so, then who's going to be the leader? You. You're going to be a financial leader. And I know damn well you're not the one bringing home the bacon and then he's the one telling you and calling the shots. It doesn't work that way. Usually the person who brings home the bacon is the one who calls the shots. That's just what it is. So then he's not. This is a very important. I'm so happy she's talking about it. So I will, I'm going to say this. Like, I love Chanel. I think that she's doing, like, now she's holding herself accountable. And I love that this video is getting to where we need it to be. What I will also add to the conversation is say that if you're marrying any man, especially a man from another country, and he's new to your country, because it's even worse when he's new to your country. If he's from your country, that the standard got to be there. But especially if he's coming to your country, make sure that he has the skills and education to be able to hold his own in said country. If not, you are climbing up a really, really high mountain. And you might not make it to the top. It's going to be Everest type of problems. If you climb Mount Everest, y'all, most of the time you need a Sherpa. Ask me how I know. I've never climbed. I don't do mountaineering. I just like watching the stories. When people go to K2, Mount Everest, I don't know. I like watching people climb mountains because I just think it's the craziest thing in the world. I'm like, you pay more than $200,000 to $300,000, probably more than that, to go to your death. Like, it's just insane to me. But people spend money to do that, to just get to the summit, right? But what ends up happening is once they get to base camp, so there's base camp 1, 2, 3. Usually 1 is okay. Then things start to get crazy after base camp 2. And then base camp 3 is usually when people are like the most tired. And then what ends up happening is that they lose oxygen because, the higher you go to the top, the less oxygen you have. And you only have a certain amount of oxygen. And then if you are not experienced, you usually need a Sherpa. Even if you are experienced, you get Sherpas, you pay them, right? And they help you go up the mountain. And most of the time people die on the way down because of underestimating the extent of the body and how it acclimates to the different type of elements in the mountain or on the mountain. So sometimes there are avalanches. It's icy. There are some parts you can't even go by foot. Like you have to go across these narrow stairs and you could literally fall to your death. It's so dangerous to summit Everest. It's crazy. And people just go there all willy-nilly just to, get to the top. So to say that they have the ring, to say they were on Everest. And then most of the time, they don't make it out. Their shoes are there. There's green boots. His shoes were there. They call him green boots. He died like many years ago. Over here. Now. He died many years ago. I don't know what she's going through today, y'all. She's on one. She's on a special type of time today. She need to go to sleep. So yeah, you get to the top just to say that you're married, or just to say that you've achieved it, but then it's a hard climb to go down and up and down. So all of that to say, these are people who are not experienced. Now the experienced mountaineers, they make it to the top, and even then they have problems too. You can experience a lot of complications. So point is that it's not as easy as it sounds. So you were always going to be the leader, sis. That's my point. Next, Lord, what is going on with Mimi today? She need to sleep. I think it's because we woke her up when she had her nap or something, and she's acting out right now.
Which I guess I did have the red flags initially, but not enough until it was actually in action.
Okay, stop eating people's food, okay?
That I am the initiator of everything. Nothing is getting done until I say, can this be done? I have to use the initiative. I'm planning. I'm thinking ahead. And I'm trying to engage and give you the room to also bring your input so it's not just me. And I swear, nothing. Just a nonchalant, I don't give a shit type of attitude. And so what does a woman do? A woman who has been in a situation where she's fighting for her life because she's living in survival mode. And where I'm now in marriage, where I'm now meant to enjoy the fruits and life of marriage, I have to continue in survival mode.
You should have never married a Nigerian man. She needed to marry a British Nigerian. This is not the conversation that we should have even been having. She is putting her expectations of what she wants and what she desires, which she has every right to, but on the wrong person. And that's what I was talking about earlier, trying to change somebody into somebody they're not. He's been complacent. He's been like that. And usually, more often than not, they're used to doing that in their home country. Maybe women are subservient to them or serving them, and then the man just gets to just do whatever he wants. You are British. You have to take that into consideration. You do not align in the way that he wants you to. And also, not saying that all Nigerian men are like that, but you need to assess. Because there are some who are super ambitious, but yet you found a potato, a bun, a banana. He's just there. He's not going to help you at all. He's just complacent. Now he done found his sugar mama, even though he's older than you. Ain't that crazy? Red flag.
And so in survival mode, you have to do everything to benefit you so that you stay alive. Imagine that was the course of, at least let's talk about the first year. And so I'm doing everything to input, decision-making, leading, planning, the next step, the next phase, finances. Mm-hmm. I don't even know what is classed as financial abuse because, again, these are things that I should take ownership for and accountability for, right? After all, no one told me to book the Paris trip for us to go and have a couple's time away. That was my decision, but it was me who financed it all.
You did what?
And it was never a, oh, babe, let me include this, or shouldn't have even got to that. It should have been, babe, I'm doing it. This is what we're doing.
How can he do it with no money? He ain't got no ends. What are we talking about here? Y'all, I'm sorry. You're delusional. The Cap and Capricorn strike again. You're delusional, sis. I'm so sorry to tell you that. You want a man who makes less than 46,000 pounds to take you to where? Oh, she's from the UK. I forgot. Y'all, I'm thinking it with my Canadian brain. I was like, don't you gotta pay for flights? I forgot. That's even worse. You're on the same continent. It's a hop and skip away. He couldn't afford to pay that. But then again, he's making less than 46,000 pounds. And he probably is not thinking about it like that. I don't think he was doing anything romantic with you, even up to the point that you got married. It's just that you had these expectations and this fantasy in your brain about the man you were marrying when he was a potato. He was never going to take... This is the thing. When you were dating, that's what I need to know. While they were dating, did he take her on trips? It sounds like they just stayed up in the church. That is a cheap-ass man. Red flag. If all you do is go to Bible study with your husband, or with your boyfriend, and y'all are Christian, and all he does is take you on church dates and free church events where they have free food, cheap as hell. You don't want that. If he can't even afford you to take you to a restaurant, and all you do is you all just all up in the church. And this goes for the Netflix and chill folks too. All you do is hang out at your place or hang out at his place. Y'all don't go nowhere. He's broke. He probably shouldn't even have a girlfriend. He's too broke to afford you. And you look like you like the finer things in life. And you were on YouTube at the time. You was making bank. That was the golden age of YouTube. You were making way more bank than most people make now. So what are we talking about here? This is craziness. He been a brokey.
I'm taking you to Paris. That is the difference that I'm realizing that I obviously fell short on.
But I bet you if there was a church event in Paris, he would take you there though, because it's free. He paid a minimum, bare minimum. That's why you got to be careful with these men. They'll use that. Use the free events, free food, house dates. Yeah, that's why I do not like the dates in the park. And I don't care. People could fight me on that. They'll be like, well, what if I don't want to be around him? And I don't give a damn. You're going to spend the first day. And you better not expect anything in return. Because I'm not going to give it to you anyways. Get out of here. Well, I guess you just spent your money. If you can't spend your money, then you can't afford me. Period. The hell with these Starbucks dates and park dates. I'm not doing that. You better take me somewhere where I can eat real food. And I decide whether I want it to be. Or if you're going to take me somewhere, make sure it ain't McDonald's or Chick-fil-A or some shit like that. Taco Bell. I want something, at least mid-range. I'll give you that mid-range. I'm not even asking for fancy. I need mid-range. I need to see you spend money. Spend some coin. Then we could talk. Because then you're investing. Thank you. I appreciate it.
New York, and this wasn't, I think this is year 2 of marriage. I funded the entire New York trip.
Of course you did.
I was a driver. He didn't drive. Every time you'll learn to drive, you'll fail. So he never got his license. I drove him everywhere. I drove us everywhere. My dad's car. Then I got it was first a Hyundai, then my dad's car, then I got a convertible, then I got a Range Rover. 5 cars, then there was another Range Rover after that. Five cars. I drove all of them. I drove us around. I drove to outside London. I drove us on holidays. I drove us to the seaside. I drove us to everything. Absolutely everything. I never got a treat. I never got a date. I never got a rose. I never got a bouquet of flowers. I never got baby, take £10. Add it to your money to go and do your nails. Oh, or even let me fill up the tank for you to have for the week.
I thought you said he ain't had no ends. I'm so confused, y'all. I'm so confused. If he didn't do that while you were dating, what makes you think he's going to do that while you're married? Can somebody answer that question for me, please? If he's naturally not doing it while you're dating, what makes you think that once you get a ring and you sign a certificate that something's going to change? He's finally going to get an epiphany and decide to want to treat you like the lady you deserve to be treated like.
Never.
We might have to fast forward this. Hold up.
Paying for everything for us. So there's 2 things here. Apart from the fact that I want to survive and have a life where I don't feel that I'm left out. So I want to do stuff because it's boring. he's benefiting from that because I want to include him as well. So it got to the point where actually I started to exclude him because I want these experiences, but I'm funding it all. So you guys tell me in the comment section, is that financial abuse?
No, it's not. I'm thinking it's financial abuse because he was stealing your money and he told you he was beating you upside your head because you were making money. That's not financial abuse. That's financial stupidity. I'm so sorry to tell you. It's not financial abuse, ma'am. What is the... Financial abuse occurs when someone tries to take or control what belongs to you for their own benefit, not yours. This can include your money, property, or your personal information. Financial abuse is unethical and in many cases illegal. I need examples. Theft, fraud, internet scamming, or coercion related to the person's financial affairs. There was no coercion. He was just a lazy bum. And you married a lazy bum willingly. And technically, he was not financially abusing you because that was your undertaking when you signed over the paperwork. I don't know if he was a citizen or not. That remains to be determined. But if he wasn't, then that was part of your financial undertaking and he understood that. But you did. So you cannot call it financial abuse. That was just financial stupidity, unfortunately. And if your frontal lobe wasn't developed at that time, then I'm just going to call it financially illiterate. Call it what you want to, but it's not abuse, ma'am. You willingly did it. Financial abuse would be like if he beat you and coerced you or threatened you and said, if you don't do this, then I'm going to take your money. That's abuse. But it wasn't. It sounds like you did it on your own and you expected him to have money. What are we talking about here?
Was it deliberate or was I just trying to do something to make me feel happy? And I'd be interested to know your
You
thoughts.
wanted the front for the internet too. I forgot to add that to it. You wanted other girlies to see and you wanted to show the world that your marriage was happy. That's all that is. It's all for show. When all of this was happening in the background, because best believe you were making YouTube videos with him. So please do not give me that. And we gonna find them videos. I'm tired of her a little bit right now. She getting on my nerves. Just like Mimi is. Oh no, Bomi's barking. Bomi, come here. Oh Lord, she's annoying her sister. Okay, I'm gonna go get Bomi, y'all.
Was that financial abuse? Like, was that someone just taking the mick up the fact that I am funding everything and there's no initiative on their end? The first year of our marriage was a traumatic situation happened. And this isn't news. I lost a twin pregnancy and it was 6 months. I had a boy and a girl. My baby daughter, I went to labor with her. Neglect of Black women in pregnancy, neglect of Black women giving birth. I almost lost my life. And this was 6 months along. So I was showing
tragic.
The babies, I can feel them kicking in me. And I had something called the incompetent cervix, which is where your cervix opens at a certain gestation in the pregnancy. That is how I ended up having Emmanuel preterm. And I lost those twins. It was the most devastating thing I had ever been in and been through. Obviously, Emmanuel was very devastating as well, but he lived and survived. This was devastating because my baby daughter not only died in my hands, took her first and last breath in my hands. My son died a day later in the same hospital that they were treating my elder son.
And my heart goes out to her for that. I know it must have been really traumatic for her to have to go through that.
In the exact same spot that my son was for the duration of the time he was in hospital. So it was like a flashback almost of exactly what happened with Emmanuel. 23 weeks plus 1 day. Happened again, okay? During this twin pregnancy. It was the most devastating thing. Why has this happened in the exact manner as before, but this time twins? And healing from that was traumatic, as you can imagine. I was having nightmares. I was having all types of weird dreams and spiritual stuff. You know, you're heightened because your emotions are all over the place. And so I obviously spoke to my ex about it at the time, and he was like, we have to go to a serious church. Yo, let me tell you where we found ourselves in a ministry called Mountain of Fire. How many of you guys know that church? Well, child, that church is just a lot, okay? It's a lot and it's scary. It was giving Nollywood times 10. It was giving Nollywood times a million. Wow. So we went to this church, and this was for me very emotional and just broken from the twin loss. And because I had been sharing that I had nightmares.
Stop it, okay? Can you fit?
When they were doing their, I don't even know how to explain it, anointing, I don't even know how to describe it.
I seen them Nigerian churches. Yo, my aunt used to watch them, y'all. All I'm gonna say is those Nigerian churches are nothing to play with. Yeah, they was doing a lot of, like, I know what she talking about, where they casting out demons. People was frothing at the mouth and shaking. I know. Mm-hmm.
And then the pastor or the leader or whoever came to pray on me, and it was all like surrounding me. Imagine all these big people around me. I've just lost the baby and I'm in hysterics, and I was being branded as a witch. I was being branded as, you know, I had perhaps was possessed or had some type of witch energy. For whatever reason, I guess maybe I was the cause of my pregnancy loss. God knows. And you know,
is it because of your YouTube channel, sis? That's what I'm assuming.
A very big problem in the African community, especially where religion and Christianity is involved. We start to brand people as witches and demons and stuff. And, you know, it's not like it's impossible for that to exist. I truly do believe there are some evil people amongst us that just has this spirit of wickedness. But this was so traumatizing because it wasn't even a week since I had lost the babies. And I was just in hysterics. And then found myself in the midst of all these people. And I tried to run out the church, and they were trying to stop me. They were holding me back, including my ex. They was like, yes, we got her. Something is wrong with her. And it was pulling me out like I was demon possessed. I was like, nah, bro. It's like, this is a lot. I don't want to be here right now because I'm uncomfortable. I managed to get out of the church anyway, and he came after me, and I was charging down the road. I'll never forget it. It was Edgware Broadway or something like that. Edgware or Burnt Oak. And I was charging down, and he came up to me. He was like, if you go away now, I'm going to divorce you. I was like, go on and divorce me. I was ready. And I marched off, and he ran back after me.
Okay, so this part, then there should not be a part 3. There should not be a part 3. After that, I'm assuming that y'all got a divorce and the story is over. That's what I'm gonna assume. Okay, but I have a feeling it's not. I have a strong feeling it's not.
This was so. It was like at this point. You know what, you guys? It's not easy to tell these things, but I just feel that I need to. I actually haven't revisited this in a very long time, that specific story. Because very soon after that, I found some strength, I found some healing, and I really got into my content creation. And that's when I started going viral on YouTube, and I built myself from there. And so I just remember that just being one of the most traumatizing things ever. Why didn't we go through the divorce at that time? That would have been perfect.
Oh, yeah.
But then again,
I had a
no,
feeling.
because I have AJ. I have my 8-year-old, and I wouldn't trade him for the world. He's everything, okay? So who knows why things happen as such. But yes, that was an opportunity to get out if I really pushed further enough. One of the things that a lot of women experience in marriages is loneliness. I was so lonely. Have you ever been in a partnership with someone, or a relationship or a marriage, let's just call it what it is, and literally be living separate lives? So whilst to the internet it looks like everything's done together and whatnot, you know, I do feel that a lot of his support for what I did on my channels, etc., was performative. Perhaps there was an inkling of, I'm supporting your journey or supporting your, you know, your business or what you do, but one may look at it as perhaps it was also performative, because at the end of the day, that was what the anchor was. That was what was bringing it in.
No, but who was in charge of the channel? You see, you can't. I'm sorry, Chanel. I'm so sorry, sis. This is what happens when you're not true to yourself. Because when you are true to yourself, you don't have to worry about the optics. You already know it's in shambles. That's why I showed you all the videos of me being chaotic and disorganized. Why? Because I'm not going to live a life that I don't really live. Why would I show you something that's not real? Everything I showed in them vlogs was real as hell. And it, to be honest with you, now I will say years later, I'm like, dang, I've improved so much. I've overcome. I have evolved from the time of when I first started vlogging. But at that time, I'm not going to show you a cookie cutter life and Dom and I doing couple dates and walking, holding hands. We don't do none of that. Not like that anyways. And not at that time. We was steady beefing. So I showed y'all the beefs. I said, this really what going to happen. Now we're like that. But we go through our ups and downs. We're not perfect. But the problem is you wanted to keep up with the others. You want to keep up with the, what's their name again? DMB Nation. You wanted to keep up with, what other family? All them family vloggers or whatever. You wanted to keep up with, Patricia Bright at the time was vlogging too. You wanted to keep up with all of the family vloggers and all the makeup content creators or whoever else. And you were not being true to your situation. Because I can promise you that the optics didn't have to be that way. You could have told us the reality. But you showed an image and that's what made you bank. So you can't run back from it, sis. You got to take it and own it. And you own the channel. You own the content. You were the one editing. You were the one performing. So if he was performative, you were performing right along with him.
Cash everything. So why not support? Support me, of course, because that was the main anchor. And despite all of the palaver and everything everyone perhaps will see online, you're not seeing what's happening behind the scenes. There were very lonely times. I felt like even making decisions on your own in a marriage is a lonely experience because the beauty and the sweetness of it all is doing it together. And yet there was just two people with two different mindsets and two different goals, perhaps. And even if we had the same goal, we're not working on it together. So there was a lack of a partnership. But regardless of that, on a more of a personal and intimate level, I was extremely lonely. Lonely to the point where I would go to bed. And this happened for years by myself. We didn't go to bed as a couple together. And you know what? Perhaps realistically in homes, wife has gone to bed earlier than the hubby.
Yeah, I was about to say.
But you know what? A wife is going to have a hubby come in the middle of the night or whatever time, and you're going to engage together as a partnership.
That's a dream fantasy land. I'm so sorry, y'all. Some people like their sleep. Hello. I'm sorry. We can cuddle, but don't bother me if I'm in my REM sleep. Please don't. I'm so sorry. She watches too many movies. It sounds like a fairy tale, y'all. And yes, if you love to cuddle with your partner and y'all like to go to bed together, there's nothing wrong with that. To each his own. But at the same time, she had a fantasy of the man she was dealing with. That's my issue. You need to know who you're with. You need to know who you're with. You had a fantasy. And sometimes you have to work through that because it's not healthy and it's not fair to the other person to try to fit them into an expectation or fantasy of a husband who doesn't exist. Because if you wanted that, then you should have found somebody who could provide it to you. I cannot provide it to you if that's not what I want. I can want to do it for you and make an effort because I love you. But at the end of the day, it shouldn't be an expectation. You should make me want to willingly do it. I should do it within my own volition, but not because you're forcing me to. And this goes right back to the conversation we had at the beginning of the stream. Stop forcing people to do things they don't want to do because you have an agenda or you have an idea of what you want them to be. If the person doesn't want to be romantic towards you and they don't see you as somebody they want to make an effort for, you should not be with that person because that's what you want. And then if you are with that person, then you're going to handle what comes with being with that person. That's it. That's all. It's really a simple conversation, but I don't know why people make it so complicated. And the only reason it's complicated is because people don't accept who people really are. They want to change and fix them and work into the little science experiment. And it doesn't work like that. Reality is not like that. If you don't like your job, you're going to find another one. What you going to do? Make your boss pay you more? You going to force him? What you going to do? How you going to force him? You going to yell at his desk every day? You're going to throw a tantrum? You're going to write dissertations on your intranet? And say, you see my bossy baby, he didn't want to give me a raise, and I'm going to go and say, and da-da-da. You're going to have discourse about it at your job, send each other videos and talk about, oh, he's so shit, he's this, he's that, or she's shit, she's this, she's that. Because they don't want to give you a raise? No. If they don't want to, they don't see your value, you're going to hightail it out of there and you're going to find something else. Because they're not going to do it anyways. And even if you force them to give you a raise, I can guarantee you it's not going to be what you're worth. Case in point.
Right? Never or rarely the case. Because he was more into, again, the church. And that was his world. And I was a separate thing to it. The main pastor of the church, the ministry we attend, is Pastor Chris. A lot of you guys will know him. And if I would say this, I think I was in a competition with Pastor Chris.
Of course you were. But you knew that. Lord. Okay, how much more do we have to go through? You thought he was a pastor. He's married to the church. He been like that. I don't know why she's so shocked.
He won. Pastor Chris won. He won. He took my man. He had him, man. Because everything was about sermon after sermon of the speaking of tongues, and every day and every night, far above and far beyond of engaging with me and filling my needs. And if anything, doing this together. And you may ask, so Chanel, why didn't you join in? I would say this is a spiritual thing. I can't really take to Christ Embassy, and I'm going to tell you why. Yes, I joined, and yes, the person that immediately won my heart was my actual pastor, as I shared. Amazing man. Out of all the Christ Embassy pastors I've met, the pastor of my church is somebody I would say had true integrity. Mm-hmm. And I just had a lot of respect for him. In fact, from the outside looking in, I could see a man who really was spearheading and leading his family. Him and his wife were best friends, and to this day, you can't tell me anything about. They are best friends. They do everything together. Mm-hmm. And you know,
but how do you know that, sis? You see, again, she is projecting her own vision of what it is. We don't know what happens in the background, just like we didn't know what happened to you and your husband. If you had told me 10, 15 years ago, I don't know how long she's been on YouTube, but if you told me 10 years ago that you and your husband would be divorced, I wouldn't think that, because I'd be like, oh, they were so together, they were so in sync. You're doing it again. You're projecting your image on to other people, and then you're trying to copy them. You're looking at their grass, and you are thinking that you're comparing yourself, and you're not running your own race. You want somebody like that pastor or that relationship. You're trying to turn that bum that you married into that, unfortunately. Lord.
How a man is able to handle his household, or how a couple are able to really handle his household as a pastor specifically, that just shows you how much he's able to manage their church. And let me tell you something about what a lot of these pastors are doing. And this is why Paul said in the Bible, it's better you are alone. Okay? Don't marry, right? Don't marry. If you cannot be with your family wholeheartedly, then don't marry at all. And I'm me, I'm not one for quoting scriptures like that. I'm not even going to lie. But what I would say is, there is a lack of balancing with a lot of Christian pastors when it comes to matters of the family home, which really should take head in the hierarchy of things. God first, okay? Then the family, all right? Then the church. At least in my small little mind, that's how I feel it should be managed.
No, she's right. It should be like that. But unfortunately, again, culture determines how people, I guess, the output of what you're talking about. Culture will determine that. So it is quite possible that in Nigerian churches that, in Nigerian culture, y'all let me know if you are Nigerian specifically as well, or even if you're not Nigerian, I want to hear your input, is that you are serving people all the time. There's lack of boundaries already. So this is unfortunately something that happens. Is it something I think should happen? No. I agree with her on that. However, that is not how it's practiced. And again, if you wanted a pastor or a Christian man who would respect boundaries, you should have married a British one, because he would understand that in a better way than your Nigerian husband. And when I say British, I mean British Nigerian or whatever I don't know who she would have wanted to be with. But I'm saying she should have married somebody who was more aligned to her, values-wise. You are putting your understanding and expectation, it sounds very Western, by the way, onto this man from another country and another culture where they don't practice religion in the same way. I just don't understand. I'm perplexed. Because never ever in the history of my life have I said, I'm going to marry a man straight from Haiti. Said never. Why? Because I already know what it takes to marry a Haitian man. And I will never ever be up in the stove cooking 24/7 and fresh food all day. We just don't do that. Red flag. I mean, we is meat. I'm not that. I'm not cut for that. I'm just not. No. It's very hard to find a Haitian man, even Haitian American, who's going to understand that. Most of the time, they want their wife to cook, clean all day, every day, do all the work. Live stream would not be happening. He'd be expecting, "When you gonna make me dinner?" Because they are mama's boys. A lot of them are. You gotta know who you're dealing with. It's as if you didn't know, like, I know she's Ghanaian, that's what she said, but still, like, that's like Jamaican too. If the stories I have heard, if we're going back Caribbean, all of them are the same. They want you to be like, they want you to be kind of subservient, not all, but majority. I don't have time to sift through everybody and see their intentions. And if I'm marrying somebody from another culture, then I gotta make sure he understands my value system and he's aligned with that. That's why this one, when he said, "Oh, like, no, I don't," because I asked him, I was like, "Do you want me to cook and clean every day?" Before we got married, by the way. I was like, "I'm not that kind of woman." He's like, "No, I don't expect you to do that. I know how to clean myself. I know I've lived on my," he actually thought it was a preposterous question. He's like, "Why are you asking me that? I know how to clean up myself. I know how to take care of myself. I can do that." Because why? There's a lot of mama's boys in Korea too. I just wanted to know, what are your expectations? You want me to stay at home and you go to work? Because that's never going to happen in this lifetime. For me. I like my career. I like to have my own money. And if I do it, it'll be because I want to do it. Not because I feel forced to. And even then, I won't do it. That's just me, personally speaking. I like to work. I like to make my own money. Separate. You got to know who you're dealing with. Chanel. Lord.
However, that wasn't the case. And I was lonely in that marriage. And if I would go a step further in saying he was married to Pastor Chris and not to me.
He is probably doing other stuff about That's another thing we gotta talk about in the church.
I don't like.
Did they go on vacation together? You see, she gotta give us more. Did they go on separate trips without you? And also, like, how emotionally connected were they? Like, they would call each other at all types of hours. I need to know more of their relationship. But this is actually very quite normal. They are married to the church before they put the church first. But guess what? Let me tell y'all something. My parents put the church first. They sure did. My dad served in the church, and my mom was right there with him. But guess what? They were aligned on that. My mom loved it. My dad loved it. They both did it together. But do you want to know who suffered and who struggled? It was us. Because we're like, dang, you put the church before us. But my parents were aligned. I can't even say anything. They were aligned on that. Somebody's going to be sacrificed at some point in time. You spent more time in the church than with your kids. You're going to give up some time. That is the truth. But at least they were both aligned in that way. Unfortunately, you were not aligned. You just wanted the image of a marriage. And he should have, like, both of them. He should have found somebody who was more into the church environment. And she should have married somebody within the British culture, in my opinion. She does not need to be marrying anyone internationally the way she's talking. She doesn't have the bandwidth for this.
Christ Embassy. I don't like the ministry. I feel that there was meant to be some type of intention for it to be pure and whole, and I know nothing is perfect. But if I was going to recommend some ministries to you that you really will fulfill and grow spiritually, I can give you a few, but I wouldn't recommend that. Okay? I just remember some experiences, some events that occurred. I was traveled to South Africa with them, and I saw everything. You know, you see a person when you travel with them. Travel with somebody, and you would really see their life. Oh yeah. And so when I traveled with my pastor's wife. She's cool, great woman. But I was looking at everybody else and observing. And my God, do we love to worship a pastor? There was this one particular time we went to visit another ministry's branch. This was in Neasden. And the after the service, like food was being served and stuff. You know, we love that part where
I need to know, how long has she been a Christian? Because she's acting like this is new. I'm so confused, y'all. The reason I'm confused is because it's not new. If you're going to any church, not all, because I gotta keep saying it, because there's some slow people in the back. I'm not talking about y'all. I'm talking about some people who may be watching it or whatever. But a lot of churches worship pastors. It's pastor worship, period. Even if you're with a church that has the best of intentions, they are going to believe what the pastor says. They're going to follow what the pastor says. They see him as the utmost authority, just like a president. You're going to have MAGA. How MAGA is with Trump is how the church congregation is with the pastor. You can do no wrong. There's no accountability. And anybody who shows any type of semblance of wanting to hold the pastor accountable, they are going to be kicked up out the church. I remember when I was young, there was a church that we went to. So it would be like 3 services. So the white service, because it was owned by a pastor, Pastor M, we're going to call him that. And he had the kids, or he had like he was a white man with a white couple. And he owned the church first. And then there was services, so they opened the services to the Jamaican church and the Haitian church. So the Jamaican church would go first. American church first, so white American. Then it would be the Jamaican church and Haitian church in Sunrise. And the Haitian church would be in a smaller room in the back. And then sometimes we would use the main congregation depending on the time. But we would overlap with the Jamaican church. Cool. One day, I remember after church, Pastor Mike had a bloody nose. Like, he got into a fight. I just saw yelling and people fighting and a whole bunch of nonsense going on. And I remember I was so scared because I was young at the time. I was like probably 7 years old, maybe 8. And then my dad was like, oh, it's okay, because we were freaking out. Imagine because we just rolled up in church. You think we were going to church? My parents would do that. All of a sudden, you see police cars. You see Pastor Mark with the nose on the napkin on the nose. And then you see somebody yelling at him, punching him in the face. And then I was like, oh, my God. I just didn't know what was going on. But the point of the story is that it's always been a pastor worshiping. Allegedly, they got into some beef, and then, the congregation went against Pastor Mike, and then he ended up leaving, and another pastor took over, and then he became the worshipped one. So it's always been this kind of like unyielding devotion, even if the other person is in the wrong. And this is why church culture is very toxic. I'm not talking about even if your church is the best, has the best intentions, there's always going to be people who are going to try to kiss up to the pastor, who are going to try to take over. It gives you an authority. It gives you a status. That's all. Church gives you that without you having to work hard for it. Think about it. Anywhere else in your life, you have to prove yourself. At your job, you got to prove yourself. In your relationship, you have to prove yourself. At church, nobody has to prove themselves. Red flag. All you got to prove is, I'm Christian. You just say it. They didn't even see if you live that life for real, for real. It's the only place in our society where you get to be somebody and you don't have to work that hard for it. The only way you got to work hard for it, though, is if you want to get to the top, because somebody's already at the top of the food chain. But other than that, you're going to have a status. People are going to like you, or they're going to act like they like you. Especially if you start to, pass around, especially if you start to kiss ass. Oh, you're going to be the teacher's pet. You don't have to prove yourself that much. I promise you. You don't have to prove your credentials. You don't have to prove anything. All you got to do is say, I'm Christian. I believe in Christ. Yeah, come here, brother, with your open arms.
Sister Aku and whatever, they will now bring their rice and, oh, fantastic, it's time to eat. And they had a room for their branch, and it wasn't even full. It wasn't full. I remember that. And they were gathering together, they were eating, and us who were the visitors, they said we're not allowed to sit with them. I kid you not. I went to church and had a you can't sit with us situation. Do you know how mad that is? That's actually quite crazy. My headscarf is moving back. You can't sit with us. That sounds like some petty high school stuff, but hey, it's my experience. I remember there was one next pastor as well. This man hated me. Why? I don't know what I did to this man, but he would just give me evils. Evils is when you kind of give people some side eye. On Pemasem, he did not like me at all. I barely spoke to him, but he just didn't like me. But whatever. We don't all love each other, isn't it? So no problem. But this is what smacks it. You lot listen. So we couldn't eat with them in their sacred room. It wasn't even sacred. It was a bloody hall, okay? Or like a room. It wasn't anything special. So we stood in the corridor with our jollof rice in our hand. I remember Sister Aku had a baby boy and she was struggling to feed herself, feed him, and also just, you know, we didn't have a seat. We had to stand in the corridor. So we're eating our food. Some sister, Wang I don't even know her name. She charging, everybody get out of here. Get out of here now, scatter. The pastors are coming. The leaders are coming. The leaders are coming. They can't see you here. Hi. Come and see, everybody now have to pick up their plate and scurry to wherever, I don't even know, because we weren't allowed in the room. And obviously we're not allowed in the main auditorium. It's the actual church. We had nowhere to eat. And so in the end, I remember me and the lady and her child, we sat in the car, we ate, and I dropped them home.
I'll be damned. I'll be damned. That'll be the last day you see my ass. I don't play about that. The last day.
But I remember when the leaders were walking through, like Gangara, Bibi Bisan, or Gaiman, like we are the leaders of this church, and you little what peasants can just move. That was the vibe it was given. Christ Embassy. Yeah. And I'm saying it with my chest.
Wait, where was your husband? He was eating with them? I'm confused because she said she was with the lady. Now that I think of it, you say you were with the lady and her son. Where was your husband? Was he eating with them? So he didn't even have enough of a courtesy to have you sit with him? Is that what I'm understanding?
Because if there's anything we have to do is we have to fix these things, okay? I know there's levels to this. Not yeah? Which is weird because if we're talking about prayer, we're talking language. One time she was so pissed with me because I didn't have money to give for Pastor Chris's birthday of Fast 7. So they have on his birthday every year, like a gift from the entire world. They all put in money and give it to him for his birthday every single year. I think his birthday is in November. And this is called Offer 7.
Damn, he's a Scorpio or a Sagittarius, Lord. Red flag.
There was this one time, and I remember I hadn't even married him yet. This was me being newer in the church. And I didn't have money, genuinely. And I was like, I don't have anything to give. And this woman phoned my phone and she actually gave me a bit of a word.
And I would have hung up on her ass quickly. You see, this is the problem. You was being too much of a people pleaser, Chanel.
Like, anything you have, you must give to the Lord. This is a gift to the Lord.
I promise you, nobody, since I was younger, and I stand on that, they could never force me to give. I never felt embarrassed to let the collection plate go. I remember one time my mom tried, y'all, I was so bad. When I was a kid, my mom gave me money to put in there, you know, because sometimes, like, they have special services for kids to give money. I sure looked at her. I kept the money. She kept, like, doing this to my hand. I just kept looking at her. And then she's like, you better put the money in. And I didn't even give all of it. I said, I only have $2 left. I went to the convenience store to go buy me. I wanted to buy me a snack because across the street from our church was a convenience store. It was like a little, you know, quickie mart or whatever. And I wanted to get a ho-ho. Y'all remember ho-hos? The little cupcakes, the Little Debbie cupcakes. And I wanted to get some chips. I held on to that money for dear life. Put that little $2 in them. But I'll be honest, they couldn't get me to tithe. Nobody could get me to tithe. Nobody could get me to do. I do what I want to do. And I remember I had a conversation with God one day. I said, God, I'm sorry, but if it costs this much, I'm sorry. I just give what I can. And you know, some people are like, you're not going to be blessed. You're never going to. Well, I guess I'll take my chances. You cannot. If I don't want to give it, I'm not giving it. That's it. You got to feel it in your heart to do it. And also, like, you shouldn't feel obligated to have to give a 10th all the time. And that I stand by that. If I got bills to pay, then I guess you ain't seeing nothing. I'm sorry. My bills come first because you got to have faith. You got to just trust. No, because at the first of the month, things got to be paid. So it's whatever I feel like giving. Now, do I want to donate to charity? Yeah, sometimes I do that. Instead, I was like, I'll just give to this charity or whatever if I believe in what they're doing. But other than that, you can't force me to give my money. Hell, like the only thing I do now is I do tip for services. Obviously, that's something that I don't know how to get out of that, but I just tip as much as I can. Like not a lot, but I just give the average amount. Especially if somebody did a service for me, I'll give that money. And if I like something that they did, I will buy their ebook. I'll do whatever it takes. Like sometimes I like how people talk. I'm like, okay, I'll donate, I'll subscribe or I'll do whatever. I do what I can. But most of the time, like I don't like feeling forced like I have to give you money, especially if I see that the pastor's living well off and then you're struggling or I'm struggling. I'm not doing that. Get out of here.
Babe, I was on benefits. It was hard enough to buy milk for my baby and I. That was my reality. And by force, this big man who cruises in his private jet, I should fork out money to do what for him? And I'm still in Stonebridge, bro.
Exactly.
Let me tell you something. I sit back and I'm like, you know what? You see Drewski? Drewski gave us something, okay? Because that pertains to that particular guy as well. In fact, to the T. I'm sure he's got a pair of lubes as well. Red bottoms. First fruit. Ooh! You know what? I think you got the point. But in all, I would like to say this felt like this is ministries like this is becoming a bit of a shit show. It's becoming a bit of a circus. It's becoming a pantomime. It's becoming very theatrical.
It's not becoming. It been like that. All right, sis. Next. I'm getting tired, y'all. My attention span is kicking in. I took my meds too. I think it's just too long-winded for me. Pregnancy of papers. Oh, is that the part? Oh, that's part 5. Okay, you know what? Let me read some comments. I don't give a F. Okay, what's going on here? No love. Okay, what was part 3? The wait is over. Okay, I'm assuming that's when she lost weight. Which one should we watch next? I don't think we can get through all 5 of these. Pregnancy of papers. Okay, maybe the wait is over. I think we might enjoy this one. Let me read some comments. Lord, okay. It's 3. Damn, it's 3 o'clock already here. Yeah, we gotta speed this right up. I'm gonna skip through this, y'all. We gonna get through it, and then I gotta get to Brini and the other ones. Thank goodness I'm not covering too many stories today. All right, Lord. All right. All right, next. Oh Lord. Nicole, I'm gonna start up here. Wait. Nicole, yeah, I'll start up here. Wait. Miami. Okay. Wait. Hold on. Who am I reading first? Just give me a second, y'all. Okay, Miami, you said, but they are handsome and have a way with words. That's why when they said listen to your parents, especially your father. Yeah. Nicole said, my mom told me I would struggle with a Ghanaian born and bred man because I was born and raised in the UK. Yes. That's what I'm saying. Both of what you ladies said is facts. Like, it's not gonna happen. Like, it doesn't make sense to me. They don't have the same value system that you grew up way differently. I don't think when we, like, growing up in a Western country, especially as an immigrant, like, or child of immigrants, I don't think we realize how different we are than where our parents came from. Especially if you're first generation, because it's just, you're living in this third world where it's like, you're living in 3 spaces, I should say. So one, you're born in that country, in the Western country, but your parents are born somewhere else. So you have like so many identities. And then in the outside world, you go to school with other people from the same country. So for example, I grew up in the States. I'm from Canada. But I was born in Canada, grew up in the States. So I was around Americans all the time. And I, went to American schools, went to, my extracurriculars with American kids. And maybe other, kids from different nationalities, but you get the point, right? But then when you get home, they expect you to, to comport yourself, or not comport, what am I saying? To act like you are Haitian. It was impossible. It's an impossible identity. And then sometimes they get upset because they're like, oh, like you're still Haitian at the end of the day. Why are you trying to be American? Or why are you trying? And I'm like, but we're not. And it's like they're treating you as if you're from their country, but you're not. And they couldn't understand why we were so different, like why our value systems are so different, why we're fighting back, why we're talking back. It was so new to them. And I think that this is a struggle when you're a first generation kid, because your parents may not understand that you live in a totally different world. And sometimes they do, but sometimes they don't. And they treat you as if you're from their country, and they give you the same punishment and discipline as if you're from their country, but they're not keeping in mind that you're in a new world. And you're going to act like you are in a new world, and you can't force your kids to have the same value system as you, especially if they're exposed to so many different things and ideas and different, people. So it's a very interesting paradigm to be in. Nicole, you said searched it up. Chanel was born in London. I had no idea. I had an idea. Yeah, the way she's talking, she gotta be British. I was like, yeah, she's very much a British born person. I knew it right away because she's talking like I guess she's talking like a Western person. I gotta be honest. I thought she was born and raised in Ghana, then came to the UK. That changes things a little bit. The way she was talking, I knew it right away. I was like, Oh Lord. Nicole, you said my mom said it's because your mindset would be completely different and expectations for what I'm expected to do would be different thoughts. Yes, it would be 100%. 1,000,000%. You wouldn't be able to keep up. Eden, you said you weenie not married to the pastor. Prince, the menace is back. Oh, yeah, your ass came right back here. Perfect timing. We're about to speed through this damn story. Y'all funny as hell. Eden, you said she paid for vacations and everything for sure. Of course she did, sis. Like, who else was gonna pay for it? Not his broke ass. Prince, he said, "Oh Lord, we still watching her life story. I thought I was gonna be hella long. Nah, we skipping through it, y'all. I don't think we have enough time because I gotta get through all of the other stories, and I don't want to keep you late because I know tomorrow's Monday for y'all, and then I'm off tomorrow, thank God. But I still want to catch up on editing, and I have to post the case study video tomorrow, and work on the Patreon. I have to transfer all the videos to the Patreon tomorrow too, and work on some other stuff." Mary, you said she is living in fantasy. He had no money before they got married, and now you think he can afford to pay for a holiday. Did she voice her expectations to him? I don't think so. And even if she did, he couldn't fulfill it. He broke. I just don't understand where this money was gonna come from. Did she think he was gonna turn water into wine like Jesus? He was gonna turn the 2 fish and the 5 loaves of bread into a full meal? And this is what happens when you're in the church. It's like, I get it. I do believe in having faith. I believe in manifesting 100%. I believe in, looking for the signs. I believe in that anything can happen. You can get opportunities from nowhere. God can speak to you in any place. However, I am also not delusional either. I also understand that I live in a world where there's material. You cannot eat without working. Am I going to sit here every day and say, "Oh Lord, I hope that, you guys support me so much, you're gonna pay my bills this month. Who gonna send me $10,000 tonight? I'm just letting you, you can sow a seed. Wow." That's craziness. Like, this is crazy. You gotta live with what you see. We're in reality. This is not a fantasy land. I don't know where she was going with that. Some girl, you said, is anyone seeing a lot more medical malpractice than usual? I just saw a story about a hospital I went to 2 weeks ago. The doctor was awful. I feel like I need to see someone else now. Oh my God. I'm not surprised. Doctors are being overworked. Nurses are being overworked and spread thin. I have noticed it too. Yeah, there's just not enough people, and people are quitting, and it's just too toxic. A lot of burnout in the medical industry is really sad, y'all. It's really sad. We need to appreciate our doctors and nurses a lot more than we do. They're getting burned out. They're burning out in rapid rates. Nicole, you said, wow, pastors physically fighting. Yes, they physically fought, y'all. And then Pastor Mike left. Him and his, we never saw him again. And then after that, the church took over. It was a Jamaican church that took over. And then they got the church or whatever. Yeah. And then we were still like on the side or whatever. But yeah, it was a crazy. I still remember that was like 1993. Yeah, 93, 94. I was super young. But I'll never forget that. And it wasn't the only, y'all, I wish it was the only situation where people went buck. If I told y'all one day, this gotta be for the members only, y'all. Because I can't be putting out too much stuff out there. But when I tell you, I've been through a lot of churches breaking up, leaving churches. Another church started a faction. Then one church started a house church. One time my dad left the church and then we started a house church. Oh my God, that was so difficult, y'all. Imagine getting ready, because you gotta think about it. You gotta get up, get dressed, and get ready to go to your living room. Like, no, it's bad. When I tell you, I can laugh about it now. But as a kid, I was in shambles. We used to have this thing called kolot. So kolot is like every early morning, they would go to different people's houses to go pray. Y'all, 6 o'clock in the morning, waking us up to get ready to go to church. I was crusty and all, y'all. I had to wipe my face, do my hair, all that, put clothes on, look decent, just to go into my living room. And then people singing, praying, speaking in tongues all day long, y'all. Like, all morning long. It was like 6 a.m. until like 7:30, and then they would have hot chocolate. That's a good part, the hot chocolate and the bread. I could have done that. That was good. But other than that, oh man, so many stories of like my dad bucking up at the patch. Oh my God, one time, like the church I got baptized at. Oh my God, okay, one more story, then I gotta go. Until we gotta move on to the comments and then watch the next part, speed through it. We went to this church, so yo, I tell you, I got stories for days. Okay, so the church I was talking about, remember the church with Pastor Mike? Just remember that. That was the first church we went to in Florida, because my aunt used to go to that church. And when we moved to Florida, my aunt, which is, she was on my mama's side, and she married my uncle, my dad's brother. Y'all, it's a long story. Anyways, we'll talk about that another time. But anyway, so my aunt, she had introduced my parents to the church because, you know, they just came from Canada. Well, actually, we lived in Jersey for a little bit, but then we moved to Florida. And then she's like, oh, go to the church I go to this church. So we all started attending her church. So we went there for a few years. And then, you know, my dad started to get high in the rankings. That whole Pastor Mike situation happened, whatever, but he was still one of the leaders, right? And then our pastor was Pastor P. And then his brother Charlie, they were the leaders of the church. And my dad was just helping out, whatever. He was like more of like a deacon position. So anyways, my parents were super involved in the church. And then after like a few years, he left the church. There was a big argument that happened. I don't know what happened. I wasn't there. I don't know what occurred. But anyways, my dad said, we're not going to that church no more. That's when we started doing the house church. So we would go to church at the house. Then he linked up with this other pastor. We going to call him Pastor C. So him and Pastor started a new church, and then they rented this place on, I forgot where the place was, but anyways, it was just two families. My family, the pastor's family, and then my dad started recruiting people from the other church we left. And they was like, oh, if your dad leaves, we joining. So, you know, they have their own faction. And we started going to that church. Y'all, it didn't even last 2 years. So I got baptized at that church. At that point, I was a teenager. Yeah, because I got baptized like 12, almost 13. Yeah, I got baptized. So my sister, my brother, and I got baptized at the same time. And then I don't know what happened, but Lord, like, it was right after the baptism. It was like a few months later. And then they were having a church meeting. And all of a sudden, I heard my dad yelling. And I was like, we were in the other room because all the kids were in one room and then the adults were having this meeting. And then my dad was yelling. And then the pastor was just sitting there. Him and his wife was just sitting there. And then my dad was yelling. And then he's like, as for today in Creole, as of right now, we are no longer going to attend your church. And then he said, Tout moun ti moun an ale. That means everybody leaving. And we got up and we're like, okay, we left. I don't know what went down. But anyways, I saw the pastor's wife was crying. She was really sad because she really liked, she liked the church. She's like, is there any way we could work this out? Rest in peace to her. She passed away some years back. She's like, is there any way we could work this out? Blah, blah, blah. But my dad was like, no, he left. And then we all left. And remember the auntie that had introduced, rest in peace to her too. She passed away too. But the auntie that had introduced us to the first church, she followed my dad to the second church. So then we left that church. Then the other church we had left the first time, they called and said, oh, that Pastor P, he left. Him and his brother, they left. They hauled ass. You want to come back? We need you to come back. There's way too much corruption, too much people doing whatever. They left the church and they started another church. So there's another church, not even literally like within the same block. They walked down that church. You could walk down that, like literally, the nail shop was here. The new church with Pastor P and his brother was here. And then our old church, the first church we went to was like literally like not even a 5-minute walk. So then we went back to that church. And then after that, we took that church to another location. Anyways, I'm going to stop this is what happens in churches, y'all. And this is what I had to deal with as a kid. So you can understand why I have a lot of things to say about how things happen in the church. Because it didn't even end there. I'm just going to stop it here because of time. But spoiler alert, we left the church again. Yeah. I think we left twice. So we left, came back again, and then left for good. Anyway, point is that when you grow up in these kind of churches, y'all, this is what kids see. So it's sad. And that's why I was asking, like, how long she been a Christian? Because I just don't understand. I don't get how she doesn't understand that this is normal. Like, unfortunately, for a lot of, like, you know, I got to say, a lot of black churches, that's how, especially if you're like a church like, you know, African or Haitian church or Caribbean church. This happens every day, yo. Every day people get kicked out. Even in American churches, people get kicked out every day. There's always a new faction. This is what it is, yo. All right, I'm going to read some more comments, y'all. I'm so sorry. I'll read a few more and we going to get going. Let's wrap this right up. Oh, my God. Eden, you said, I hate pastor worshiping. My parents were at a church and the pastor stole some money, so the church split up. So you too. I know it's not funny, but it's funny. This happens so much. Yep, stealing money. That's usually the root of all of it. And the building fund, y'all, we had this building fund in the back. Like, they had a whole thermometer. I remember as a kid, like, my dad created this whole thermometer. Like, oh, yeah, it's for the building fund. We're going to get a new building. That thermometer never went up, y'all. I think that's what caused the first split to happen. It was the building fund. We were supposed to go to a new building. Because the Jamaican church was starting to charge higher rent. And then my dad and the Pastor P and Pastor C and my daddy and all of them, they were like, nah, we're going to just get our own building fund. What happened to it? It was never happened, y'all. Never happened. Miami, you said they would have been fired at my church. You got a good church, girl. Good church, sis. How did I not know she was born in London? The London slang is London. Prince, you said sounds like a Baptist. It was a Baptist church. Sounds like a Baptist church. There was an invisible seating chart and everyone knew where they didn't dare sit without permission. Yup. Her church is probably Baptist. My church, the churches I was just explaining, all Baptist. All Baptist. After that, I never went to a Baptist church ever again. I go to if I attend church now, I don't anymore, but it would have been non-denominational. That's it. Or Pentecostal. I don't do nothing with Baptist no more. I was done. It was way too hard. And then the church was beefing so hard at one point that they had to get because churches have like committees, so oversight. So they had to go get the Gulf Coast, the white folks, basically. The white folks had to come in and do mediation for the church. Yeah, it was crazy work, y'all. Crazy work. Yeah, Lord. Oh my God. You said C Guy Manby. That's how Christ Embassy is like. It's a Nigerian mega church. I'm not surprised, yo. I'm not surprised at all. All right. Eden, I love all the church drama. Girl, that's not even the half of it. I got so many more stories to tell. Like, this is just light work. Oh man, like, we didn't even get to people sleeping with each other. At the first church, there was a woman who was best friends with so it was two light-skinned women. They were both lighter skinned. And they was best friends. And one of the women, she had 3 kids. I was really good friends with her daughter. So she had 2 boys and a girl. No, she had 3 boys. I think 3 boys and a girl. And me and her daughter used to play all the time. And one day she left the church. And you're young, so I didn't know what was going on. Years later, I found out that her bestie slept with her husband. And guess what? They got married, y'all. So she left her ex-husband. Rest in peace to her too. She passed away. She passed away mad young too during COVID. It was very sad. So her husband had an affair with her best friend. And her best friend was attending the church, always like, oh my God, like really close to everybody. Like they was both involved in the church. She used to go and play with, like have the kids play with her kids and everything. The best friend at the church slept with her husband. And then the husband left her for the best friend. and they was living together, and then they had to co-parent, and the kids had to go over to the lady at the church's house. And so she left the church and she took the man. And I don't know if they're still together till now, but they were together for a bit. And she had the 2 kids living with them and everything. It was crazy, y'all. It was crazy. And that's not, you know what? I'm gonna shut up. There's way more, y'all. Anyways, one day members only. I got all the tea, y'all. I got a lot of tea, a lot of church tea. Slick and Slaylicious, you're the last comment I'm reading. We're gonna fast forward through this story. I ain't never been to the church personally, just forced there. And yeah, the building fund is always active. Yo, church, when I tell you the tea is hot, and that's just the churches I went to. You don't even want to know the churches my sister went to, my friends been to. Crazy. That's all I'm going to say.
We on part 3. And last week's comments of my video pertaining to, I think it was part 2, we're talking about a lot of the issues of the marriage versus the church and stuff. And boy, I was pleasantly surprised. Actually, I didn't realize so many people had these experiences with Christ Embassy. You know, I might just do a separate video on that later, because I have seen, anytime I've seen a video where people are calling them out, you go into comments and the Christ Embassy folk be dragging the mess out of the creator who made that video or whatever. But on this occasion, when I looked at my comment section, if I'll be honest, I think 99%, probably even 100% from what I've seen so far, were people who was giving their own accounts, or from people that they knew, or, you know, just their feedback of the African church in general and how it affects our life. Like, honestly, we're in different times now. A lot of people are waking up, okay? There's a lot of people who are really standing in their truth. They can see the cult-like mentality and everything, and we'll discuss that for another day. But today's video, we're going to talk about the big thing. I think the main thing, when you peel all the layers of the banana back, okay, or away, this was the main catalyst that led to my divorce. My weight.
I knew
and we're
it.
going to get into it. Okay. I would say one of the biggest things that people immediately associate me with, and it's always been like that my whole life, is my weight. You know, where I be described, I'll be like, oh, this the fat girl, or they'll be like, oh, the big girl. Like, there's never any other quality of me that people, you know, particularly say, like, not even, oh, the dark-skinned girl, or, you know, the brown-skinned girl, or, you know, the short girl. I don't know. They would immediately just describe the fat girl. And honestly, my weight has been something that I've struggled with my whole life from childhood. I was bullied and I've had a lot of trauma, even as a teenager. As a teenager, I even had a lot of predators and men prey on me. And again, I would associate that with my bigness, because they would say things like, you're fat and you're nice. And a lot of it was actually Caribbean men, weirdly enough. Rarely ever like an uncle or anything. And I don't know if it's because of where I grew up, because I grew up in Hull in northwest London. And so that's an area that has a lot of West Indian men. And again, associated with traumas from a childhood, I have been sexually assaulted as a teen. I have been raped as a teen.
Oh my
and
God.
it's always linked back to the fact that I was a big person and men just took advantage of my vulnerability and the fact that I was young. And
that happens quite a lot. Man, she went through a lot of trauma. I really hope that she's healing, y'all. I hope that she has gone to therapy. She really needs it, especially with the trauma she's been through.
See, my objective in life has always been to lose weight so that this trauma and this abuse stops from not just being name called, but also being abused from it. And I knew that when I got the opportunity to...
Hold on, y'all. I got to take a bio break. We're not going to watch the whole thing, this one, but we'll just hear the main part of when she lost weight, and then I'm going to skip through and go to the next part, which is the paperwork visa one. All right, I'll be right back, y'all. I got to take a bio break real quick.
Lose the weight in a way where it will be gone for good so that I can somewhat live a life that is worth living. I met my ex and I was on a diet, okay? I shared this in part 1. I was on a Cambridge diet, and after I had my first child, I was a size 22. That was the largest I went to. And then I lost weight myself via the Cambridge diet. I had a consultant in Brixton. Some of you, if you've ever done the Cambridge diet, you'll know him because his videos used to do really well back in the day. He actually sadly passed away years ago. He did unalive himself, which was tragic, but he was an amazing mentor and stuff. His girlfriend also ran the weight loss business with him. And I remember coming in for my very last consultation, and I said to her, unfortunately, I'm not going to come back again after this. I'm getting married soon. And she was like, well, if you're getting married, hello, let's do this. And we get you down the aisle, hello. Well, it's a bit different because my partner actually doesn't want me to be slimmer.
He says he loves me as I am. And if anything, I really need to stop dieting. And she said to me, who is your man? Like, where did this come from? And I said, well, he's a minister in the church. And she did chops one. She chopped so, it's as if to say, you know, when you have a blackboard and you go, I would never forget how her chops when she kissed her teeth so loud when I said that. And she's like, so you're going to stop your weight loss that you've been doing so well at for all of these months because you're getting married to a minister. You're going to lose yourself. Like, she went off on one and her man was like, you need to stop because this is her personal story. I remember the dynamic between the two. She was a lot more, and he was more calm with the women and stuff. And so I went down the aisle a size 22. Oh, yes, I got back to that. And you know the honeymoon phases, everybody's eating. We'll go out for restaurants, and I will pay. Obviously, I will take him out to eat. And I will cook as well if we're at home. And I got bigger. And so by the time I went down the aisle, I was a size 22. And I looked cute, you know, a little voluptuous bride and all of that. As the years went on, I would say over the course of my marriage, it was always me battling with my weight. Before I get into that, let's just talk about our community, okay? And the African community as it is, where it pertains to matters to do with weight and all of that nature. So historically, I think a lot of us know that a lot of African communities, they associated being robust or being big. I'm not even just African communities. The Henry VIII days, okay? You associated wealth with, or being big with wealth. You know, if you're bigger, that means you have enough money to feed yourself. If you're skinnier, perhaps you're deemed as not being able to afford some dinner. So you'll be, you know, classified as a lower class citizen. And so that mentality is something that I would say he has. Okay, the bigger you are is healthier. You look and appear that you have stature, and it's confusing. Do you know why? Because as a community as well, we tease each other. We call each other fatty bum bum. We call each other, what's it again? Obolo in Ghana, that's what you call each other. I even seen a new one, they're saying obolo twin. I've never even heard of that one, but some guy on Instagram was saying obolo twin is where you literally, like, you are next level of fatness that you can't even be redeemed. Can you imagine? And here we are laughing at it and stuff. But then in the other breath, there's the mentality that if you're bigger, you're actually wealthier. It's just a bit confusing. That was the mindset of him, okay? So every time I wanted to lose weight, he would constantly say, oh, don't go too small, mommy. You look beautiful. I want a big mama. Keep on eating. My brother's wife, do you not see how she's a big woman and people respect her? And Sister Dare, you see these big women, people respect them. And so he wanted me to be like a big auntie. And I'm so sorry. It's like, this isn't funny, but I have to laugh. It's just weird, okay? It's just a weird situation. He wanted me to get bigger. When I did my video that went viral on Instagram, Marriage versus Divorce, the comments of people coming for me, oh, you should have done it in your marriage. Meanwhile, you don't understand, girl. Like, he wanted me bigger, so I went bigger. And that is something that we should never do. At the end of the day, my goal and my objective was to lose weight, to save myself, to save my health, to take myself from the trauma that I kept on being reminded by from all of the things that I encountered as a child. And so the fact that here is somebody loving that, is it really love, or was there another agenda behind that? Because
hold on, I'll be right back. I just have to put I'll be right back. 2 minutes, y'all. 2 minutes.
I believe there was, and we'll get onto that in a moment. You know, the mindset of being bigger as healthier is absurd. And I do know a lot of old school people have that mindset, including him, obviously. Take, for example, we obviously share a child and we have a co-parenting arrangement. Obviously, he's full-time with me. In fact, he's 95% in my care, you guys. That's just the truth. But when he does go over to Father's for the weekend or for the week, if that ever happens, he'll go back how I've left him, you know, and then he comes back a little plumpier. And each time he'll go and come back, I'll be like, what's going on? You got a little baby back here, little man boobs, baby boy, what's going on? There was this one time where he did come back and I was like, hell no. As a mother, it's my responsibility to obviously look after my child. I think it's our responsibility as a parent, obviously. But I have really learned how to manage my food post-weight loss surgery. You know, eating smaller portions, etc., etc. Especially as a child, there's a certain way that the portion sizes that works for him. And our daily routine, we walk to and from school, okay? 10-minute walk there, 10-minute walk back. Our daily routine consists of, you know, a lot of daily walking, even in the park.
I'm back. My bad, y'all.
He goes skating.
Okay, so what she said, I heard her while I was in the restroom. What she said about being bigger in certain countries is factual. I'll just say that.
He goes swimming. I keep the boy active and I keep his meals nice. Like, not to say he's being deprived. Of course, he gets a little snack. You can't barely walk fast, and his school. Oh, it is healthy. It is healthy to be like this. So I sat down my child and I will even ask him questions like, what do you eat when you go there? I don't mean to make this about food, because I'm also not trying to put trauma on this child that he has to be obsessive with his eating. I want him to learn that lifestyle is based on maintenance, okay? A healthy lifestyle is based on, I don't know. And so for a while, we were going back and forth about the weight loss surgery. I actually had been approved by the NHS, which is a big thing. I had a consultation, several.
Yeah, I heard NHS takes a while, so it is a big thing.
GP, then they took me for appointments at the hospital, and I was on the waiting list to get that surgery done free of charge. Do you know why? Because I was in such a state with my weight that they were offering this to me for free. That's very rare in this country. Bear in mind, you guys, that this was pre-pandemic though, because things change now. But that was it for me. I didn't have diabetes. I didn't have any obese-related
She was literally
diseases,
right there a few minutes ago.
but because I literally ticked all the boxes that they were going to give me this thing on the NHS. And I remember us going to these consultations, and he would literally be saying to the consultant, I hope she doesn't lose too much weight and stuff like that. Oh yeah. And so there was a debate. And I had to
But then it comes down to, again, culture and expectations.
women. Before my Jamaican pastor became a Pastor Tyrone. But yes, I spoke to her about on the cards in my mind. But since
Hold on, she married again? Is that
she
what I'm
said
hearing?
it, I said, okay. You know, I went away. I prayed on it. I pondered over it. I very soon after that went to visit my pastor at the time, and this time we had a church in the area we were living in. To this day, that's my favorite church I've ever attended. If I move back there, I will go there. Maybe. I'm not really into church these days at all, but it's a great community place. And my pastor was a white woman. Before my Jamaican pastor became the Pastor Tyrone. But yes, I spoke to her about a few of these things, or a lot of these things, and she said to me, Chanel, I am an advocate for marriage. If you look in the ministry, all you see is couples, and it's so true. The church was filled of really beautiful Christian marriage.
And this is where she should have gone from the beginning. This is exactly where you should have been from the beginning. Take this as a cautionary tale. That's exactly where you should have gone, personally
Christian
speaking.
families. There was rarely any single mothers at this church, if I'm being honest.
But even if there was, what's the problem? You see, you said that right here. Red flag, that's a problem. Continuing.
And she herself, her partner, her husband, who was the pastor, passed on. And so she was holding the church up at that point. And she said, Chanel, I am a huge advocate for marriage as a Christian woman. But with what you're telling me right now, honey, I would slip you the details of this lawyer. Do what you got to do. I swear. This was my pastor advising me to divorce. He does not want to let go of this marriage at all. But it's weird because you're the one who said that I should go to marry and divorce you the next day. You know, it's funny, and why I said that words are powerful, because bang on a year after that, to the date, and I have even all the evidence to prove that.
We don't need it, sis. We don't need it.
We had the final dissolution from the court to confirm that our marriage had been dissolved.
Okay.
He was the one that declared he wanted that divorce and wanted it a year from then, even without me wanting or thinking that's what I was going to do. But it's so interesting that a year on from that, that's where we got the actual divorce papers finally sealed and signed from the...
All right, signed, sealed, delivered. All right, where's the pregnancy of papers? We skip until death do us. Oh, is there something in here that I need to know? Skipping.
Miscommunicated. I don't know. People are seeing things in a different light, including myself. But I wanted to specifically talk about death doing us part, because I guess that's the only way, oh boy, was willing to let me go. Let's talk about it. This part of the story, as I said, is very, very hard for me to share. In fact, me even putting myself in a very vulnerable state and kind of reliving these tragic and traumatic events is difficult for me. But I know my purpose and what God has called me here to do on my platform, raising awareness to women who have been abused, or are being abused in their homes, in their matrimonial homes, and not recognizing or ignoring the signs of something that can ultimately lead to her demise. So it was the year of 2020, and this is the year that the world stopped. Okay. At this point, I actually had left Christ Embassy, and everything about this ministry at this point just irritated me and made me cringe. I did not want to see a rhapsody of realities again. I did not want to hear a Pastor Chris. I didn't even want to listen to Sinach, and I love Sinach. And shout out to that still so at home, able to do my rent, which bear in mind he had about 100 quid a month. We were living in London, so penny. He continued to pay the rent, which bear in mind we were living in a council flat in London, so our rent wasn't really that expensive. It wasn't even about.
It's council flat, like affordable housing. That's what I'm thinking.
500 quid a month. We were living a dream life. I don't even know why I'm still not there, but hey, what has happened has happened now, isn't it? But I put the full mortgage down payment down for the property, and following that, I paid all the mortgage. Yeah, hats off to me. I'm that girl. Come on, look at you, masculine energy.
Girl, you was gonna be paying for it anyway. He broke. I don't understand what the. Sis, it's not like it was an option. It was a necessity. If you wanted that house, you had to pay for it. He couldn't, and he was telling you to get bigger.
Anywho, also, so as you know, when you're applying for a mortgage, there's so many things that you have to bring forward, documents, your ID and stuff like that. And as for me, obviously I'm British citizen. For him, he didn't have a British citizenship.
I knew it. Yeah, of course he didn't. Okay, so that checks. Good. Her parents failed her, except her daddy. Her daddy didn't fail her. He tried to warn her. Your mama was about to walk you down the aisle. Your mama needs to come to the front and get her sense knocked into her ass. Red flag. Your mama is the problem. But actually, to be honest with you, both of y'all the problem. Your daddy tried. Rest his soul. He did try, so I can't even drag him.
To get a visa. I paid the full fee for the visa.
Of course
because
you
I
did.
needed to speed up the process of this mortgage, because other than that, the sellers of the house wanted to sell the property to someone else. And
you couldn't do it as a single person? I'm confused. I'm in confusion. Oh, because they both had to buy it together. You couldn't find another house, though? Yikes. On a bike. Like, this is worse. It gets worse and worse, sis. You really didn't have to do this. No, now I gotta give a red flag. You didn't have to do this. Seriously. You knew all that happened, and then you still paid for his visa. I have no words, y'all. Just because he wanted a house? Are there not that many houses in the UK? If you live in the UK, well, you're probably sleeping right now. I know I'm in kind of late. If you're in the replay, shout out to Replay Gang. If you're from the UK, please let me know if you guys do not have houses, like if it's hard to get into the housing market. Even if it is, I don't care if I gotta wait 10 years. I am not buying a house with no bum. I would have never first of all, marrying a bum. Not with this frontal lobe, but I get it. You know, everybody has a different experience, so I gotta be honest. But at the same time, after all the stuff he did, this shouldn't have even been a conversation. I think at that point you should have woken up and just be like, you know what? Charge it to the game. But nope, you just kept pushing along, didn't you? The little engine that could. This is very sad.
And I just needed to nail it in. So I was like, you know what? Please pay me
I
back
almost
for
skipped this
buying
part.
your visa. And to this day, I have not seen a penny. But let's continue. So, as I said, documents have to come and stuff like that. And you know, up until this point, I had never seen his bank statements, or I've never seen any of his finances ever. The entire marriage. At this point, it was year 6 of the marriage. Every time I asked...
Red flag! Wait, what? I'm sorry, no. I love your head. Okay, let me start off positively. I love your headscarf, sis. I love the weave. Is it wig or weave? I don't know which one it is. Is that a lace front? I'm not sure. I love the color. You look very, very beautiful. Your background's nice. You're glowing. The weight loss is looking good on you. But you went 6 years without seeing your man's finances. This is a you problem, sis. That's the problem right here. At this point, I'm sorry. You cannot know.
Stuff like that. And, you know, up until this point, I had never seen his bank statements, or I've never seen any of his finances ever. the entire marriage. At this point, it was year 6 of the marriage. Every time I asked, like,
So
of his
y'all don't
account-
file taxes together? Was he? Did he not have? He didn't have papers. Like, how do you not know? I find this very hard to believe. I find it very hard to believe. Red flag again. Dom and I have separate bank accounts. I've been told you that we are proponents of that. We do have a joint account for savings and for investments, but everything else is separately, right? And then we just kind of like, whatever, split it, whatever. Not 50-50. Get out of here with that. But yeah, we have like different funds for different things, right? And Dom, he and I file income taxes together because we're married. So in Canada, and I'm pretty sure UK works the same, once you're married, you file joint income taxes. So how is it possible for you never to see his bank statements if you're filing joint income taxes? I find that very difficult to believe. Do you have to file joint taxes if married UK? Okay, I didn't know that. Marriage or civil partnership opens up several tax benefits, but the UK doesn't have joint taxation. You're still taxed as individuals. If you need to file, each partner submits their own self-assessment return. Okay, all right. You were spared, but still, you should know how the hell or what the hell he's bringing in. Let me find this out. This don't make no damn sense. In Canada, you must file joint. Even if you're common law, even if you're not married, if you've been living together for 1 year, you've been shacking up, you better file your taxes together. Or Uncle, we don't have an Uncle Sam. I'm going to call him something. Uncle Winnipeg is going to come get you. Yeah, I don't know how it works in the UK. This is craziness. I did not know that. For us, we must do it together. It's a mandatory thing. Like, you can't get away from it. So I guess the UK is different. But still, you should know his income, sis. That's crazy work. You didn't even see no financials. You didn't care. You didn't care at all. What if he was stealing money? You wouldn't even know. This is craziness.
Lots of stuff. I was declined. And it will end up in argument, so I'll just leave it. He never shared anything to do with that with me, ever. These are the things I want to advise us ladies who are in marriages that we need to be careful of. I obviously...
No, don't advise us nothing. Advise yourself. No skipping, because y'all ain't that dumb. I'm so sorry. I refuse to believe you guys will be that naive. I know y'all not. We skipping through this.
And we're here sending lump sums via Western Union to where? Not this country.
Hold on, what he did? Wait, what?
Slaving, doing video of a lump sum. I saw on the statement of him, I saw in the statement coming from him that a lump sum was paid to Western Union. Oh yeah, a lump sum. And at this point, I had been slaving, doing video after video, campaign after campaign, brand deal after brand deal, saving up all the money for this house deposit. And we're here sending lump sums via Western Union to where? Not this country. Oh, that's right, it's in Nigeria.
You got another wife?
To Nigeria. And I'm like, wow, what the actual F? Where is this going to?
But you know, that's common when you marry somebody from another country where this occurs. Haitians are the same. That's why you got to find somebody who's equally aligned to you. Because my mama would send money to her peoples every paycheck without fail. Even now, all her folks in Haiti, they get the paycheck. They get some of it. My mama is very rich. She asked us to do it. Well, she asked my sister now. And then eventually it'll come to me, Lord. But yeah, she's been sending transfers for the longest. It's an expectation. Did you not know this, Chanel? Your peoples ain't tell you this. And it's not just African diaspora. Filipinos, heavy. Indians, heavy. Who else be sending transfers? Jamaicans, anyone in the Caribbean, Trinidadians, Haitians, Dominicans, me Latinos, Latinas, they do it all the time. My Mexicanos, everybody. That's how it goes. That's why Western Union makes so much bank. And MoneyGram, Western Union, now PayPal has it. Everybody has it. But at one point, it was just MoneyGram and PayPal. MoneyGram and Western Union. That's why they have all those countries listed of where they can send money to, is because it's an obligation for people who live in, less, I guess, fortunate countries, or I don't even like to call it third world. Like, they just don't live in the Western world. So once you're in the Western world, they think you have money. They act like you don't have taxes and bills, and everybody expects, and it's an expectation that your money is going to go a long way over there. So that you just gotta send money and take care of folks. That's what it is. I even told my mama, I was like, look, I don't know what's going to happen the day that you pass, because we all got to pass, but I hope that the people that you were supporting, they do not come knocking up my door. I have one cousin, my uncle's daughter. I mean, I love my uncle and all, but yeah, I don't pick up phone calls for that reason. She kept hitting me up like, hey, cuz, hey, coos, red. I left her on red. Because I know what time it is. As soon as you send one transfer, it's going to be an obligation. I'm not sending you no money. No. Because then you're going to start expecting me to send everything. And every day you're going to call me, oh, my daughter needs this, my son needs this. Nope. I'm sorry if I sound so callous, but it's because, well, maybe now it's a little different because of the economy and stuff. But they've been like that even when the economy was good. And if you don't teach people how to fish, some people, I know certain people, like, they are on survival. So I get it. I'm not discouraging anyone to send money, but I'm just saying you got to assess the situation. Because sometimes they are living off of your money and they don't want to get help. They don't want to do better. And that was what was happening for the longest time. Sending money over there, nobody's getting an education, nobody's doing what they're saying they're supposed to do. And then when the trouble times come, which is now, then everybody's strapped for cash. You can't really send what you want to send, and then they expect you to keep sending. And when you got bills to pay over here, I'm so sorry. Red flag. No. You better teach them that.
And so we have a horrible, thunderous dispute over it, obviously. My mom gets involved because I call her and I'm like, man, are you that? I call even his brother. I'm like, I can't believe this is what he's doing. What is going on? And then the final person I called was
his wife,
Christ Embassy Luton, a pastor, because I knew that he looks up to him. We kept on talking about this big man, and yes, and I was like, okay. You know, I didn't actually include in my last video how much the Christ Embassy pastors themselves, they idolize each other and their looks and appearance. I understand you want to be inspired by, people's looks and stuff. Oh, baby. They all had their hair relaxed because that's how his hair. Because why on earth, as a bloke, are you relaxing your hair? One day he came home and he was like, I'm going to do my hair like Pastor Chris. I said, over my dead body. Toflakwa, as you people say.
You never heard of a Jerry curl? They used to get, y'all never heard of Soul Glow? Y'all remember in the Coming to America, just let your soul glow. Men are getting relaxers. You never heard of the texturizer, the male texturizer?
Because how? So I spoke to this particular pastor and I said, this has happened. Do you know what he said to me?
He said,
sister, calm down. I know what is happening here. It's so simple. It's because you no longer attend the church. You're no longer in Christ Embassy. So what do you expect? You have to come back to the church. I said, a lump sum has gone to this place and I am here slaving to, and you're telling me it's happening like that because I'm not in the church anymore? And you know what else smacks it? This was around the time of Nicole Fear's passing. If you guys remember Nicole Fear, my beautiful baby sister, please do.
I remember her. Was she the one who had complications of her pregnancy? It was a very sad story, y'all. I think I remember her. It's very sad. She had, I think she had complained of something and then she passed away at the hospital and the doctors didn't really do what they were supposed to do. Very sad story.
Remind us in the comments. Nicole Fear passed away on 11th of July, 2020. I'll never forget the date because I actually spoke to her the day before. And I believe it's to do with complications to do with her pregnancy.
It was that. Yeah, I remember that. Hold on, y'all. I didn't realize it was lagging like this. Give me a second. Yeah, Nicole Thea, I remember when she passed. Very sad, y'all. Like, she was literally due. Like, it was just, yeah. Whew. Sad situation. The same situation happens in the UK that happens in the US with not taking black women seriously. The black maternal rate, death rate, pregnant related to what is it called? Black maternal mortality. Yeah, black maternal mortality rate is high in the UK too. I wonder why. You already know.
She and her child passed. So it was a few days after that, or at least within the week. And I had put her profile picture on my WhatsApp status. So when I called this pastor, do you know what he said? I can tell the type of person you are. I mean, look at you. You've got your whole stomach showing in your belly, you're on your profile picture. This man was judging me. Until I said, what are you talking about? Oh, I can tell you're one of those English girls. That's what he said, you know. And I said, wait a second. That is my baby sister, and she has just died. And that was her pregnancy photo shoot. So what are you implying? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know. Yeah, Christ Embassy. Mrs. Church, you know. Sorry, no. Oh my God, even the tree has to come, because at this point, we are fed up. The people are fed up. Because how dare you? I'm mourning my sister's loss, and you don't know who she is. You assume it's me, and you judge me, the type of person I am. Anyway, let's continue. Anyway, we moved to our beautiful abode. Remember, I did the house tour and boom, boom, boom.
You did?
Every single thing, down to the fork in the kitchen. I remember me and my mum, we went to IKEA and I spent over £400 on even the kitchen stuff alone.
We're going to wrap this up, y'all. We got to get to the citizenship part of it all. I'm tired. I'm exhausted. I don't think there's anything more that we need to learn about this. This is craziness to me.
Come to even the furniture, the beds.
IKEA, he'll be lucky if I buy something from the dollar store. Red flag, you see, she's doing too much. It was to keep up with the image, y'all. That's all it was, because the fronting for YouTube, it'll get you every time.
The vases. I even done a beautiful fireplace. Do you guys remember my old house?
Not you reminiscing.
Top 5-star quality.
She's reminiscing about that house.
Didn't ramp with that. You guys know I love my interior design.
Please don't tell me he got half of the house. What happened?
And every bit of that.
He burned that house
my
down?
hard work. And so it got to the point where I would walk around this house and say, you know what, I did that. I did this.
Why is he living
is
in
mine.
there?
And so as day by day goes by, and I'm becoming more angrier and frustrated and exhausted, and the
I'm
dynamics
exhausted
are
too,
getting
sis.
severe. And we're arguing over the children's heads. Emmanuel gets distressed. AJ's shocked. And I'm just like, I cannot raise my children in this. This isn't healthy. This is not a healthy marriage. I want out. And there was this one night, it was a week actually, we were all in the house and my mom had stayed over for that week. And there was constant rows back and forth. And honestly, my mum obviously was sick of it. There was this one particular time that it was so severe. My mum said, I'm not going to sleep tonight. I am not going to sleep tonight because the way he looked at you, he could have killed you. There's something up. He wants to do something bad to you, Chanel. And she kept on begging to me, Chanel, shut up. Because I won't lie, I was so angry that I could not even give respect. Because what is this? How am I in this? And when I'm asking you to just leave me alone, you don't want to go. At this point, I'm angry. Angry! That night, I was on the phone with my manager. It was about past 1 a.m. My mum was sat by the stairs. She didn't sleep the whole night. She said, what I saw him do to you, I don't want to go to sleep and wake up and see that my daughter's gone. And so I'm not sleeping tonight. And then the next day, the argument continued. I said I was on the phone with my manager at the time. She heard the entire argument. She didn't even want to get off the phone because I had told her what was happening and how physically threatening it was and how he was.
Nobody thought to call the police? See, in this situation, you gotta call the cops. I am so sorry. I understand, it's a black man and all this stuff, but hell, F that. F all that. I know in the UK you can't have firearms, but at this point, you're gonna have to carry a switch. Not a switch, no, you don't have. You're gonna have to use a pocket knife or something and call the cops. I'm being dead serious. You gotta do something at this point. Nobody thought you gotta call the cops, yo.
And so everyone was just scared for me. And the next day, my mum was due to go back to London, and she said, "You are coming out of this house. If I have to drag you, not me, him.
Good for
if I have
mom.
to drag you
Good for
back to
mama.
London with me, I will have to do that
Good.
then. Because there's no
Finally.
way I'm going to turn my back and hear that I have to bury my daughter next week."
Finally, she woke up, and I'm happy that her mom did that. It's definitely not a safe environment.
Because you have done something to her. So with every bit of convincing in the world, eventually he packed his bags and he went to London with my mum. And he stayed away from me for 6 months. And within that time...
Oh, she took the man to... Wait, she took the husband to London? Wait, what? I thought she was talking about the daughter. Wait a minute.
Next day, my mum was due to go back to London, and she said, "You are coming out of this house. If I have to drag you, not me, him. If I have to drag you back to London with me, I will have to do that then. Because there's no way I'm going to turn my back and hear that I have to bury my daughter next week because you have done something to her." So with every bit of convincing in the world, eventually he packed his bags and he went to London with my mum. And he stayed away from me for 6 months.
He stayed at your mama's house. Is that what I'm understanding? Please do explain.
And within that time, we were mediating, we were trying to do whatever. And he did eventually come back home. Whilst I thought that things would get better, it actually eventually, again, at first it was like, okay, but nothing had changed. He hadn't changed, and I obviously hadn't changed either. And so daily,
I mean, it's only been
it became
6 months.
such a hostile place to stay. It got to a point where I didn't even stay in my house. I hated being at home. This beautiful house I built, how much money I had been paying for it, how much I had spent on it. I didn't even want to be in the house. And so I would spend...
See, you could have done all of that on your own. You paid for all of it anyways. He was dead weight. I'm so confused about this because I could understand if you didn't have enough money and he had to support you and you wanted to stay in your house. You literally built the house brick by brick. That's what it sounded like. And you built everything in the whole life. You bought everything. Why did you bring that raggedy man in the house? Red flag. Kick his ass out. And your mama had to be the one to kick his ass out. This don't make no damn sense. I am so sorry. But I feel bad for her for having to go through that turmoil. But sis, you could have kicked him out a long time. He ain't paid nothing.
Nights
Come on
in London
now.
with my mum. I would spend nights with London with my friends. He would accuse me of going to a man's or cheating. Whereas I'll blatantly say, it's not that. Oh. In fact, I would love to do that. If it means to get you out, if it means that Bible verse will get you out of my life, then let me do that.
But you paid for his visa. That could have done it real quick for you. You paid for everything. And you let him in the house, so now he got squatter rights. Girl.
But rather, I'm finding peace and solitude in my mother's house or staying at friend's house. I don't want to be here. And you don't want to leave. I begged and begged and begged. I will send listings and I will say, here, go and rent somewhere because this isn't working.
You can't do that. He got I'm telling you, I'm not even trying to be funny. He got squatter rights, y'all. Which means, and you paid for his visa and you married him. So what that means is that you can't just kick him out like that. You are responsible for him, sis. What's the undertaking in the UK? Visa sponsorship undertaking. UK. For 5 years, y'all. 5 years. 5 years. You can't just kick him out like that. Immigration gonna tag that ass and be like, remember this document you signed when you sponsored your husband or wife? Well, they better not come asking us for welfare. You are going to foot the bill. This has happened in Canada so many times where like a couple, like the husband or wife will, they get to Canada, they haul ass. And then they go live with somebody else and you are footing the bill for them because they get on welfare. They trying to get on welfare and the welfare will accept them, but guess who's going to pay it back? You are. I don't get why people don't get that. Like, it's really sad. So, and then not only that, but you gave him the visa. See, that would have been different if you didn't, you would have still had to do the undertaking, but then you literally gave him the ammunition. Like, here you go. And then you moved him into your house. You didn't even lock the doors, nothing. He like an alley cat. He was staying he's a squatter. So, yeah, he got squatter rights. There's nothing you could do. Them cops would have took his ass right back to you. unless you could prove that it was an abusive relationship. And even then, there's not much they can do. That's why I say you got to protect yourself and arm yourself and do self-defense and do whatever you need to do to get rid of that man.
You've come back. It was cute for a little bit. It's gone back to what it is. It's chaotic. Nobody is happy. We have to end this. He didn't want to go. He did not want to leave.
It's within his rights to
And then
stay,
there
y'all.
was this one very scary night. And we were in the kitchen and we were rowing. And behind me was something. And whilst we were at each other's throats, his eyes looked at that something and then looked at me.
Oh,
I didn't even know what it was. I turned around and it was knives. Blood. It was knives. And I said, what the fuck are you looking at that for? Do you want to stab me? What are you looking at that for? I don't know how the argument ended. I believed I walked away because at that point I knew that I was in severe danger.
Don't do that, y'all. Walk with your back towards the door. Like, walk backwards. Because that's how they'll get you, is the sneak attack. You have to see your enemy at all times. You have to see your threat at all times. You better be vigilant. And do not sleep in that house. I hope she packed her stuff up and left. And even then, it's so dangerous, y'all. That's why I said just call. But even calling the cops, you gonna have to. At that point, you gotta learn to be. You gotta survive, man. You gotta do what you can. So this is why it's good to be proactive before it gets to that point. And I don't want to victim blame. So I get it. She didn't think it was gonna get to that extent. So I will give her grace for that. But for the rest of everyone else, including myself, self-defense. I took some self-defense courses, y'all, so I know how to take somebody down. If I have to, I will. And I would implore all of you guys to take self-defense as well. Or at least some tactic. Like, I did a use of force training for a job, so I know how to take people down. I know how to tackle people. But I do want to take more self-defense about, like, pressure points. That's what I'm going to start signing up for. Because I saw one recently, like a jiu-jitsu class, and it looked really interesting by my job. So I'm going to try to see if I could sign up for that, like, once a week or something. But, yeah, please learn self-defense, y'all. You're going to have to, especially dealing with demonic people. And even if you don't even if it's not somebody in your house, it could be somebody on the outside. You always need to learn how to protect yourself at all times. But yes, please do not ever turn your back and walk away with your back turned with a threat in front of you. It's not neutralized. It's actually the worst thing that you could ever do. So walk with your back, like, backwards, and make sure your eyes are everywhere at all times.
But I now know that I'm really dealing with a mad person, so I just got to watch my back. Because you know what, up until that point, I didn't actually realise how severe it was, you know. I was like, my mum, you're being dramatic. What do you mean your daughter's going to die? I'm going to be fine. My manager was like, Chanel, I'm scared. People around me could see all of the signs, except for me. But
Get
all
therapy.
I knew is I wanted out because it just wasn't healthy. And it wasn't something that I wanted to stay in. He ignored me and ignored me and ignored me. You know when someone just deliberately goes silent and I'm begging and I'm saying, you've got to go. You've got to go. Why didn't I leave? Good question. You know, I never grew up with anything or much. I wouldn't say anything. My parents tried their best, but I didn't grow up with anything. I didn't grow up with much. All I know is everything I had worked hard up until that point is what I owned.
But you was gonna die in your house, so what is it worth? Everything I owned is what I gotta be honest. Sometimes people don't. You gotta talk straight when we're talking about serious things like these. I gotta give it to you straight, no chaser. It's either your house that cannot save you, or your life, and you have children. The house was not worth it. I promise you. You leaving was worth more. For your kids, at least. Because if you're going to be that delusional, then you're going to be delusional on your own. But those kids did not deserve it. Those babies did not deserve to have to go through that. So even off of the strength of them, there should not have even been a conversation of whether you could stay or leave. Because you said he was violent. You said that he looked at the knives. That should have been your cue that this is it. Fight or flight mode. But you still thinking about the house. And I don't hear you thinking about the kids. Red flag. And mind you, this is coming from somebody who is childless. Ain't that crazy? At some point, your mother instinct gotta kick in. And if you don't have it and you have children, well, it's too late. You should have developed it before, and you're going to have to learn how to develop it. There's no excuses. Kids do not deserve to be in this situation. They didn't put themselves there. So the least you could have done is do it for your kids, at least.
The house, everything's in it. In fact, that was my workplace. This is where I create content. This is where I was doing those fashion.
Who cares? You could have a mic and talk anywhere. You could literally have your phone and film outside right now and do an update and say, y'all, I had to get out. Da, 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 da. Come on now. This don't make no damn sense. I'm sorry. I can't vibe with this part. I'm so sorry. Because you was going to have, okay, you're just lucky it didn't end up that way. This could have been a whole nother story. Your materials are not going to follow you in the casket. Because that's where you were headed. If he was indeed going to do what you said he was going to do, you would have been headed first class to the casket. And then who was going to get that house? Nobody could afford it to keep up with it. Them kids would have been left without you and the house and their father. Get out of here with that. Come on, man. We got to do better, y'all. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. And I get it. It takes an abuse victim a lot of times to leave. However, it's like at a certain point, the mother instincts gotta kick in, y'all. I just cannot see and fathom the fact that you can let your kids live in this kind of environment and you didn't think once to get them out of there. That's your priority. Now, if you want to stay, you won't stay. You get to decide what you want to do. But the outcome wouldn't have been good for you either way. But at least spare the kids from this. This is craziness.
You know, I'm like, oh, Chanel, we want fashion halls back and stuff. I don't have a place to do fashion halls. No. That was my place. I only knew. I should have left, though.
Yes.
But let me continue because I just don't want to go off on a tangent here. So it was kind of the option that I only knew.
I didn't even hear you talk about your kids once. This is wild, y'all.
Yeah. So it was a Saturday. And I remember it like yesterday because I was meant to go meet one of my girls for lunch in Ealing. So I woke up early, but you know, I had this, I truly want you out of this house because we can't do this anymore. Of course, he continues to ignore me. I got so mad, I went to pick up a chunk of his clothes to pack it for him. Because I said, if you're not going to go, I'm going to pack this.
Like this is going to resolve a conflict. Like seriously, all I'm going to say is this. Please learn how to communicate and de-escalate situations. It is something we all have to work on, and I will implore you to do so, especially if you plan on living with somebody, whether it be a spouse or not. This is not the way to de-escalate a situation, is by touching somebody else's items. That's actually a way to further escalate the situation. You do not want to do that, especially in a tense environment. And I'm not saying that doing what they and complying is going to help you out, but at least you got to try everything to save yourself and your kids. This is not going to help to fan the flame. I mean, to extinguish the flames. It's going to fan the flames. Don't touch his shit. Leave him be. You leave with your kids. He can't even afford the mortgage. He can't afford anything. He's going to leave regardless. He can't live there. Unfortunately, though, the mindset was he was too immature at that point. The mindset was gone. Unfortunately. Thinking about YouTube and not your children. Like, come on, man. Like, this is craziness. I don't know. I don't think I can watch this anymore, y'all. This is crazy. I just want to get to the visa part and be done. At this point, I don't know. I mean, maybe I'm being insensitive, but when children are involved, I have no sympathy. My sympathy goes out the window. Because at some point, your children should be the main goal, but then you're thinking so much about him, and that's very, again, male. We talked about male-centered mothers yesterday. This is a pure example right here. You are so focused on him and getting a reaction out of him that you're not thinking about them two babies that need you and that are having to deal with this. Ego. That's the problem. It is going to get you every time. Who cares about what he does? Who cares if he stays in this house? You can stay here all you want. You can't even afford the rent anyways. You going to get, trust me. He will leave eventually. Let him win. But nope, you got to be the winner. Why? I do not know. I still don't, for the life of me, understand what's going on here.
Stuff for you, and you're going to leave. So when I went into the room to grab his clothes, he grabbed it out of my hands, and we were at the top of the stairs. And this was scary because if you remember how my landing was, and then the central staircase, he was, and I was trying to fight back, scratching him up, ripped up his, I was getting in my Hulls and Stonebridge kicks in you. Come on, girls. I was trying to. It's very hard when you're small and he's a big man. Then he took his phone and started to record me.
Of course he did.
And he said, I'm going to record you and put it on social media and it will destroy your career. Let me tell you something. Do you know he said that many times before? If I record you now and put all your followers will see who you are. So I was threatened with that for a long time. But that day, he was actually recording me. And it was so heated that I was so angry. And I went to grab his phone. He wouldn't let me have the phone. Eventually, I managed to get the phone and I wanted to run out the house with the phone. He obviously chased me. And I found myself on the floor. I found myself on the floor by the playroom downstairs. And he had me in a headlock and he was strangling me. And guess what, you guys? AJ was standing right there and watching everything.
We all knew that. I said that. This is why every time you do something, there has to have an intention. You cannot just react off of how you feel. When you have kids, you owe them that. You brought them into this damn fucked up world that we live in. The least you could do is think about them when you're making a decision. And again, I am not trying to say that if she had complied, everything would be okay, but hell, you got to do what you got to do to save your life. Taking up his stuff and trying to get a reaction out of him, I promise you, it is never going to end well, no matter who it is. That's across the board, especially with somebody who does not like you. Leave him where he's at and go. And now you want to think of your kids when they're in your face? This is sad. And I'm really sad to hear this because there's no reason why that baby should have seen that in the first place. He was gone for 6 months. There was ample time to get your stuff and go. And unfortunately, you didn't. And sadly, but thankfully, nothing else happened to you that I think. But goodness, this is crazy.
I was so terrified. And all I could think is, I'm going to die in front of my child. All I could think is, I'm going to die in front of my child. But God,
the knife was the first time,
so
y'all.
miraculous. Because I had pulled the door open slightly, do you know what he said to AJ? Go and shut the door. This was the front door. Go and shut the door. And my son just stood there. Love you to bits, AJ. You saved Mummy. Because I was screaming and screaming and screaming. And bear in mind, this was a Saturday morning and I'm in the countryside. It's such a remote place. And all of a sudden, this white man with his dog appears at my doorstep. And he says, police, open up. And I jump up and I leap and I grab onto the man's arm and I run outside and he chases me and he's trying to grab me back. And the white man yells at him, let go of her, let go of her. Lo and behold, more police come. By the way, and this is what smacks it. You see that man, that white man? He was off duty. He was an off-duty police officer walking his dog. And he happened to hear my screams from miles away, follows the sound to my doorsteps and saves my bloody life. Off duty. Then the police van pulls up. They separate us. They pull me outside and they keep him and AJ in the doors. They keep him and my son indoors. I'm outside being interviewed by police. The other police officer who was off duty. It's interesting how he came and he said, police open up type of thing. The door was practically open, but he was like, police open up. He obviously knows the procedure. So he's given his account. I'm giving my account. And another officer is in the house getting an account from him. All of a sudden, what do they say when they're arresting you? You may hide your defense BB, so you are under arrest under the something. They arrested me. I can't remember if I said anything at that point, but
I'm gonna read y'all comments right now. I didn't expect it to get to this. I thought that they were at least gonna throw him in jail and then he was gonna be released or something. They arrested you? All right, y'all. What's going on here today? This is wild, y'all. I have never heard a story like this before. I mean, I have, but sorry. Okay, I'll read a few comments here. I can't read all of it, but my goodness. New S4K, just another example why it's better to be child-free by choice woman. And that means agreeance. Unless you can really protect your child, in my opinion, and maybe I have this high expectation of myself as a mother, but if I'm going to be held, I have a high expectation even as a dog mama. Hey, hold on a second, y'all. Bonnie, no. Honey, you left Mimi. Mommy's eating all of Mimi's food. I'm sorry.
She ate it.
No, but look, she ate enough. Sorry, y'all. That was not planned. Even as a dog mom, I take that responsibility very, very seriously. I can't imagine having a human child and not doing the same. And I think that is why I have decided not to be with child unless we are both fundamentally prepared for that. And even then, it may never happen because there's such an expectation. And to be honest with you, this world is already sick. It's a really sick world we live in. And for me, there's just way too much risks. And I just could not imagine leaving my child in a situation where they have to fend for themselves if I leave this earth. And so for that reason, that is why I'm extremely hesitant, as well as other issues like financial, all that stuff. And I'm not saying that you shouldn't have children by any means. By all means, you should. But your job is to be their protector at all costs. And you should have somebody, whoever you're procreating with, should be aligned with you on that. Because if either of you leave, at least you know they're in good hands. The worst thing in the world is to leave this earth not knowing how your child is going to end up. Do you know how hard that would be for a mother? If you were to leave this earth and you don't even know if your child is in good hands. That to me is worse than any other sentence. So yes, I agree with you, sis. And it's sad because it's like the man you chose to have a kid with was never supposed to be chosen in the first place. But you too hard-headed. Not you, but her. Too damn hard-headed. Prince, you said, as a person that grew up watching their parent live recklessly in relationships, I implore people to stop playing stupid games when you have children in your home. There you go. 1,000,000%. A child should always be at the utmost like, I'm sorry, but it is the decision that the parent made to have them. They do not deserve to not be protected at all costs. But people just want children for the image of it. And unfortunately, thinking about your man and how he's going to react and doing all this craziness is not going to help you or your kid. And it's sad that it's always crazy to me. It's like, I don't know what goes on in these parents' heads, y'all. I just don't get it. There got to be a cognitive dissonance or something. Because if anybody should understand, it should be a parent. But yet they don't care. And imagine, I give a damn more about your kid than you. Ain't that crazy? Mary, you said like the wife and polygamist. Exactly. What's her name? What was her name? Joan? No. Jonasi was the man. I forgot what the lady's name was. But yeah, she was trying to keep up the image, trying to keep up everything. And then look at what he was doing in the background, putting her kids through all of that. And then got pregnant again. Lord. Some girl, you said the more she talks, the more I get the type of person she is. There we go. Prince, you said at Starlight, that was the base of most of his scenarios. It was super gross. Mary, impulse control is key. Yes, exactly. You try to defuse the situation. Any type of situation where it gets tense, the most important thing is to neutralize the situation. If you see the person start to get agitated, you can talk back, but honestly, I don't recommend it. And I've learned more often than not, it just adds fuel to the fire. So it's better to just be quiet and just let it go and try your best to diffuse the situation. Try to get breathing room, because sometimes that may happen where you both don't see eye to eye, but not to this extent. This is craziness. Art girl, so toxic. This so toxic. Yup. Elle, you said what a terrible mother. I'd have to agree in this situation. Yes, I know sometimes people like, you can't copy. No, in this situation, 100%. Those babies needed her. And it's really sad, y'all. It's really sad. It wasn't a shock. He showed so many signs that he was going to do what he said he was going to do. And her mom even recognized those signs and had him leave that was a perfect time to leave. And yet, it's like the hard-headedness. I don't know if it's the ego. I don't know what it is. And, I could probably understand it if she loved him so much and thought he would change. I don't hear none of that. It was like, I owned the home. I did everything. I paid. I did. And nothing about the kids. Not one time did she say, I looked at my baby's eyes and I just didn't want them. No, it was all about ego. That's the ego I be talking about. It's one thing to think your man's going to change and that you trying to work through it, be like, oh my God, he's going to change. Some women, that does happen. And even then, I still think there should be no point in time where your danger and your safety is at the, where your safety is being compromised just because you think he's going to change after he abuses you. But at least I could give a little bit of grace for that. But here, it's like you didn't want to be with him. You didn't think he would change. You were actively trying to escape him. And yet, here we are. How is that possible? That is why I'm being really harsh here. Yep. Chanel underestimated that bum. You have to think about someone as low down as that man will go lower. Exactly that, sis. Starlight, you said this is neglectful parenting at the least. Exactly. And it's very sad, y'all. Very sad. Nicole, you said at Prince, I don't think she says any of that. I can understand why you may think that, though. Also, maybe it's a Ghanaian and her pointing out it's a white man. Oh, yeah. yeah. News 4K, I don't want to ever bring a child in this world ever. I don't blame you, sis. I do not blame you. Not with what's going on now. Some girl, you said this woman is not telling the full story. Her ex is awful, yes, but what about you? And that's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, yo, how did she get arrested? Okay, we're going to get to the arrestment of it all. We got to finish and move on. Because this is getting crazy, y'all. And then I got to breeze through the other stories because of time.
Just remain silent. But this man fabricated a whole ordeal that I attacked him. And look at all of my scratches. Look at what she's done to me. I never touched her. She was trying to steal my phone. He fabricated a whole...
I honestly, I have to. I don't know. I'm gonna take what I want to believe her, but as I know the police, y'all let me know, because this is maybe UK. Did she poop?
P.
Oh, P. Okay. I'll clean her poo if she poops. Maybe this is UK based. I don't know, but I can say for without a shadow of a doubt that I believe that usually they go by the woman. From what I know is whenever there's a situation like this, usually the woman has more leverage because most of the time we are the ones being attacked. So there must have been a lot of evidence for them to be convinced otherwise, in my honest opinion. Because usually when I see these situations happen, especially with a black man, oh, handcuffs quickly with the swiftness, bloop bloop. They're not even gonna ask questions. As soon as they see the man, put the bag behind your back, sir. Well, no, I don't know. They got a British accent. Behind your back, sir. I don't know how the accent goes. They gonna put them cuffs. They not gonna look at you. They just see a big burly man. Them handcuffs gonna be before you even say anything. They about to put them handcuffs on your ass. So I honestly believe, personally, now if it was a white man that she was with, then I'd be like, yeah, it could be racism. Like they see you as the big black woman, like the bad black woman. But against a black man, them cuffs gonna be on. That's the only time where black women have leverage is with the criminal justice system. We have a little bit of leverage, and I'm not talking about black women homicide rate. I'm talking about as far as us calling the police, they gonna tag that ass real quick. And that's a lot of reason why a lot of black women don't want to call the police on their domestically abusive boyfriends or husbands, because they know that that's what's gonna happen. They know that the prison system's waiting for them, and they don't want to take that chance. But hell, I'm a civilian. I will call the police at any time. Don't play with me. You better not put your hands on me. You better hope the police comes. And this is the problem with a lot of these situations. Unfortunately, it's like you want to spare the man, but he has been showing signs that he wanted to do it to you, is what I'm trying to say. So there must have been really a lot, like I feel like there was a lot of evidence to support what he was saying, and this is why they arrested her, personally speaking.
Thing. And I said, God, I'm in trouble. He pressed charges on me. Yeah. He said that the house is his. And him and the child live there with, and he's pushing me out. Everything. This man was trying to sabotage me. Now, I'm sure you guys are thinking, Chanel, you are saying a lot. Well, just continue to listen, because this is a big one. Not only did he try to take my life that day, he also got me arrested and made a fabrication to the police, lied, and said that I attacked him and I was the aggressor. That's what they say. She was the aggressor. That she's an aggressive woman. She's the problem. And so they arrested me. I was in a cell after I had been beaten, and my body was so sore and I was so weak. My throat was even so sore from all the screaming. I was shaking like a leaf. And all I can think of is my baby is in the house with that madman.
Yo, this really does sound like the polygamist, y'all. Now I see why she was talking about Netflix series. She probably watched it, was like, oh my God, this sounds like my life, except the cheating part, but we don't know. I mean, he sounded like he was close to that one pastor.
Who tried to take me out in front of him. So, I think lawfully after, I think a certain amount of hours, the police have to release you. And if they find more evidence, then you can be charged.
That's
so
true.
I was released that night and I wasn't allowed to stay in the house. But the police escorted me back to the property to grab a few things. And that night at about 4 a.m., I drove. I had the biggest headache in the world. I hadn't eaten. I was in pain.
This is crazy.
I drove a 2-hour
Did he
drive
get custody of the
back to my mom's house with
kids?
my belongings. I stayed at my mom's house. I couldn't even sleep. The next day was my niece's baby shower. I'm so sorry. This is not easy to actually record.
Girl, don't nobody care about that baby side. I'm sorry. I hope the niece had a wonderful baby and a great childbirth. But girl, you got bigger pressing matters. You got charges up on you. You got papers. They about to put them papers on you. That paperwork finna be cleared. You got other fish to fry. You better find you a lawyer. That's the first thing you should do as soon as you got out of jail. Go to your mama's house, eat, and look for a lawyer. That's what you're going to need.
My niece's baby shower.
Priorities all type of wrong.
And I remember we had been planning it. I had some,
And how you thinking about her baby before your babies? Ain't that crazy?
conclusions and that in terms
Red
of things
flag.
and whatnot. And I remember my sister had to just take over everything because I couldn't quite, I wasn't functioning. And I remember I had an email from the police saying that you're going to get a call soon to just show, if there's more evidence on his end, then we'll have to charge you.
Oh, Lord.
And then something told me,
Pray?
Chanel, do you remember a few months ago you installed the Ring doorbell? Have you guys got your cup of teas or vodkas yet at this point? What are we drinking tonight, girls? I remembered that I had the Ring doorbell. And so, what did I do? I went to the Ring doorbell app and I looked at the footage. You know the point where the white man came to my door and I leaped onto him? He was dragging and drapesing me up. And guess what? It was all on the Ring doorbell camera.
Wait, the white man draped her up? Oh, the husband.
Bingo. I sent it to the lawyer. They sent it to the police. Immediately, they had to release me from those charges that he was pressing against me. And they said, rather, you can press charges against him because there is evidence of him assaulting you. Hallelujah. That is what saved your girl, or I would have been inside. Whereas I was completely innocent. If anything, I was trying to defend myself from being killed in front of my child. So how did it end? Well, I was still very nervous about the fact that my son was there. But the Ring doorbell was everything to me. So on the Monday morning, because he usually goes to nursery in the morning, he took him to nursery. And I watched on the doorbell.
How is that possible? You see, this is a problem with the legal system. So they found the Ring doorbell that he assaulted her, or he grabbed her. But how is the child still in his custody? Red flag. This is a problem. I don't know, y'all. There's a lot of holes to poke in this story, but we're just gonna have to believe with what she's saying. I believe that he did put paws on her, but in my opinion, it was definitely a duo fight. It reminds me of Halle Bailey and it is giving Halle and DDG 2.0. Literally. Verbatim. It's given that. Where both of them was putting paws on each other at that point in time. And it was just one of those couples quarrels. Because she was fighting him too. She said it. She even admitted it. She said she was fighting her, defending herself. And then he was boxing her up. And to be honest with you, I'm not saying that he should have put his hands on her. Absolutely not. He should have never done that. Red flag. However, I gotta be honest and say you antagonized him. So I gotta keep it real. You took his clothes. You said you have a mouth on you, so I don't know what you said to him. And then he took his clothes back. And then this is where the tussling started. So we have to take accountability for that. But what I will say, though, is there's no reason why a man should be putting his hands on you, even if you take his clothes. So I have to be honest about that. However, you cannot control other people's reactions, especially when you do stuff like that. So this is why it's better to just de-escalate the situation and not get into it in the first place, is my point. But unfortunately, she was already in hot water here.
Because he didn't know that I was watching all this time. I watched them go to nursery. And I watched them come back on Monday evening. And then on the Tuesday morning, I said, Mum, they're going to nursery and then he's going to go to work. What I'm going to do
Take your
is
kid.
We're going to go to his nursery and pick him up.
Yeah.
My mum's, you know what, Mummy? Thank you. My mum drove me to his nursery in the area. I picked up my child and I came back to London. So when he went to go and pick up our son, the nursery said his mother has collected him. And he went mad. Because not only was he trying to take away the house, he was also trying to use a case to take the child away from me as well. But I'm smart with all due respect. Come on. I'm much smarter. And eventually, the ancestors are giving me all types of wisdom. And I'm like, think. Get your child. So I stayed for a week at my mum's. And a friend of mine actually...
But he knows where your mama lives. You see, this is another dangerous part of there was just so much going on here. The last place you should stay is where your ex knows where you will go. You're supposed to go somewhere else where they don't know you have connections. And what if you had a tracker on your phone? We don't know. This is actually quite dangerous, y'all. I do not go to, because now you're putting your mama in danger if he's really dangerous. You're putting your mama in danger. You're putting your family in danger because that's the place they expect you to be. You don't need to be there. You should be somewhere else. I don't know where, but you're going to have to figure it out. But somewhere where he doesn't know where you could be. With someone where he doesn't know the location of where you could be is the safest thing for you to do, because now you're implicating other people in this story. We gotta be better than that, y'all. We gotta do better, y'all. And again, like, you know, this is more for cautionary to save someone, because I don't know what it's gonna take, but unfortunately the law is not on your side. The fact that they left the kid with him even after she was able to press charges lets me know all that I need to know about the justice system in the UK. And it's not just the UK, even in Canada, US, every Western, any country, to be quite honest with you. We live in a patriarchal society, in a world, not just society, world. So you got to do what you can. And unfortunately, living or staying with people that they know where you live, they know your whereabouts, is the dumbest thing. It's the worst mistake you could ever do. Go somewhere they don't know. And that's how you gotta move until he gets sorted out.
She said to me, because I was like, you know what, this is it. Let him have the house. Let him have it. I'm done. And my friend was like, you're a coward. It was a male friend, so yeah, he can be a bit harsh on me.
Yeah, and you need to dump that friend. Get rid of that friend. Or better yet, why don't you send that friend to go protect your house for you and see how that works out for him. Red flag. You can't have people like that around you. Somebody who would put my safety at the back burner for a materialistic item is no friend of mine. You ain't no friend of mine. You ain't no kin of mine. What makes you think that I'm going to run up on you with the 9? Hell no. I'm not going to let you be around me. You're not going to be in my circle. If you would let me choose a house over my life, I'm a coward after he did all that to you. That friend does not need to be your friend.
He was like, you are letting him win. And I hate that for you. After everything you put into this house.
Oh, so now you're going to
fight? You need to
fight?
go to the house and you need to claim what is yours. I was like, he's there. He's almost taken me out.
And I can almost guarantee you this person is Christian. I can almost guarantee you. Fight! God's going to help you fight. God can also send you back home too. And I'm not talking about your home here. Your heavenly home. Oh, yeah, you wanted to see me so badly. I just had to have you. You know, I sent him to tell you.
What the hell am I
Mimi,
going to do that?
Bomi, stop it.
So,
why is she bothering
Kate
me?
came in.
Yeah, please go get her. She's bothering me. Mimi's probably sleeping.
The plan. I watched him. I actually drove back to the area and I booked a night stay at this very beautiful, it's like a retreat place in the countryside. Beautiful. I need to book there again. And at the time I knew he was going to work, I watched the Ring doorbell again. And when I saw him leave, I said, bingo. I took my son to nursery that day as normal. I then went to the house. You guys, I was so scared.
Why didn't that friend go with you? You see this? So that friend recommended, says she's a coward, reclaim your house. Where's that said friend? Since they want you to be so bad and bougie and big and bold. Nowhere to be found. And what if you were deceased? What if you saw the Ring camera and then, you know, you weren't paying attention to something and then he snuck up in the back? Or what if he sent somebody? Then what you gonna do? How you gonna protect yourself, ma'am? This is craziness. Why? I can't even, y'all. Okay, let's finish watching this. We wrapping this right up. I just want to see the last part. We done. This is crazy.
And I called very sure. And I said, please, come immediately. I called a locksmith. I said, change all the locks. Put cameras everywhere. And so they did that. And you know what's interesting?
You know people die like that still? You could change all the locks you want to. You could change all of the Ring cameras. And somebody will still find a way to get up in that house. If they're really determined to. We have to stop playing with our lives like that. But then again, you know, some people, they just like the thrill of this. Like, this is craziness to me. You don't like your life enough and you don't value your life enough. Because if you did, you had so many warning signs. Get out that damn house. Unless he's locked up somewhere and you can feel safe, I wouldn't even go back to the house. That's how much I would care about my life and my babies' lives. It's crazy.
Very sure consultant that came to do that for me, because very sure will come immediately to put in security. I didn't have security like that all over the house like that. All I had was a Ring doorbell, but they put in everything else. And so this woman, she said, you are doing the right thing. You are doing this for women everywhere. I swear. She was like, I have been through this. She was Polish. And she said, my ex-husband, he tried to take me out. I left a glamorous life living with him in Saudi Arabia. We were wealthy and he used to abuse me. I left everything and I came to the UK with my son, and I'm now working this 9-to-5 job. What you're doing for women is incredible.
It's not. It's stupid. I'm sorry, y'all. Red flag. No. No. I'm sorry. You can disagree with me all you want to. I don't care if people get mad. It's stupid. That's not going to help women everywhere. That's just helping you get to Jamaica very fast. She's just lucky she's not in the United States where they have pew-pews. And even in Canada, even in the UK, you can get a pew-pew. Come on now. There was a pastor in Florida. Dang, I don't know if I could find it, y'all. It was him. Yep. Let's go here. Let's see this guy right here. I remember this story.
A man who called himself a prophet is going on trial for killing his wife.
Sylvester Ofori was the leader of an Orlando church and was arrested in 2020. West 2's Bob Hazen reports the murder happened outside the victim's workplace.
The deadly shooting was allegedly caught on surveillance camera, and today we learned that the pastor will admit that he killed his wife. Sylvester Ofori in court today ahead of the start of his trial. Orlando police say back in 2020, he shot his wife, Barbara Tomey, as she was walking into work at a Navy Federal Credit Union. Ofori was a pastor at a church called the Floodgates of Heaven on Coburn Avenue in Orlando. He apparently called himself a prophet and had his followers at the church call him a prophet as well. In court today, his lawyer told the judge he will not argue that Ofori didn't do it, but he will challenge why he did it.
I'm going to concede that the homicide took place, that Mr. Ofori committed the homicide, and Mr. Ofori caused the death of the decedent. I'm not going to concede premeditation. Okay.
The prosecutors have the video and recorded interviews with Ofori in which he allegedly admits to killing his wife. The issue of whether Tomey's killing was premeditated will be the key here. Ofori charged with first-degree murder, which would put him in prison for life. Reporting at the Orange County Courthouse, Bob Hazen, West 2 News.
Let me show y'all what happened. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Sylvester, what was his name? Ofori. I'm going to see if I can find the backstory. It's very quick. And this is how serious I am right now. I see this look, they still got the videos up here of this man. Red flag. Look at the church right here. Let me see if I can see the news story of what he did. Can I find it? Let me put news. Okay, let's watch this.
They were determined to find him.
Oh my God. Isn't this the Korea girl? It sure is. Wait, hold up. Segue. Crystal? What is she doing here? Crystal's back on YouTube? Y'all, I have not watched her since she did the Korea documentary that was supposed to come out. Yo, this is a wild. Why is that her? Okay, anyways, this is not about you, sis. Wow, I might have to follow this page. Lord.
That evening when the law came knocking, guess who was just chilling at home? Again, like nothing had happened. I don't know what kind of reality he was in. But yeah, Sylvester was right there.
Hold on. I'll have to follow you after. That is Crystal. Lord. Okay, but this is not about Crystal. Let's get to the situation. They don't have it on. Okay, here we go. They must have it on the news of what happened.
Sylvester Ofori was very subdued and quiet while facing a judge
Of
this
course he
afternoon.
was.
He's accused of murdering his wife, Barbara Tommy, as she went to work at Navy Federal Credit Union on Tuesday morning. Prosecutors telling the judge today the killing was caught on video.
Video surveillance, which shows Mr. Ofori.
They're not showing what really happened. Okay, I'm gonna give y'all the gist of what happened. I'll see if I can find it, but it doesn't look like I can find it. So what ended up happening was there was a video, and it showed her literally in fear for her life. She was with her family, and he came in the house, and he said, "I will, if you leave me, I will kill you." Blah blah blah. And then he said, "God," basically he put it on everything that he was gonna get to her. And her family was trying to get her away from him. But of course, you know, she's still working, still going in, still doing what she has to do. So she's going to work. And again, we got to take these things seriously, y'all. And I understand that, you know, sometimes you have bills to pay, but it's not worth your life. It really isn't. It really isn't. And so you got two people misleading her. Oh, you're doing this for women everywhere. This is not you're not here to be a martyr right now. Unless you want to be a martyr, then go have at it. Then you'll do it for women everywhere. But you're you're putting yourself in a situation where your kids need you. She had so many signs to think about the kids, but she's thinking about women everywhere. She's thinking about her house. And I still don't see the kids' well-being put at the forefront. Red flag. This is craziness. All right, we're done, y'all. Oh my God, I don't know. I don't have the bandwidth. What's the last part? Pregnancy of papers. Which one is this one? She did it for women everywhere.
Pregnancy or Papers. In part 1 of my series, and yeah, we went to the one in Watford. But I feel that date was what kind of quickened things as well, because it was like, okay, right, we're a match. Let's go. Now, in my 38-year-old experience, obviously that's not going to cut it when it comes to me deciding on if I'm going to marry somebody or not. I'm a lot older, I'm a lot maturer. I've seen so many examples of catastrophes, including my own, that obviously shows me to be a bit wiser in choices and just making a decision on who I'm going to spend my life with. So him and I obviously started pretty much courting very soon after that. Now, I showed with you the very important matter of me having my son at 21, because honestly, from the time I conceived my first son to the time I met this pastor 4 years later, I hadn't touched anyone with ever seen my child. As first I met when I was at university, that happens, but being just privatized. The deed was done, and we're Christians. The intimacy level went from 0 to 100 public spaces together to being just privatized with you two. And I remember the intimacy level went from 0 to 100 real quick. Fill in the gaps. Yes, the deed was done. And we're Christians. And you're a man of God. And I was in the choir. Yeah, sure I was. I was. I kind of wanted to do something new, but it's not like I can sing like Kelly Rowland. But I was in the choir. And so imagine the pastor and the choir member hooking up. Oh,
it's not imagine. This happens at every church, girl. Where have you been? Where have you been? This is not as salacious as you think it is. This happens every business day. I'm pretty sure there's somebody laying it low and spreading it wide for their pastor as we speak. Come on now. Fast forward to this. You know what? We're done.
Like killing myself almost with what if, and all of the possibilities.
What if you're pregnant? You already had a kid out of wedlock. You know what? Good night, y'all. We're done with this one. All right, we're wrapping it up. If y'all want to see the ending, go watch it on her channel. I can't. I don't have the bandwidth anymore. I really can't. I can't handle it. My brain can't handle it. All right, I'm going to read a few of y'all comments. We moving on, y'all. I don't even know if I could do Breenie right now. I'm tired. But I was going to say the Christian to whatever pipeline. We might have to do one Breenie thing. Man, Breenie's better, to be quite honest with you. I actually can ingest Breenie. I shouldn't have wasted my time on this nonsense. That was my fault, y'all. I'm so sorry to subject you to this. Oh, Lord. I don't think they interviewed the child of some girl. I don't think it would have mattered at this point. These two maniacs should have never had any child, personally speaking. Prince, you said she wasn't charged, just held. Yeah, I believe he made her look crazy and aggressive when the cops got there. Yeah, he probably did. Unfortunately, they're both Lord. They're giving me Halle and DDG, y'all. DDG did the same thing with Halle Bailey. Blueberry, you said when Joyce ended up in jail. Oh yeah, that's what it was. I remember when Joyce. Yeah, Joyce, that was her name, when she ended up in jail because she was trying to kill the side chick. Miri, you said, all right, Chanel, get to it. Please don't worry about it. We're drinking, boo, right? Yeah, we're done, y'all. We're done. I can't take it anymore. Nicole, you said it's very difficult to get a gun in the UK, to be honest. Oh, really? Okay, it's different here. I think because we're so close to the US, it's so easy. It's so easy to get an illegal one. It's illegal in Canada, but a lot of people have it. Like, some people can get it. You can get it on the black market. Hell, you just got to go across the border. You can get it. So it's that's why I take those things very seriously, regardless of whether we had guns or not. But at the end of the day, like, anytime your life is in danger, do not stay. You gotta go. Stop thinking about work. Oh, these people, I don't give a damn. My life is more important. It's worth more to me to be alive, especially if you have children that you're looking after. Like, it's crazy to me. Mary, I would be concerned if my friend took out a life insurance policy on me if she said that, right? While a house can be replaced, a life cannot. Her friend's behavior is troubling and dangerous. Exactly. And look at everybody co-signing on it. And I'm wondering if it's because she's a darker skinned black woman. Because I can promise you, if a white woman came and she was crying, and I'm sorry, I can't, like, seeing the optics of this. If it was a lighter skinned woman or a white woman who had the same experience, I do not think for 1 second that they would tell her to go back to that house. I can almost guarantee that. Mind you, the Polish lady she talking about that said, oh, she left. She went to the UK to escape her violent husband. And then she's looking, here, black woman, you're stronger than the rest of us. You're built for this. You're built to take on the world. Built to take on them bullets. You're built to take on them fists. Do it for the rest of the women. Then why didn't your ass do it? Red flag. They never gonna do that, though. They're looking at you like the burly, yeah, you the black one. You gonna take on the world, superwoman. They don't see you as a human. I'm being honest. Because if they did, no one in their right mind would tell you to go back into the lion's den. Who would do that? I wouldn't even wish that on my worst enemy. And Lord knows I really despise some people. But even I wouldn't do that. I'd be like, look, I'm going to give you a heads up. You really might want to think about this. Why would you send them back? That's wild. Crazy work. Now, if they wanted to go back after I said don't go back, then I can't do anything. You're an adult. You have your own autonomy. But I would never offer that type of advice. I would tell you to leave. Any situation where you're in danger, you should go. There's no hesitation. And don't go where you better tell your job, I'm going to be away. I have a situation. They have those programs in place for that. You'll find another way to get to work, but not right now. Now it's too dangerous. The block is hot. This craziness, y'all. Ofori, yeah, he from Ghana. Yeah, girl, it was craziness. That was a crazy story. It was so sad, y'all. So sad. Miami, you said we have suffered. Oh, Lord, I know y'all suffer watching this. Prince, he said, if I walked into Bible study and that man was there, I'd walk back out with the quickness. With the quickness. That man was crazy. The Sylvester guy. In Ghana, they call people like him one-man church pastor. But that's how easy it is to create a church. Look at all them people that was in that Bible study. The few of them. There's some people who believe it, y'all. Always looking for something to believe in. Elle, you said she sounds stupid, but that's nothing new. Lord, you and I, we're too honest sometimes. But you know, it is what it is. Sometimes if it can save someone's life, that's okay. You can call me all types of whatever you want to. But as long as you're listening, maybe sometimes that's the best way to do it. Because they won't listen if you're nice. So when it comes to life-altering things, I'm not going to play about that. Especially when kids are involved. Make no sense. There's people, let me tell y'all something. There are people who will literally, I just heard about a man who died saving his dog. His dog jumped in the water. The dog was struggling and he jumped to go save his dog. And unfortunately for him, I don't think he understood that dogs know how to paddle. They figured it out. He drowned. But guess what? His dog's life was so important that he gave up his own life in order for the dog to survive. That's love. even if it didn't turn out the way we would want it to. But here you go, going into the lion's den instead of trying to save yourself and your children. Does that not sound crazy? And then I'm supposed to sit here and support it. No, I'm not. You will never hear me supporting that. I'm sorry. Because maybe we need to talk like this in order for people to take their lives more seriously. Goodness gracious. We were telling you to skip 2 hours ago. I'm sorry, y'all. I have a problem with seeing stories through. Starlight, you said once had a boyfriend like this. He would do ish like lay down on the concrete behind my car tire so I couldn't back up my car and leave him. That's scary. That is scary. And you know what? I'm sorry, but I would have ran his ass over. At this point, you asking for it. Listen, I would have told him you gotta move, and then I'm sorry. You better hope to jump up. At this point, you gotta do what you gotta do. It's either me or you, and I care about my life, so I'm on survival mode at this point. Yay, Breenie. Yeah, let's go to Breenie. I like Breenie. Roman, Europeans do not have easy access to guns. That's why I recommend people who want to move to migrate the safest, happiest European country. Their violent crimes are less in the U.S. I'm happy you guys don't. That's actually really good news. I didn't know that. Unfortunately, here we're not so lucky here. They run abound, unfortunately. But I will say that I've never seen one, to be honest with you, unless it's on a police officer. So there's that. And I was raised in the States, and I've lived in Canada many years, and I've never seen a gun in my life, like in my face. I've never touched one. I've never seen one pointed at me. So, and I think that's the majority of Americans have not experienced that, or North Americans, I should say, Canadians too. However, it's still a risk. It's still a risk, right? So yeah. All right, let's get to Breenie, y'all. Oh, Lord. So she said why she called off her engagement yesterday. And we're not going to spend too much time on this. But, yeah, let's go. How many more?
And there's a lot of things that I realize, well, I can only take accountability for my part. Because like I said, it's very easy to leave the relationship thinking that that person is a villain. But that's when you have to pray and ask God to reveal the truth to you. And if you can speak to the person and write down some questions to ask them to get clarity on certain things, I think it is so helpful. I understand not everyone's able to do that because not everyone has an amicable, mature breakup. And I mean, I say that now. It's amicable now. I can guarantee he probably wouldn't like that I'm making this video, which is why I'm still trying to tiptoe and still trying to please even with this video. But I think eventually I will start sharing more lessons that I learned. But one of the biggest lessons that I learned in this relationship is that I have not fully accepted who I am. I have not fully been capable of being myself. And I know I have so much to offer and so much to give this world, but I feel like I am my biggest hater. I am my biggest critic, and I'm always constantly judging myself. I'm never allowing myself to be free, to be broken, to be unsure, to be doubtful, to be upset, to be sad. I kind of always feel like I have to be up, I have to be on 10, I have to do this and I have to do that. And I am learning that it is actually okay to just be and to be me. And the Lord shared something with me a little while after the breakup, and he said that it's not a sin to be yourself, really. It is not a sin to be yourself.
And it isn't. I think that's a big takeaway from this, is like trying to mask yourself is not gonna help you, because all it does is make it miserable for you, because you are truly who you are. Who you guys see in front of you is truly me. I've always been this way. But then, you know, when you're in certain spaces, especially if you're from the Christian space, you're supposed to conform to what they believe a Christian should be. And I've never been that. And I think that's why I've always struggled with that. And I'm glad that she's at least experiencing it so that she can truly be herself, because there's nothing more freeing than actually being yourself. Because if you believe that there's a God out there that loves you, no matter what, then you should be able to be yourself. He knows who you are. He ain't stupid. So at the end of the day, sometimes you shouldn't fake the funk just because you want someone to like you or someone to love you or to feel worthy of yourself. That has to come by the way of you accepting yourself, accepting how your maker made you, and therefore that love will show. And if you are around others, they will see it too.
And
that's
you don't
it.
have to
Very
be
simple.
hyper-focusing on all the things that you need to change about yourself. I love you and I accept you for who you are. And that may sound very simple to people that have already captured that and got it, but I I just realized that I didn't get it. And I think I used to be super, super confident. But over time, I started to question myself and doubt myself and change and shape shift into what someone else or what others wanted from me.
Yeah, because you were in the Christian world. You were in a bubble. When you're in a bubble, this is what happens when you have other people telling you how you should conform to what they think and how they think. That's what happens when you align yourself with groupthink mentality.
Or what men prefer, as opposed to just being like, I'm awesome. I'm fine just as I am. I have a great heart. I never intend to hurt anybody. I love to give. I love to serve. And I don't need to change. I am direct. That's how I communicate. I'm very ambitious. I love success. I love climbing. I love my social media presence. I love what I've built. I think over time, I've been quite insecure about it, even just in a sense of like being on social media. I think I met my ex, it's hard to call him an ex now. I met him as my government name. I never met him as Breenie Lee. And I now realize that I didn't want someone to judge me based off my social media presence. And
I don't care, but I get it. I get it. You know, she's still growing. I don't care if somebody judges me. Oh, Romy, you said this on it's my page. You got a problem. And if you do, what you gonna do about it? Exactly.
You may ask, like, what do people have to judge? You're a positive role model. You're speaking facts. You're speaking from the heart. You're trying to encourage and help people. What is there to be ashamed of? And I think You Love Megs on YouTube kind of explained it in one of her videos.
You Love
Is that
Megs. I
when
remember
men find out that you are on social media, doesn't matter what you're doing, especially if a man is private, they don't fully understand it and they don't really like it.
And this is why you gotta find a man who accepts it. Somebody who's personally speaking, I think she should date somebody who is used to social media or who uses social media for business or whatever, that doesn't have any issue with it. You gotta date somebody or be with somebody, if that's what she so desires, who understands your lifestyle. It doesn't make sense to marry people or date people who don't understand your world. That's your world.
They would probably prefer a woman that is not on social media. And I think instead of me just being like, okay, well, I'm on social media, I love it. In this last relationship, kind of was just like, well, I don't really like social media anymore. Kind of ashamed of the...
And guess what? You was missing out on what your calling is. And you see, this is where some men sabotage your success. This is how they do it. I gotta be honest. And of course, you know, she has to take responsibility for that because she did allow it. But at the same time, this is what happens to a lot of women. These are the risks that I talk about. Is because whenever, like, remember earlier I said the reward has to outweigh the risk. This is a very risky man right here because that's you. You had that page for forever. You loved it. You cultivated it. So many people were learning from it. And then you got rid of it because a man didn't want you to be on social media. He didn't like it. He wanted to be more private. Then he's going to have to decide whether he can. That's something that means something to you. And this is the problem. If it means something to you and it's not harming you, what is the issue? It's the sabotage. So he already was showing red flags here. This was you. It was an extension of who you are. And of course, he's trying to change you into who he is. And you fell in line with that. And unfortunately, that is a lesson that a lot of women have learned. And I'm so happy that at least she didn't marry this man because she was close to it. And even Chanel's old crazy ass, same thing. The man didn't want her pastor husband, whatever, they want her to do social media. But yet that's who you are. Not all of who you are, but that's part of who you are. So why is it that you can accept him in all of his dustiness, but he can't accept you in what you're doing? That's crazy.
The platform that I've built and ashamed of myself. And what I'm learning about myself, and I'm going to end it here because I could go on and on and I've got to move some stuff. But I started to downplay myself, and someone can have a preference and that's their preference. But doesn't mean that you have to change. And I'm not saying that he wanted me to stop making videos. He didn't. He encouraged me and he supported me. But I think because I wasn't confident in myself and I was questioning if I want to even do social media at all, and also because he's a private person, I began to want to be more private. But that's just not who I am. I'm not like someone that exposes their
sorry. So it looks like she imposed it on herself because he's more private. But I still feel like he probably gave her subtle hints that he didn't want it. Because there's no way that I could believe if he fully supported it that she wouldn't keep doing it. So I'm under the belief that he may not have said it, but his actions spoke enough. Because if a man really supports you, or whoever it is in your life is in your corner and supports what you're doing, then there would be no reason for you to question it. Would there be? No.
Whole life, but I like to be transparent and open because I believe helping people is what I'm placed here to do. And I was willing to sacrifice that and to give up social media to make someone else feel comfortable. And
Yeah,
like
you see?
I said, never.
You see? So he felt uncomfortable. There you go. If he totally felt comfortable with it and he was like, yeah, go ahead, it doesn't bother me, I can guarantee she would have still been making videos.
Told me to stop doing social media. But when you're with someone that prefers one thing over another, and as a people pleaser, which I realize that I am, you start to conform to whatever the person likes. And I think that's what happened to me.
And you start to make your identity his identity. Red flag. This is craziness. Y'all ain't never gonna see me. Like I said earlier, Dom loves fitness. He loves bodybuilding. Ask him when's the last time I went to the gym? That's not a flex, y'all, but it's just for a question. When's the last time I went to the gym? In Korea. You're such a liar. He's lying. I went to the gym here too. Don't let him lie to y'all. But I don't go as much. Like, imagine if I'm trying to be a fit girly just to please him and, let's eat chicken breast together. I remember he was eating chicken breast during his diet. I'm not doing none of that.
$500
To what?
to new gym.
To which one? Oh, the personal trainer?
No, new gym like they open.
Which new gym? Oh! Let me tell y'all. Okay. So by the house, sorry, Dom's cooking. I hope it's not too loud.
It's a donation.
By the house we used to live in Chuncheon, I paid for a full gym membership. I was like, well, yeah, I'm gonna take it seriously, yeah, because I was gaining weight, y'all. I was gaining weight like a mug, eating chicken all day. Yo, Korea was hell for that, man. It was cheap, fast, at the push of a button. You just get chicken. I got chicken delivered every other day. Yeah, it was bad. I had a bad chicken addiction. And not only that, but pizza. I would go to, what was that place? E-Mart? Yeah, E-Mart. I would go to Lotte Mart, whatever. And I was like, okay, I'm going to go to the gym. I'm going to take it seriously. I was gaining weight. I was like, no, I got to do something about it. So I paid for the full year gym membership. $500. I ain't never go.
Twice.
I went twice. No, I went a few times.
Twice.
Maybe 3 times. Red flag. But the point is that I was like, I'm not keeping up with that.
Why don't you share that you ordered fried chicken?
I said that. I ordered chicken.
No.
Which one?
The Frinkle.
What is it from the BAC?
Then you hire the boxes like you pretend like you didn't eat.
Because I didn't want to seem gluttonous. Anyways, point is but the point is, no, I'm not sharing that. That was at my lowest moment where I used to hide food, y'all. It was a time because
You hide the boxes.
I was hiding boxes, yeah, because I was just so gluttonous, y'all. It was a rough time in life. I was going through a lot. It was. That was when I was working at that damn school. I was tired. But anyways, point is that I never felt like I had to conform, is my point. And I think that it took a while to get there. So that's why I'm going to give Brittany grace, because it's through experience I went through it. But sometimes some of us have to go through experiences and we tell others so that you don't have to necessarily go through it. Because I wouldn't want any of you to dim your light in order to please whoever it is that you want to please in your life, whether it be a man, woman, friend, sister, mother, whoever. You should be who you are, and you shouldn't be ashamed of it, is the point. So don't let somebody force you to be something you're not.
And that's why in the last couple of months I haven't been posting anything. I've really been thinking about what I want to do on here. I spoke to my cousin. My cousin came around about 2 days ago and she said that, Rini, your work is not done yet. Your work is not done yet. I think you still have a lot to do. And to be honest, I'll be so honest, and it's the last thing that I'm going to say. I've been running away from my calling. I was just like, God, I don't want to be used. I'd use somebody else, get somebody else to do it. Leave me alone. I just want to be a wife. I just want to have my husband. I want to have a house in the country, and I want to have some kids. Please, I don't want to be used. I don't want to be public. Let me go and live my life. And I think part of me was running away from my calling and wanting to go and hide and just become somebody's wife. But hear me and hear me clearly. There's nothing wrong with having a desire to be a wife. There's nothing wrong with having a desire to have kids. But I believe, but this is something that I want to get more into in the coming videos, is that there's so many women that God has a specific call upon their life. God wants to use them to do amazing things. There's things that God wants to birth through women, but some of us are so caught up in the ideal picture of a family. And again, there's nothing wrong with that.
Not everybody is meant to be married. Not everybody's meant to have kids. Not everybody is meant to be in a relationship. Not everybody is meant to be alive all the time, like for the whole duration of your life. Everyone has a specific journey in life. And unfortunately, everyone, like society, I don't want to say everyone, but a lot of folks in society, and we talk about this all the time here on this channel, and that's why I talk about these topics a lot, is because I don't want anyone to feel as if they have a timeline to accomplish something. If it's something that's meant to happen, I promise you, it will happen. And if it's not, then it's not meant to be. And I think that we have to get into that mindset, because I did get a question. I forgot who was it. Esteria? I hope. I don't remember if it was you, sis. But I saw your the live stream chat. I think it was last week, and I skipped over your question by accident. I'm so sorry, because sometimes the comments go fast and I can't see it. But this is a perfect segue to talk about this really briefly. About I believe the question was, how do you feel fulfilled if you're single by 30? Or in your 30s, or something of that nature. And I'm going to tell you just very briefly that you feel fulfilled once you stop comparing yourself to other people and you start living the life that was meant for you. That's it. Do not let people try to make you make decisions that are not necessarily conducive to what you want. Because I can promise you, it still happens to me. Not all the time, but pretty frequently, especially when it comes to children, especially when it comes to things that society thinks that you should have. So like a house, children. Oh, you and your husband should have this by now. No, we don't. We shouldn't have anything if we don't want it. And you wouldn't believe, even when I went to go pick up Mimi, mind you, Mimi's breeder, not Mimi's breeder, or Bomi, yeah, because it's the same lady. I went to go pick up Bomi, and you want to know what she said? She's like, oh, like we were just talking, doing small shop. And then she's like, do you guys have any kids? She asked us that before. I'm like, damn, how many people do you see you can't remember us? I should be the only black one you see, but who knows? Whatever. But she was like, do you plan on having kids? And I said, no. She's like, oh my gosh, why not? And then she's like, I have 12 kids and 33 grandkids. And then she's like, are you guys sure you don't want to have kids? And I'm like, no. And then she's like, you don't even want to have one? I said, no. And then she just was looking, and I'm like, I'm literally adopting Mimi and Bomi right now as we speak. And you ask me about some kids. Are they not somebody's kids that I'm taking care of? I think that's more than enough for me right now. I personally, honestly speaking, taking care of Mimi and Bomi, it has made us, I should say both of us, because we're both on the same page. If Dom felt differently and I felt differently, then we'd have to have more conversation. But I'm not going to curtail just because you want to have kids and I don't. But it's something we could probably figure out. But there's no hesitation, because we were both very much aligned in a lot of things in life. And one thing we do align on very much so is that these two are enough for us. We don't have the bandwidth, especially as neurodivergent people. We're like, nah, this is enough. Y'all saw me struggling when Mimi was barking, and imagine a child. It's just not for me. But guess what? Other people have that mission, and that's okay. So the answer to the question, I believe it was Esteria. I hope it was, I don't know. That's the name I remember in my brain. Is that how you become single and content is by allowing yourself to accept the fact that you are yourself and you have your own journey, and you're not trying to fit other people's journey for you. That's it. That's all. And once you do that, I promise you, it is the most freeing experience ever. Because every time I have gone against my intuition, I have been burned. listen to yourself. If you know that you have no business being somebody's wife, then you have no business being somebody's wife or husband. If you know you have no business being somebody's mama, then please do not be somebody's mama. Red flag. If you know you have no business working in that environment, working somewhere, or doing whatever job you're doing, then you're going to have to figure out what you're going to do in your next move. Find things in life that will fulfill you. Because again, the more that you chase what it is that society wants for you, the more that you're going to realize that it's not what it seems. That's it. That's all. That's your Romy talk right here. Brini, thank you, sis. And I'm happy she realized that. But I wanted to check some other videos out here. Hold on a second here. You've been conditioned to be a doormat. Yes. Married men give the worst dating advice. I agree. She said something. I know she had why my engagement failed. I'm done being nice. Yeah, she got some good stuff here. Marriage is not the end prize. Exactly. And I'm glad she realized it. This is a good I believe she had the best outcome compared to Chanel. She didn't have to go through what Chanel did. And for that, I am giving sis props for that. I don't take my own advice. Hell, half of us don't. I just wanted to be somebody's wife. All right, you told us that already. Now, when Brini was on her discovery, she did have a video. And I wanted to go over it, but I don't know if we have time today. We have other stories to cover. But y'all let me know if y'all want to see this one. Hold on. God told me he was my husband. Wait, did I have it here? Yo, get you off my screen. I'm so sorry. Not you. Not this one. There was another one. Hold on. There was a lady, a Christian lady with a short man. And not because he's short, but it was, hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Dang it. Let me see if I can find it. Where can I find that video? She was with a dwarf, actually, to be honest with you. Like, it was a lady with a dwarf. And then it was, God told me he was... Let me see if I can find it. God told me. Her, yes. God told me to marry a dwarf. Okay. I was serious. I told y'all he was a dwarf. I didn't want to say, I just said short to be nice, but yeah, dwarf. Okay, we're going to watch it. This is what she was promoting on her channel. So I think now that she's doing this shift, then the content will be a lot different. And I think that she might walk back a few things. So let's watch this one here, just quickly.
I actually think it was all those people that made our post go viral. Is this real love? Like, should I believe this? I don't really find him attractive. I might have even said that.
You obviously said that your type was white, tall, and Tim is the opposite of that. So how did you adjust to that difference?
That's a God thing. We can break barriers by having real conversations about this.
All right, y'all tell me if y'all want to see that one. I might have, yeah, this is the one. There we go.
Look for a godly person, not just a good-looking person.
Ooh, say that again. Say that again. Say that again.
Look for...
I have a feeling she's going to run this back. I kind of have a feeling that she's going to run whatever she said here back. Because remember, this was when she was in the middle of her relationship, or I think she was still engaged at the time.
A godly person, not just a good-looking person.
There are times in life when love shows up in ways that
we're not going to watch the whole thing, y'all. Just a few minutes, and then y'all let me know if y'all want to watch this next week.
Totally rewrites our expectations. We all grew up with ideas about who we would eventually marry, their looks, their height, and their background. But God has a funny way of surprising us. His divine plan doesn't always match our checklist, but it always fulfills something way deeper. Today's story is about a beautiful woman who fell in love with a man that the world would not have pictured her with. A man who happens to have dwarfism. Their love isn't just about opposites attracting. It is about God's divine intervention.
And you know what? There's nothing wrong with marrying somebody who is very different from you or who has a disability. The issue, I believe, here is that she is forcing herself to. There's a difference when you're naturally wanting to do it than because God told you to. So you went against all logic and God told you to, so you did it. And that's where I have a problem, because it should be something that's very natural. Falling in love with not falling, I don't want to say falling in love, but being with somebody who you're meant to be with or you want to be with shouldn't feel forced, is my point. And I got to talk about this whole God told me stuff, because that stuff will get people caught up every time. Every single time. Every single time.
Rewriting human standards of beauty and revealing what it looks like when we surrender to his wisdom over.
And by the way, they have a social media channel, just letting y'all know, just saying. And usually that's what happens.
Hi Anita, how are you?
I'm so good, Brini. How are you? Thanks for having me.
I'm doing good. Thank you so much for agreeing to talk with me. So you are the first guest in my season of Engaged. I said in my last video that I'm going to be making videos with wives. You are newlywed, so congratulations to you.
Thank you. Really newlywed. Only 2 months, so the word wife still feels new to me.
That is so amazing. And your story is extremely unique. So I want you to take us through your love story. I did, as soon as you posted it, I read your story, 3 pages, and it was so beautiful. But I want you to tell the audience in your own words, what's your love story? Like, what, from the time you were single to the time you were married, take us through a journey in a little bit of a summary.
Yeah, so I am somebody who found someone you could say older in life. So I'm 34 now, but I actually, all through my 20s, I always had the sense that I would meet this person I didn't want to meet them until my early 30s, actually. And I used to pray to God to not bring them to me yet. And so did a lot of traveling in my 20s. And I always knew I wanted somebody who was...
It's not AI. Who said it's AI? I can't with y'all. It's not AI. I promise it's the truth.
Free-spirited enough to be also a world traveler, but still visionary and bold enough that they wanted to build things in life. Because as somebody with an entrepreneurial spirit, I love, and a creative spirit, I love making things. So the way I met Tim was actually, the simple story is just through mutual friends. But the long winding journey is that we both, we got to work together. So Tim runs a water charity, and
oh, that's cool. That's what's up.
His longtime best friends were my neighbors in a neighborhood called Georgetown, which is about an hour outside of Toronto. And so I became good friends with these neighbors during the pandemic. We'd go for walks, and then...
He's from Toronto, so they're Canadian. Okay, I have even more to say about this. Okay, continuing.
One of their birthday parties, I met Tim, and he was just one of many people. So these neighbors of mine actually graduated from the church that I used to work at, Random Bible College. So when we first connected, we had like this instant connection. And so I just knew that Tim must be a good person for him to even be friends with this couple. They were like former missionaries and then now pastors. Mm-hmm. So that was how I first met Tim, but we didn't talk at all. And I noticed that his feet dangled off the chair. So Tim is 4 feet tall, and he was born with dwarfism.
They didn't tell you. No, that's irresponsible of the friends not to tell you, to be quite honest with you. They should have told you that. And this is what I don't like with matchmaking. That's why I never liked when people matchmaked me or tried to play matchmaker, is because I need to know the truth. Just tell me. Just tell me. Just say, hey, he's a dwarf, and then let me make my decision. But don't just be like, oh yeah, I have a friend to set you up with, and I'm thinking that like this is because you know me, you're my friend. If you're my friend, you probably know my type, and then I see you. This could have turned out wrong. You know what I'm saying? It could have turned out another way. So I don't think it's fair to the person, whoever you're trying to set them up with, to do that to them. I think people need to be more honest and stop being disingenuous with that. Let people make their decision. Trust me, like I said, there's somebody out there for everybody. But at least if they told her, hey, he's a dwarf, is that okay with you? And she said, yeah, no problem, then okay. But the thing is, trying to be sneaky about it, I'm not really with that.
Meet him, it's visually, it's the first thing you'll notice, but like within 3 seconds of talking to him, you'll totally forget it, because he's very friendly and very warm and like a gentle spirit, and that's usually the first thing people notice about him. And so that's what I noticed too. And we didn't really talk much. But then I ended up moving to Niagara.
I think there's a show on like that on TLC. It's called the I forgot what it was, but yeah, there's a lot of people who date dwarfs or who date people who are different. There's a YouTube channel about it too, so it's not far fetched to do so. My thing is just be honest about it, and it shouldn't feel forced, or it shouldn't feel like something you feel like you have to do because of whatever it is in your mind, like, oh, whatever. It should be like you're naturally attracted to that person, you want to be with that person. So I'm gonna wait to see if she says it within the next, we only got 10 minutes with this one because I gotta wrap this up in an hour,
which is 45 minutes further away, and it was during this time that our friendship grew. He used to go to Niagara to visit, and
Niagara Falls.
Mm-hmm. Yes, Niagara Falls, like Niagara Falls area.
It's close to Toronto. It's like in 2 hours away.
To use up his travel points, he would just stay at like because there's lots of hotels in the Niagara Falls. He would just use up his points to go and visit. And so when he would come by, then he would send me a text. And at the time, I lived in this gorgeous country home that just came as a part of my work, and it was so hard to get friends to come and visit me. You know what it's like with adult friendships, right? It's like requires so much scheduling. So I was just happy to have like a friendly face come and visit me. And so he would come and we would just like, Friday afternoon, I'd be done work and we would just have these long chats. It was actually quite romantic without it being romantic. We would walk through the vineyards in my backyard. And we just got on really well as friends.
Yeah, Niagara is beautiful, y'all. If you ever have a chance to visit Niagara on the Lake and Niagara Falls, I highly recommend you do so. We went there like 2 months ago. It was so beautiful. Well, we were in Ontario. So if you go to Toronto, just take the 2-hour drive to go to Niagara. You will not regret it.
An instant connection because we'd both spent time in Africa, and he had exactly what I just described in terms of he was such a generous soul, and he knew what it meant to live a life with purpose. He had a corporate career, and had actually left that in order to start this water charity, and then for the last 15 years had traveled the world building clean water systems in developing countries. And so we just hit it off and really vibed as friends, but I never saw him as a possibility.
You see, there you go. And that's with anyone, even if you don't have dwarfism. I think that a lot of people, what ends up happening is not organic. Like, it's good to start off as friends, don't get me wrong, but there should be a level of attraction. So if you're not attracted to the person naturally, I personally am personally for me, I know everyone has a difference of opinion and I respect it, but I'm just saying that for me, that attraction should be there. Because then I want to feel like you actually like me. Like, you have to like the person as a friend, but also that there has to be some compatibility in that romantic aspect of it. So for me, it has to be instant. Like, I gotta like you. I gotta see myself with you. I cannot just do this just because. That's why I'm saying that's where people get caught up. Because, yeah, some people can be really good friends, but that doesn't mean that you should be their spouse. There's a big difference with that. And unfortunately, you do have to have a balance of both. Being friends is one aspect of your relationship, but also having that compatibility to be together, the togetherness of your relationship. And I know that it's hard for a lot of us to get into that. I'm not going to lie to you. But at the end of the day, you should feel some level of attraction to your partner. That's bar none. At least that. And then friendship and all of that other stuff. Because attraction is going to get you through the door. But friendship is what's going to lead it to go. But yeah, it should feel like you actually want to be with your spouse is what I'm trying to say. So I don't know. Like, it sounds like she wasn't really feeling it. So I'm wondering what changed.
Because he actually, part of that friendliness, he gave off what I would call that vibe that seemed like he was very happy to be friends and had potentially made peace with the fact that he might be single his whole life. You know, some people just are like they seem so content to be single, you just assume that maybe they're actually not interested. And so we were friends for a long time, for about 1.5 years, and at some point he started getting feelings for me, and I was like, I think I got the friend zone vibe. Now we have a joke, we call it no moves Tim. Like, he just had no moves. He had no pickup lines. He had no gestures except for one gesture, which was he gave me one particular gift that I was like, this is odd. And I just kind of ignored it. But it was, as friends, I ended up going with him on one of his work trips to California, where he was holding meetings with his USA board, and I could work remotely, so I just figured I'd take advantage of that. And so I felt comfortable with it enough with him, even as friends, that I would actually go on a trip with him, knowing that like there would be no funny business, because I wasn't interested in that. When we first met, I was still recovering, like a long recovery.
You see, people always say that when they're not attracted to the person. I can guarantee you, if you're attracted, the funny business would have already been starting. You would have been feeling like, and then that's why I'm saying, do not sell yourself short just to fit whatever standard or whatever society tells you to do. Trust and believe me, she would feel it. That's all I'm gonna say. Listen. To each his own.
And I knew I wanted to be single and to enjoy my life, so I didn't think of it. But it was on that trip to California.
And by the way, she wouldn't have friend zoned him for that long too. Just saying. It would have been instant.
We played a very fateful Uno game, and where it really changed everything, because I was about to spend a year on sabbatical, and this is February 2024 to February 2025. I was about to go on a year-long trip, and I was excited for that. I'd been waiting for this for years, saving for it, and my plan, was maybe never to come back to Canada. I always imagined living somewhere else, and so this is what I talked about to him as my friend, and then he blurted out, "What about me?"
Exactly. Red flag. We gonna have to park this, y'all. What about me? Who is you? I'm still going on my damn sabbatical. As far as I knew, you're not my man. What are we talking about here? I'm still going on my damn sabbatical. What you talking about? What about me? See? Even the dwarfs, y'all. Men are men. It doesn't matter. What about me? What about you? What are we talking about here? You take your ass on with me, but not even that. I'm going on my sabbatical. You're going to have to figure it out. Send me postcards. Oh, we don't do that anymore. Send me emails. No, we don't even do that anymore. Chat with me on Insta. Damn, it's gotten that far. That's crazy. We used to send people postcards. And now we done went from postcards to emails. And now you like my picture and comment. How about that? DM me. No. What about me? That's very selfish. Again, not thinking of the other person. Even if you like the person, let them do what they want to do. And if it's meant to be, they'll come back. You'll live your life, and that's it. You can go visit them. Why does it have to be what about me? This is craziness. All right, we're going to park it right here. We're going to have to revisit this next week, y'all. I got to continue. Oh, next week I need to spend time on this, and we do not have time today because I put other stuff on the thumbnail, so I gotta cover that. I'm curious to know what happened when she said, "What about me? What about you?" Get out of here with that. What about you? What about you? Oh, Lord. Continuing. Always in audacity. Prince said, "I'm not even correcting typo." Okay, I don't know what you said here. L, you said, hasn't T.I. Yeah, they had a vow renewal, y'all. I'm not even. There's some topics I see them, I just scroll by. Hasn't T.I. cheated on Tiny an exponent? Well, not the exponential amount of time. Very much so, y'all. Very much so. I didn't even cover it. There was no point. He just stayed cheating on her. Hold on. Why can't I go up? Okay, here we go. Yes, L. It sounds like pity. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not going to lie. Nicole, you said, am I just really shallow? I think we're all shallow to a certain extent. But it's not even about being shallow, but it's about just knowing who you are and what you want, right? So at the end of the day, like, it comes down to the beginning of the whole live stream. It's preferences and what are they rooted in? Are you shallow because you don't want to date a dwarf? Are you shallow because you're not attracted to him? Or are you shallow because you just, yeah, exactly. There's so many questions, and it can expand anywhere. At the end of the day, though, you do have to have a level of attraction to your spouse. That's point blank, period. Unfortunately. Well, I mean, for some people, they don't care about that. But for some people, they do. Some girl, you said entrepreneurial spirit. The word together sounds like the beginning of a scam. Girl, I'm still stuck on the what about me. Get out of here with that. I don't even know. 1 year. You're 1 year friend talking about what about me. Made her miss her whole sabbatical talking about what about, well, she chose, so we'll see. Iman Eminescence, how are you, sis? You said it's giving uncanny valley. Red flag to me, I guess. Miss Blackson, hey sis, you said, God bought me nothing but Satan was putting in overtime, happily single and divorced. I'm good. And that's what's up, sis. Exactly. Sometimes like that God sent me will get you caught up every time. Almost every time. Because listen, what if you were supposed to go on that sabbatical and that your man was really waiting in that sabbatical for you? Like the person who you were really supposed to be with. And then you ended up staying for this one because you think that's the one. He might have been a counterfeit. I think I told this story so many times. When I met the guy with the teeth, I met Dom 2 weeks after. What if I decided to compromise on my values and said, well, this is the best I could do, so maybe this is what God wanted for me? Nope. I listened. I said, I remember my mom had asked me, because after the thing, at that time my mom and I were really, we're still close, but she would call me all the time because she was always worried about me because I was out in a foreign country by myself with no family around and stuff. So she called me up one time, and I just so happened to finish meeting him, and I was like, talking to her about the day. She was cracking up. She was like, oh my God, I'm the same way, like as soon as something irritates me, it's like no. And I said, well, am I being too much about it? Because I feel like I'm doing okay, but am I being too much? She's like, no, you got to know what you want. And then she asked me a question. She's like, well, if you like say no, like, are you gonna be okay? And I told her this was my answer verbatim, and I still remember where I was sitting in the dorm room. I said verbatim, because at the time I was like, I'm done with all these dating apps. I'm not doing none of that. I'm done. Because at the time, like, I remember I was like, okay, let me get back into dating. Maybe I'm just going to, dip my toe. I canceled all the dating subscriptions after that. I was like, nope, I'm done. And I was like, you know what? Let's just do what I really want to do, which is language exchange. And then I'm going to head back to Canada. That was the original thought. So then my mom, I told her I was sitting in the dormitory couch just chatting. And I said, even if he were the last man on earth and God said you have to marry him, I'm going to decline. And I said, well, I guess we'll let the chips fall where they may. I'm not that desperate. That's exactly what I said. I said, I'll be alone forever then. And I don't mind that. And I said, even if he were the last man on earth and God said, you must marry him. And I said, well, I guess I'm going to have to answer in the afterlife. I'm not marrying somebody like that. I don't want to be with him. And that was that. And guess what? Literally 2 weeks later, because I went on the language exchange, I started meeting new people, started talking to different people. He was one of the DMs. Here we are 6 years later. So what if that was one of those situations? You got to think about that too. What if it's a counterfeit? That God told you, every time that God sent me is going to get you caught up every time. I could have overly spiritualized and said, well, I'm not attracted to him, but you know what? Maybe it's God sending him to me. Nope. Because as soon as I saw this one right here, I was like, oh yeah, he's my type. Boom. Boom. Instant. I didn't have to question nothing at all. Fit all the boxes. No hesitation. I was ready. Like, no 1 year of friendship. That never happened. Not in this one right here. Come on now. Prince, speaking of Toronto, anyone have suggestions of things to do when I'm there? Absolutely. I could tell you a lot of things to do while you're there. Let me think about that right now. Of course, CN Tower. Everybody goes there. I would highly suggest that you go, you got to visit downtown. Of course, everyone does. There's so many things to see there. It depends on what you're into too. Then I would highly recommend that you go to the different boroughs, and it depends on what you want to eat. I would go to where the Jamaican spot is for the Jamaican food. They have a lot of really good Jamaican and Trinidadian food over there. It's so delicious, y'all. And then also there's Little Italy there too. The food is bomb. I would also go to the entertainment district, but there's other places where you could go to party and hang out, but usually people go there. I would stay away from the West End as much as possible. Do not go to Brampton or Mississauga. You've been warned. Unless you're going at the hotel by the airport. Another thing I would highly recommend is Scarborough is okay, but I feel like it depends on which borough you go to and what you're there to see. If you're there to party and have the nightlife, you're going to have to check online. I'm not really in the scene like that. But if you're there just to chill and just to vibe, I highly recommend that you visit the different boroughs. But stay out of Brampton, Mississauga. There's nothing there. I would stay mostly in Etobicoke, North York. North York has so many good food. Like, I would definitely hit up North York. And downtown, of course. And then you don't need to go to Markham unless you want to get some really good Asian food. I would go to Markham. Markham has some really good Asian food, but North York does too. North York has everything. And then as far as like things to do, there's so many things to do, so many things to see. I would go on the hop. I know it sounds very like cliche and touristy, but hell, I would like check their maps and see what you can see. It depends on what type of vibe you're trying to get. If you're going as a tourist and you want to do touristy things, hop on, hop off tour. If you want to just do some casual things, you can do a lot of walking tours. And also there's this cruise, there's this waterfront cruise that goes from Harborfront to there's a Toronto Island. I would highly recommend you do that. There's so many cruises, water cruises. There are so many like spots you can hang out at. There's so many places. There's a lot of parks like High Park. What else did I do in Toronto? Personally speaking, I love going to Niagara when I'm in Toronto. I like getting out of Toronto. So for me, it would be going to Niagara or going up to like other places a little bit more north, a little bit. But other than that, like Toronto's really beautiful, very beautiful. And I'm trying to think of what else you could do. Take a streetcar. That's going to be fun. We have streetcars there too. And go to the markets. There's what market was that again? Oh, frick. I forgot the name of that damn market. Go to the markets. There's a market, St. Lawrence Market. There's malls over there that you could go to go shopping. But I mean, I don't know what you want to do. What you're into. It depends on what you're into, Prince. But yeah. And I don't know who else lives in Toronto. Y'all could give him some more advice. All right. I'll read a few more comments, maybe 3 more, and then we got to move on. You said Montreal. Yes, go to Montreal. Montreal's on my list too. I have to fly there though, and this trip is kind of spontaneous. Why would you fly to Montreal? You could drive there. I mean, it depends. I would go to Ottawa. Okay, so Toronto and Ottawa's like 4 hours, maybe 5 hours. How far, honey? How far is Toronto from Ottawa again? When you were driving, it was 5 hours. Yeah, 5 hours. No, 6. Montreal is 5 hours. Yeah, I think it's 5 hours. Okay. So in between, if you're gonna go on a road trip, if you get in a rental car, you could drive there. And most people do drive there, or you could take a train there. Sometimes they have really cheap tickets. You could take a train via rail, or you could take a megabus, or you could take you could drive there. And I highly recommend that if you drive there, I would go to Ottawa, actually. If you want to see more like, the national capital, because that's our capital city. But Montreal is really where it's at, like where it comes to food. The food is even better in Montreal. I personally think Montreal has the best food, bar none, in all of Canada. I'm sorry. Somebody could fight me on that. I have never found a place that has the best food like Montreal. Montreal's food is on another level. Montreal nightlife is on another level. Montreal, period, is on another level. However, I will say, though, that the streets are not really that great to drive around in. They have a lot of potholes. You might want to be careful. And Montreal, depending on where you go, sometimes they be iffy with the French and stuff. But it's a really great city to visit. And there's so many places to see. So many places to see. I think Montreal is more of, like, what you would want to see as far as like if you're a tourist, but Toronto's okay too. So it's like depends on where. Toronto's more like little New York, and we think of Montreal like more like France, like Paris or something like that. That's how I could like kind of describe it. Starlight, you said you're not shallow for liking what you like. At all. At all. That art girl, you said, yeah, I can't. Ooh, what do I? Yeah. Oh, they got the you know what? You say you love all food shopping and good music. Good. So you know what you're gonna have to do? There's so many spots where you could listen to some really good music and lounges too. The lounges, I forgot where they are, but I know a lot of them they're usually close to downtown's the best ones, honestly. I don't think you want to go to the riggedy raggedy ones. So I highly recommend you go as close to downtown as possible. Those are the nicer ones. If you go outside of downtown, I can't really help you there, my brother, because Toronto's a little, don't get it twisted. Toronto's a little hood, depending on where you go. And I wouldn't want you to get caught up in some places that you shouldn't be in. So I would highly recommend you stick to the downtown area as much as possible, especially when it comes to lounges and clubs and those kind of things in the nightlife, because it could get really dicey out there. Yeah, people get surprised about how Toronto is. Toronto can be on some grimy stuff. And you just missed Carabana. That would have been a really good experience to go see too, right? So yeah. L, you said I'm likely on the A spectrum because I see men and I'm like I don't blame you. Some girl, you said Ottawa is such a nice city. I bought a fair amount of shops in Market. Yeah, it is. It's beautiful. I love Ottawa. Actually, I was planning on moving to Ottawa. Fun fact. When I came back from when I was planning on moving back from Korea, Ottawa was one of the top cities I was considering moving to. I never had BC on my radar. I'm an East Coast girly, but this one right here, he was like Vancouver, and I was like, okay, let's check it out. And yeah, and I ended up loving it here. I never thought I would be a West Coast girly. I never thought that. I mean, I loved California, and that would be the only place I was thinking of probably moving to at some point in the future. But I never thought about living on the West Coast of Canada. It was never on my radar. Riggedy raggedy. Yeah, if you go to Toronto is grimy, yo. Like if you go past North York has two sides. If you go towards the West End, I cannot help you, my brother. Towards the West End, you cannot be helped. You gonna go somewhere and you might hear shots go off somewhere. Hey, y'all, you know the Toronto slang. Hey, y'all know, blah 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 blah. And all you gonna hear is bah, 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 and you better be running. You better be running. I think Drake lives in North York, if I'm not mistaken. North York is so interesting because you could live in a really wealthy area, and also if you live near a Leslieville and those areas, very wealthy areas, right? But then when you go, the more west you go, the more you gonna see. Listen, I done told you to stay away from Brampton. You better not go there. That's all I'm gonna say. And stay away from personally speaking, I'm not really a fan of Mississauga, but I mean, I know some people go to Saga or whatever. I don't really like it too much. Scarborough depends. If you go near Brimley, depends on where you go. You just gotta be careful. Oh, and Toronto has good distilleries. There's a lot of distilleries, really good beer there. Montreal's better with the liquor if you drink. If you don't, that's okay. Montreal's better for the vibes of the patio vibes. Like if you want to listen to good music and chill, Montreal, bar none, is the place where you would want to be. But Toronto's okay. It's a close second. You said my grandma lives in North York. She said people got pew-pewed up the street. Yup, some girl. Exactly. It depends. Y'all, my university, right? So I went to York University, and it's one of the biggest campuses, right? Like in Canada, like in Toronto, right? So it was just like one side you go, it's okay. But if you go on the back street, they can't do nothing for you. Campus police even told us, they're like, look, there are some places we just don't go to. You're just going to have at it. Yeah, West End. Just remember I said that. Do not go there. But it'll be a vibe though. I ain't gonna lie. The vibes are high. But your life is worth more. That's all I'm gonna say. Your life is worth more. At any moment they finna go out there. They finna get you. All right, next. Oh, we're done with Chanel. I don't even care to watch the past videos. What did I have on my thumbnail again? Oh, you see I found it right here. Okay, we'll do it next week. Okay. True crime content is exploitative. We're not going to watch a whole thing. And I knew that boy from somewhere. I think he does the Love is Blind reviews. I'm pretty sure it's this one right here. But someone sent me this, and we're just gonna watch a little bit of it. What else I got on the thumbnail? We ain't got too much time. Hold on. Where's the thumbnail at? I gotta see what's on the thumbnail. Okay, let's watch a little bit of this.
Where does educational content start and exploitative content start and end? Covering really graphic cases where the families are still mourning, especially cases that revolve around minors. It's just really sick. That was the rare case where I use sick in the sense of where it's actually disgusting and not sick. And is this content desensitizing society? Now, I'm not a psychologist, but I am something more important, a YouTuber. No, but for real, I have to ask my fellow YouTubers, what are you doing? True crime mukbangs. If you don't know what mukbangs are, it's also known as...
Damn, them crab legs look good. I hate watching mukbang for this. It makes me want to have crabs. Where
My
you find
fellow
them big ass
YouTubers,
crab legs?
what are you doing? True crime mukbangs. If you don't know what
Where does she get this crab? I need to know. Where can I find this type of crab? Canada, we don't have this right here. Red flag to Canada. Why we don't have big crab legs like this? Somebody tell me why. Can I find this in Atlanta or California? Can somebody tell me? Texas, maybe? Does Texas have seafood like that? No, they have the ribs. I think Texas with the ribs. I know my back gonna get real big if I go back to the States. Like, even for a visit, I know my back's gonna get real big. Because I'm gonna be eating like this for sure.
Mukbangs are, it's also known as mukbang for some people that don't say it the right way. It's essentially content where people stuff their face full of food and talk about stuff. That's about it. I don't understand it. First of all, I'm uncomfortable with watching people eat, but I get some people aren't as affected by that. But on top of that, these people are eating large amounts of foods and taking very big bites. Is this a fetish? What is this? I'm gonna have to move rooms. Someone's doing laundry upstairs. But yeah, so mukbangs are a little interesting. But what if I said that people were talking about killings while eating the food? Just take a look at this intro.
There will be many adult things such as assault, murder, and even a little bit of necrophilia. So if you're sensitive, please click off or put this video on mute. So brace yourselves. So let's just get started. I'm so excited.
But guys, don't worry. The video is humane. It is vegan.
After killing his victims, he would sometimes keep them under his bed before moving them to the crawl space underneath.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. I understand that to be honest with you, it is insensitive in my opinion. True crime, depending on how it's done, I get it. It's become a very controversial genre because sometimes the victims' families, they don't want their stories to be told necessarily. However, I gotta be honest, it's already out in the public. I think that when things are out in the public, you no longer have access to say who can or can't share it. It's already in the public. Now, can people be respectful about it? Absolutely, but you can't control the narrative from that point in time. Once something is public information, it's public information. And that's a sad part about the internet, right? So while I do sympathize with the victims' families and I understand that they want people to take it down, I also have to be very honest and say that, you know, it's on the internet regardless of whether you like it or not. So it comes to a point of like, even if content creators don't share the story, people can still find it online at the end of the day. So I definitely can see both sides of it, and I will say that some people can stomach things better. I literally watch whatever I want on TV, like crime documentaries, whatever, and I'm eating my food. I don't know if it's because I just always had that kind of mindset. Like, I'm not a person who's gonna vomit easily or get triggered easily unless it's an animal. So like if I see a rat in front of me, I will vomit. If I eat something gross, then I will vomit. But if I'm hearing something and something like very disturbing, unless it has to do with children, that's when I get really sensitive about it, because it's like I don't like hearing things about animal abuse or child abuse. I don't like that kind of stuff. But when it comes, and even any abuse, I'm not really a person who likes to watch it naturally. But when it comes to like, you know, crime documentaries and stuff, I just I can eat and watch it at the same time. to be quite honest with you. So there's that.
His house, he would attempt to embalm some of his victims as well.
I don't know what's more disturbing, the fact that you are covering a case about minors getting killed for views, or that you have the appetite to be able to eat while talking about the killings. But guys, I have unfortunate news. She doesn't finish the plate. She didn't finish the vegan food.
All right, you guys, that is the end of this mukbang. I really hope you enjoyed. I hope you enjoyed the topic, even a little bit of necrophilia.
Looking through the mukbang true crime rabbit hole is definitely a fever dream, but I have to admit, it's such a ridiculous concept that sets up for really good comedic timing.
And he shot the man in the head.
You know that Pixar movie Inside Out and how each character is like an emotion? Yeah, for these people, the empathy character is dead. I actually don't even think there's an empathy character in that movie. Well, Pixar just gave you another sequel idea. Where's my $1 billion? Now, what I noticed about these two women specifically is that they've been eating at a slow pace. Maybe it is empathy growing and saying, no, please, heal yourself before another bite. But no, it's probably just for watch time. They run hella ads on these videos because these videos are like 45 minutes to an hour long. But I have found a creator that truly does it for the love of the game, where pace between bites is minimal.
Claiming that she found her daughter's car in her garage and it smells like a dead body had been inside of it. So the cops come over. In the trunk of the car, there had been like a little stain that looks like it could have been the size of a child, and they found traces of chloroform in it. Sometimes it does appear insensitive when I'm like talking about a murder and then being like, yummy, yummy, these birria fries, you know? So.
Wait, what?
I can't even watch people eat, y'all. That's craziness to me. I can't watch people eat. But I can, like, eat and watch something, if that makes any sense. But yeah, I don't know. This one is controversial, y'all. It's hard. It's hard. I think people have to respect the dead, but at the same time, the story's out in the public too. So there's kind of like, it's like, how do you walk the line, right? Because it is, I guess it's the way it's said too. Like if a news reporter says it, then it's more professional. And when you're eating it and doing it for views, then it kind of bastardizes the story in a way. Like it makes it really bad.
She had the self-awareness. It was there. That's what's wrong with a bunch of people that live on this fucking planet, dude. It's like they'll have some sort of self-awareness and it'll make them feel uncomfortable. So then they just brush off the uncomfortable thought and they never confront it because they like living comfortably. Ignorance is bliss. Therefore, they never really...
Personally speaking, if you're doing true crime content, you shouldn't monetize off of it. My personal opinion. Personally speaking, in my opinion. I wouldn't monetize off of it. I can monetize off of other things. But then some people do it and yeah, there's that.
Change. Like I meet people that are my age that still feel like high schoolers. Like their like mannerisms and their fixation on like gossip or just talking about other people. It's really annoying and concerning. So I intentionally put the mukbang section in the beginning of this video because like even the average person can click on a true crime mukbang and quickly turn it off because of how insane that they are aware that it is. Because yes, the true crime mukbang thing is really crazy, but it's not really that popular. But what I'm about to bring up now is kind of the leading force of true crime. Obviously, I'm going to be talking about the getting ready with me makeup tutorial true crime genre.
Yeah, there's a lot of them that do it. I remember I used to watch this one girl. She does like stories and then she does her makeup. Yeah.
So the reason why I think the getting ready with me true crime content is more serious is because it's almost like it's disguising itself into be girly content that's supposed to be cozy. And this is why I think it's more concerning because it's more accessible, which makes this more profitable. And then other creators will pick up on this. Creators that are only really making content for views, for money, they're going to hop on that bandwagon. Then all of a sudden, it's a new normal. We are normalizing talking about real murders. And some of these YouTubers even go into like details of how they died.
This young boy would be strangled the same as the victims before him. David gets
you see, there I have a problem. We be talking about them kids.
By the car. He flies freaking 25 feet across the parking lot.
There were gurgling sounds coming from his throat that stopped before she stopped stabbing him.
It's like not even like the early 2000s true crime TV shows were going into this much detail. They'll just be like, and that was the night that they died. And then they kind of skip all the graphic stuff because, yeah, no one wants to hear the graphic stuff, or at least I thought. Another thing that's dangerous about this is that you have all these YouTubers now that are doing this true crime genre. And it's like these YouTubers aren't like journalists, and surely a lot of these people are doing the bare minimum research.
Wait, but you can't add Stephanie into this. What's her name? Stephanie Sue. I think she does a pretty good job. Y'all let me know. I think she does a good job of covering it with sensitivity because I've seen a few of her stories. And to be honest with you, I kind of have mixed feelings about it because some of these stories will never be heard if people don't talk about it. So, for example, I used to watch, and I still watch sometimes. I don't know if I haven't watched her in a minute. Like Leah Gordon, right? Oh, Lord, they got a whole YouTube channel. Okay, we gonna keep this. We gotta keep this. We gonna go over their channel next week. All right, like Black Girl Unlost, right? That's a true crime story. But not like in the way that those people are doing it. But it highlights a lot of like stories within the Black community. And you know, as you guys all know, Black women, their stories are not highlighted at all in these true crime stories. So sometimes we do need to hear these stories in order to have awareness, right? So I think in some ways this one is, I personally like her channel, personally speaking. So I think that there's room for that, because then what I fear is that if we do not talk about these stories, then there's going to be a lack of there's going to be a gap in that, especially for people and for women who are like us, like marginalized Black women. Some of these stories will help you. That's how I know what to do in certain situations, like walking with your back this, or having apps or blah blah blah, is because of channels like Black Girl Unlost. I'm being honest. And Leah Gordon is another one. I really love her content. I think she does it with such grace, right? So I do believe that there is still space for it, but just if it's done in a respectful way, right? So like, for example, Leah Gordon, she talks about it all the time. And there's some stories that I hear from her. And then there's another one too. You see, I would have never known about this. Harold Chicken Harris dies and family erupts over 7. I would not have known if she didn't publish it. Or even Detroit nurse, stabbed to death. I would not have known about this because they do not play our stories on the news. We got to be honest about that. And even the missing girls in the UK, I would not have known about it if people didn't cover it, right? There was another one. I watch Jacqueline Flores. She does the Hispanic true crime, and I like her content too. I would not have ever known about any of these stories because I never see them on the media ever. And I follow her channel on my other account, and she's another good one. She talks about cases in Mexico and Colombia and in other places, and talks about femicide. I promise y'all, if she didn't cover these, I don't know none of them folks. It doesn't come up on my radar. So sometimes I think true crime as a genre, it is very important for marginalized women. Our stories need to be heard. However, I will say that sensationalizing it and being insensitive about it in the way of eating and discussing these kind of things in such a nonchalant way, it can trigger people. And I think that it can be, you got to do it responsibly. So I do feel like it shouldn't be monetized off of, my personal opinion. However, should the stories be shared? I'm under the opinion that it should be. 100%. We need to be aware of what's going on, right? So
Aren't like journalists, and surely a lot of these people are doing the bare minimum research because they can get away with it because they are on the YouTube platform. And there actually has been instances where family members have commented on these channels and being like, yo, this is not accurate. So pretend.
Hold on, what is she saying? Let me see.
True crime genre. And it's like these YouTubers aren't like journalists, and surely a lot of these people are doing the bare minimum research because they can get away with it because they are on the YouTube platform. And there actually has been instances where family.
Okay, hello, Joy Morgan. Is my older sister. I would like you to delete the video you made about my older sister as it has a lot of misinformation. Me and my family have reached out on various social media platforms and you comment. But where did she get the story from? You see, that's the thing. If there's misinformation, where did she get her sources from? Was it from Google? Was it from the news station? And it would have been a perfect opportunity. I mean, personally speaking, I would take it down, but at the same time, like, the misinformation is coming from somewhere. So that's another problem too. It's like, who is sharing the misinformation? Did she come up with it herself, or did she get it off of the internet? Because then you gotta go and deal with whoever's spreading that misinformation, or whoever, like, I guess drafted the news story. The comments on the YouTube are also vile, blaming my sister for her death or theorizing about her death, etc. I'm only 15. I shouldn't have to argue with people. First of all, if you're 15, you shouldn't be on YouTube. You shouldn't be on YouTube like that. But I get it, you know, she's defending her sister. But this is the thing too. It's like, I shouldn't have to argue with people in the comments about my own sister's death. All this is still very raw to my family, and even 3 years on, it still hurts to see our sister, daughter reported in such an odd way. I don't know where you got your information in this video, but we as a family have never heard it in the press or by... Okay, so then that's different. If it's not in the press or by mouth by the police, then I understand that. So if you see this, please delete the video. Okay, that I understand. But as a 15-year-old, that's not your job, sis. Unfortunately, you're still a minor. Your parents need to go and do this. And why are you on the internet looking at stories of your sister? Like, this is craziness to me. I don't know. Maybe I'm just too, like, I don't know if she goes to all people's stories and takes it down. You cannot control the internet. The internet is going to do what it does. Unfortunately, I'm not saying she doesn't have a right to, but one, she's a minor, so that's crazy. But also, two, you cannot tell people what to do on the internet if they are free to do so, and then it comes down to freedom of whatever they have to do. YouTube allows it. The day YouTube says that no, we no longer want true crime content, then you have the right to ask people to take it down. But until then, people can report on a story. They are allowed to do so, even if you don't like what is said. And I think this leads to a bigger conversation of responsibility and internet, I guess, like just what do we allow, or what platforms allow to be monetized on social media. YouTube could literally solve the problem today by not monetizing true crime content, but they're not doing so. So to be honest with you, your fight is not with this content creator. They do not have the control that YouTube does. Because you could ask her to take it down, but you're going to have to ask everybody else to do it, because eventually somebody else is going to cover it, and somebody else is going to cover it, and somebody else is going to cover it. You can't control the internet. The internet is going to do what it does. But what you can do, though, is you go to YouTube, and if YouTube decides they no longer want to monetize, well, problem solved. Half of these content creators would disappear tomorrow. And then the ones who really, truly want to do the true crime stories because they want to help the community, they'll still be up there, and they'll still do it, monetized or not. So, I don't know, man. Like, I feel like this is it's like a, what do they call it? What is it? Like, what's the expression again, y'all? I'm losing my expressions right now. But the battle is not with the content creator here, because there's going to be so many of them coming out the woodwork. Your battle is with YouTube and what they allow people to monetize off of, personally speaking.
Members have commented on these channels and being like, yo, this is not accurate. So pretend that your cousin gets like murdered and then they end up on a get ready with me video. That's not gonna make you feel very good. One, because obviously it's tone deaf to be putting on blush and being like, and then she was beheaded. Two, everyone knows that YouTube pays really well. And three, you're just witnessing a complete stranger to you cover the murder of your cousin and an entire comment section. So this whole makeup and true crime genre was popularized by Bailey Sarian. I don't know if she was the pioneer of this.
The only way you can know if somebody does a video about you is if you search your name. Literally, I don't know what people have said about me. Let me do a name search. I don't really give a damn, to be honest with you. But I get it, it's a sensitive thing. The only way you can know is if I put my name right here and I see who has talked about me, who has tagged me. Am I going to find something? No, nobody has said anything about me yet. And even if they did, let's say a content creator came out right now and saying Romy's full of crap, Romy's garbage, Romy's whatever. I'm not going to say, can you respectfully take this down? And I understand it's a different situation. But like, let's say they're talking about something about me that's very sensitive and private. If it's public information, I cannot tell that person to take it down. I could try. If it's copyright, I could do that. But at the same time, if it's not copyright and they're just telling a story and they're telling how, whatever, Romy did this and Romy did that, and it's on the internet, I cannot control that, unfortunately. This is a wider problem. And I think, personally speaking, I understand the families. And I get it. You lost a loved one. And I really sympathize with them. But you cannot control how people tell the story, unfortunately. Especially if it's public information. It's just not. It's not. In this world we live in, it's just not. I think you have to go against the media companies. That's where you're going to get your voices heard. And that's the people who can actually control it.
this type of content, but she was the face of it all and still kind of is. It's interesting because she used to be just a straight up makeup YouTuber, didn't even talk about true crime, nothing was ever about true crime when she first started her channel. And I guess one day she was just passionate about a case that she heard about some serial killer. Now, if your whole thing is doing like story times or just talking about things that you are currently fixated on and just kind of yapping to your community while you do makeup, the existence of like that first video she did isn't like that problematic, because it's like if this case has been on her mind, I guess what I'm trying to say is I can see or forgive this being like a one-off thing, right? Like talking about the case that you've been invested in while you do the content that you usually make. I don't think she was there maliciously like, yeah, true crime content is going to drive crazy watch time. Let me intertwine it with my makeup thing. But then the video popped off. And when you let YouTube brain consume you and the analytics are going, you want to chase that high again. And yeah, that's exactly what she did. She started making more true crime makeup.
Exactly, because guess what? YouTube is monetizing. Creators are monetizing off of it. So there's that. Like I said, all of this could stop if YouTube just said, we're not monetizing that anymore. They did that with AI. They said they are no longer monetizing AI slop. And guess what? You're going to see less of AI slop. I haven't seen it in months. They literally said, we are no longer monetizing Reddit stories. Remember, people used to have the Reddit stories, and then they would just read off of Reddit threads with no commentary, no nothing. And then they would get monetized off of it. Gone. Very that simple. I have not seen one of those Reddit stories come up in my damn timeline in a long time. YouTube can do something about it. So if they're not doing something about it, then that means that they don't have an incentive to do it. And that's who they need to take it up with. Not with the individual. And I'm not saying they shouldn't feel a certain way. You can feel how you want to feel. But at the same time, that person is allowed to do so. They are not doing anything illegally.
Makeup content. And it's kind of sad because you can tell that she was also still trying to do her other content that didn't really have to do with true crime. Like there's some gaps in between the videos before the next true crime video, but the true crime videos just kept getting views, and clearly that's what her audience wanted. And it just sucks because you can tell in that original makeup video, she like feels kind of torn talking about a case that's this serious while just doing makeup.
But like, I don't even know how to approach this without sounding insensitive at all.
Versus like her 2 years later, and then the true crime thing became like her whole brand, and her intros are just like very nonchalant.
And probably she's doing YouTube full time. Red flag. That's another problem too. That's another problem too. She's doing YouTube full time. That's the problem. She ain't got a job. YouTube is her job. And that is going to be where people start to have their value systems change. Because then it's up to, like, it's either I talk about this story or I lose money. I need to pay my bills. This is where we've gotten to in society. This is the problem. It becomes a content creation mill.
It's Bailey Sarian, and today is Monday, which means it's Murder, Mystery, and Makeup Monday.
There's just another murder. 4 children found drowned. But I'm using like the James Charles stick today. Did James Charles even do lipstick? It's like not only is the creator a part of the problem, but also the people consuming it. I think that's like the scary thing, right? Because it's like the creator is like one person, but it's also you have millions of views of people that are just putting this on like background noise as if it was like music or a podcast.
Each week, Bailey showcases the latest in makeup while dishing the juiciest details of notorious crime cases, which is so hilarious.
So Bailey was featured on Kelly Clarkson's show. Now, in Kelly Clarkson's defense, I'm sure she doesn't know about how a lot of these videos are exploitative and are dropping full names of victim and victim families. The reason why Kelly Clarkson said...
Well, Kelly Clarkson shouldn't know. Like, even if Kelly Clarkson doesn't know, her production team does. And that's not right, in my opinion. So... why would she say that's so hilarious knowing it's a sensitive topic? That's crazy work.
It's so hilarious.
Fire them!
This further proves my point of why I think this content is more dangerous is because people will go to watch these videos because it feels cozy, but the whole time they're listening to it, they're getting these gruesome and scary details about murders, and then it gets normalized enough to end up on the fucking daytime show. I think a funnier contrast would be if I was like playing Grand Theft Auto.
But then to be fair, I mean, Aaron Kraft, there's a lot of TV shows that glorify this. So true crime shows, CSI, New York or LA or whatever, Cold Case Files. Remember that show for the first 48 hours? Yo, that show was wild. If you ever watch the first 48 hours, I was glued to the TV like this. Like this. The first 48 hours would be crazy. It was a crazy ass show. Another show is Snapped. I used to watch For My Man. Y'all gotta watch it. If you want to see riders and male-identified women, go to watch For My Man on, I think it's on TV One, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Like, what is it? Who the Bleep Did I Marry? That's where Risa Tisa got the title from. It's actually a TV show. What else? Unsolved Mysteries. I remember I used to be like, yo, okay, you know what? Let's watch. Y'all, that theme song still scares me. Hold on. Unsolved Mysteries. Yo, this man scared the. Is he still alive? Is he still alive? Where the theme song at? Doom, doom. Yo, that song was so crazy, y'all. Oh, it's a full song. Oh my god. That song used to scare me, y'all. Doom, doom. Yo. I can't watch it. I remember when I was young, my dad used to watch that show. And like we used to have it on TV. I think the difference now is it's on YouTube. That's it. That song was scary as hell. Like I used to, every time, even now, if I watch it. But yeah, there's so many true crime shows on TV. I could go right now and start scrolling down, and they're going to be on TV, and they talk about cases and stuff. So I think it's really more about how it's done. I don't think anyone should be eating while they're talking about it. That's crazy. But at the same time, it's covered on TV, y'all. Even if YouTube said that we're not monetizing it anymore, a TV station is getting paid off of it because they have these true crime shows on cable. So then are you going to write a letter to them too? It's just done in a different format now. And I think that's what's bothering people is it becomes too, like he said, it's not a journalist doing it. It's just a YouTuber. And I think that's where people are like, well, you know, YouTubers shouldn't be able to talk about it. It should just be journalists. Is that where we're going with this? Because if we're just waiting for the TV to cover crime stories, then half of the Black, Indigenous, BIPOC women, you're never going to see, their stories will never see the light of day. Ever. So I think it comes down to what are we willing to accept and how will we be able to manage this. It's not going to go away. It's going to be done regardless, but it's more so of like, do we need to have regulations over who can say it, how they can say it, and what they can say? I know China right now, if you're a social media content creator, you need to have a bachelor's degree. They're not playing with people like that no more. They're like, we done with y'all. You better have a bachelor's degree or you no longer going to be on content. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Bachelor's degree. I'm pretty sure that's what I saw. Yep. New regulations sweeping across platforms like Douyin, Weibo, and Bilibili now mandate that influencers wishing to comment on professional topics ranging from finance and medicine to law and education must first possess relevant university degrees. Here we go. So if you're going to talk about true crime, you better have a criminology degree. If you're going to talk about, well, I guess I can't do, I could do case studies because I'm a political science major. So I could do either poli-sci, I could do either business, and I could do PR. So technically I could do whatever I'm doing right now. But then in counseling, like anything about, like, I can't say cluster B no more. I can't say none of that stuff no more because I'm not a licensed psychologist. So they probably that's how they gonna ding my ass. That's how they're gonna ding me. They're gonna be like, you can no longer talk about mental health. So that's okay. I could still stick to the topics. I still talk about what I want to talk about. But that might be where it's gonna go. I believe that that's where it's gonna go because right now there's a conversation about I know in Canada we recently followed Australia's lead. Usually that's what happened. What happens is one country sets the precedent and other countries follow, right? That's usually how it happens. So now social media in Canada, I'm gonna tell y'all, they followed Australia's lead. Here, so now minimum age requirement, you need to be 16 years old to have social media accounts. That came out recently. That came out in June of this year. Bill C-34. June of this year. They are banning it just like Australia. So now it went to Parliament, and if it goes and gets approved, kids are not allowed to have social media under 16 years old. And so now China's doing that with the education. And depending on how that works in China, I can guarantee you other countries are going to follow suit. They're going to start doing that because it's going to start getting regulated. They're tired of all these people.
And the gameplay is me like driving and running over pedestrians. But the whole time I'm talking about how much I love my family. I love my family. You know what I mean? Like, I fucking love my family, bro. See,
Are you playing video games?
It's a contrast that is a bit more acceptable than, you know, talking about real murders and real victims. I've talked about how they drag out the watch time to run more ads because it brings in more money. But on top of that, some of these YouTubers have sponsors. I want to talk about Danielle Kirsty because she is the worst offender of this. 1 month ago, she talked about how a 7-year-old got kidnapped and other gruesome things I don't even want to bring up while doing the entire getting ready with me type content. And yeah, in this video, she's dropping full names and posting pictures of the little girl, also posting other family members' photos in the video, not blurred. And she has the nerve to run a sponsor.
And this case is so devastating.
Yeah, that's crazy work. That's crazy work, y'all. That's crazy work.
It is heartbreaking beyond belief. So that is the case that we are getting into today. So let's jump in. And I just want to give a huge thank you to today's sponsor.
Now, look, at the time of recording this is still an ongoing case. The local news is also reporting on this, and the local news does show photos as well and name drops as well. But Danielle is not a journalist or a news reporter. She is a YouTuber. And
it doesn't matter. And I think you're being elitist, Mr. Aaron. You're being elitist at this point. I don't think she's not doing anything illegal. A YouTuber can be just as good as a journalist. Just because I don't have a journalism degree doesn't mean that I cannot cover what I cover. That would be like you saying, somebody saying you cannot cover celebrity content because, again, in my professional life, I am not a, I forgot to add project management. Look at me name dropping my certs and my degrees. But yeah, in my my private life, I am not a journalist. I do not cover cases. That's not what I do. I research, but I do it in a different way. So I can't talk about celebrities because I'm not an entertainment journalist. I can't talk about different mental health situations because I'm not an entertainment journalist. I can't do live streams because I'm not a journalist. Because if that's the case, none of us should be doing YouTube because it is literally a form of journalism. It's a form of communication. It's mass communication. I don't have the technical degree in that, but I'm more than qualified to do it. And so are all those true crime channels I done told y'all about. Black Girl Unlost, more than qualified to do it. Leah Gordon, hell yeah. I think she actually is a journalist if I'm not mistaken, but I could be wrong. Jackie Flores, she's not a journalist, but I listen. I love watching her the stories. Why? Because it makes me know about what's going on, and I'm like, oh my God, like I would have never known about this, and I want to, just support, be an ally. Indigenous women, so many indigenous women get unalived every day, and we know nothing about what happens with them. Only reason I knew about the Highway of Tears is because people started it on social media. Is literally how news stories get captured now. Because the major news networks, they're not going to prioritize women who look like me. They're not going to. So then how else will our voices be heard in this news channel? News channel's not going to cover us. And I think Aaron is missing a big part of that conversation. A very big part of that conversation. And also, just because you do not, and even if you didn't have a degree, there are some people who do not have degrees who are way more qualified to do what they do better than people I know who have degrees. Come on now, let's not do this. Let's not play semantics so only journalists can cover it. There are some journalists out there who do the worst. Look at Fox News. They're journalists. Look at Megyn Kelly. Ain't she a journalist? And yet look at all the hateful, racist ass rhetoric she spews. Only she should be allowed to talk about stuff, please. Come on now, let's not do this. I disagree with that.
As well, and name drops as well. But Danielle is not a journalist or a news reporter. She is a YouTuber. And this is a 56-minute video where she is telling you all these like intricate details, the entire backstory of like everything that led up to the crime. She's talking about the case through a story time format rather than like an educational or journalistic, more mature tone. Because when it comes to local news covering these cases, it takes up like 2 to 4 minutes to give you an update on the case and then it moves on. It's not a 56-minute segment that is also sponsored by HelloFresh. And yeah, that video is also monetized.
But TV shows are sponsored too. The commercials. Whenever I watch I'm probably gonna watch a true crime show tonight just to prove my point. And then you're gonna see a commercial right there. And I can't even skip the ad. Red flag. I gotta watch the whole thing through. Lysol. Blah, 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 blah. And then they talking about something else. Come on now. YouTube is an extension of TV. That's it. The only difference is we do not look polished as the journalists do on the news. and they're wearing regular clothes. But yeah, sponsorships do happen on true crime shows. Even the journalist news one commercial goes right in between it. What do you think? Who do you think gets paid off of that? Not the families. It's gonna be the network. Come on now. We gotta be little. How old is this little boy? I mean, this young man. Let me be
on top of the
nice.
sponsor, so she's making so much money off this. I'm not saying Danielle is completely heartless in this. She expresses that obviously, like, this is like horrible. This is graphic throughout the video. She's like, it's absolutely disgusting, and it poses the question of like, where is the line to where you could monetize true crime type content without it being tone deaf? I think it's a little bit of a gray area, and it kind of depends on person to person of like what you think is too far. I mean, I think what we can all agree on though is that for the more graphic cases, we shouldn't be doing the getting ready with me type content. Another thing
that I agree with.
Don't run sponsors on the graphic cases. The tone.
No. It's going. I think that if we're gonna do that, then it needs to model the TV world. Like, we cannot. I don't like this. We do not cherry pick and choose what you think should happen, because YouTube is a lesser, like, in your eyes, it's a platform that has regular people, so it doesn't matter. Because these corporations, best believe they're still on YouTube too. So if we want to be fair, then it needs to be across the board. If you want the journalists to do it in a certain way, then they can't get monetized either. The networks cannot get monetized off of true crime content. How about that? And if we can do that, then that's fine. Then YouTubers shouldn't be able to, but don't just pick on YouTubers. And then the journalists are able to do it, and they're able to spew their racist, misogynistic, whatever the hell they be doing. Some journalists anyways. That's not fair. That's what I'm saying. So, like, if we're going to look at it comprehensively. You can't just target one area and then say, oh, yeah, these social media content creators, blah, 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 they're not qualified. Hell, half of them journalists over there probably ain't qualified either. So who's to say that? Now, do I believe there can be responsible journalism? Absolutely. Do I think that people need to be more sensitive when covering these cases? 1,000,000%. But you cannot say, oh, they shouldn't have sponsors. They shouldn't have this. Well, the news media does. Y'all don't say nothing about that.
It's just horrible. It's so insensitive. But yeah, anyways, as hard as this might be to believe, we have something that's debatably more insane than what we just talked about. Yeah, you're reading that right. This says True Crime Tours. There was no way I was going to make a commentary on true crime without mentioning Eleanor Neal. So if you don't know Eleanor Neal, apparently she had a pretty good reputation when she was first starting out her true crime channel. She would approach her video with like a very careful, empathetic attitude, especially towards the victims and their families. But over the years, some fans started to notice a change of tone. And a major one was that she covered a case, and a family relative of one of the victims commented on her video and was saying a lot of what she was saying was inaccurate. If you want to learn the full story behind this specific part of, like, you know, the relative commenting, Nika's Reviews did a great video on this. I'll link that in description. But yeah, long story short, how that ended up being resolved is that Eleanor took that video down, and her manager emailed the relative and apologized. It was just a shit show, honestly. And now, obviously, if you saw that comment as an Eleanor fan, you're probably like questioning how much of her videos are actually like valid and real. And apparently, Eleanor has like a team that also does research for her as well. She's not just a singular person doing everything herself. Anyways, that kind of got swept to the side though. She was able to continue doing this. That wasn't like career ending or anything. But yeah, eventually down the line, she did like a whole rebrand of her channel. She called it Outlaw, which is a play on words of outlaw. It's more of a play on words with her accent. I feel like outlaw and outlaw, like with an American accent, isn't that much. That doesn't sound like a play on words. But since they're like outlaw, I'm just doing playful banter there, okay? I wasn't trying to be an asshole. So one of my favorite Eleanor Neal moments is when she had this as her thumbnail. I like the red arrow pointing to the little girl. It's one of the best thumbnails I've seen. Anyways, let's get into the meat and bones, the true crime tour. So she posted on Instagram the announcement of a true crime tour, and let's just say the tone was a little too happy.
Outlaw with Eleanor Neal is hitting the stage. We're going on tour, baby.
No, but really, like, I don't understand how tonally deaf you have to be to, like, use real victims of murder, and then also families get affected as well, so you gotta think of them too. And then you're going on tour, picking a murder to cover for each city that you visit. Like, what in the world is going on? You could have hosted like a fictional murder thing. You're going on tour charging tickets. Like, these are ticketed events. I'll put on screen how much the tickets were if I end up finding how much they were.
I don't
so
get
after she
this
posted
tour.
that announcement video, she got backlash. Everyone
Wait, to go on tour to do what? I don't
put on
get
screen
it.
how much the tickets were if I end up finding how much they were. So after she posted that,
Wait, tour to do? Hold up. It's too
like, these are
fast.
ticketed
Too
events. I'll put on
fast.
screen how much the tickets were if I end up finding how much they were.
Okay, Wednesday, London, true crime tour, but what is she doing? True crime cases live? I'm so
After she
confused
posted
about
that
this.
announcement video, she got backlash. Everyone was like, yo, this is like really tone deaf.
Oh, going to analyze. Hold
If I
up.
end up
Sorry,
finding
my
how much
bad,
they were.
y'all.
So after she posted that announcement,
Okay, going to analyze criminal cases, look through evidence, debate suspects. Okay, so she's doing it live, like a live stream, but live in person. All right.
video, she got backlash. Everyone was like, yo, this is like really tone deaf. Like, you sound way too happy in this. Plus, like, why are you going on tour profiting off of people's death? And then a classic PR statement came and followed, and then it ended up being about charity all of a sudden when the charity.
Wait, I'm confused. Okay, so if there's a pathologist, like, because let's say there's a licensed pathologist or licensed, like, scientist who wants to go on a tour to talk about his work and his cases or the cases he has seen or he has heard, is that not allowed? That is definitely allowed. And they usually do it for a fee. Anytime there's somebody speaking on their subject matter expertise, they will go and charge for the tickets. So when we're talking about this, and again, I'm open to hearing different opinions, but is it because it's a YouTuber? Because people are profiting it off of it regardless. So if we're going to have a blanket statement, say, okay, only like scientists, only pathologists, or only like police officers or crime investigators, they're the only ones who can go around and tour and do these kind of like, you know, seminars about different cases they've seen, or to teach people about different, like, you know, maybe how to identify a suspect, how to do this, how to do that, then okay, we gonna do that. But they are also profiting off of it, y'all. Y'all don't never go, you know what, I want some, this is the home, I know y'all not gonna do homework. Who am I even fooling? But next time you go to a hotel, just look at the seminars they have, because there's people always renting those hotel rooms, and you'll see. Just when we were in Ottawa, we saw a police one. You think they just talking and chalking shop about that over there? No, they're going to talk about crimes. They're going to talk about cases. They're going to give examples. They're going to do all of that. So I think we also have to keep in mind that people are monetizing off of it, period. Whether you like it, even if it's not on YouTube. So where do we draw the line here? Because it's being talked about. So should it only be people who are in law enforcement or people who are in certain fields? What if it's somebody who was, maybe you worked as a secretary somewhere and you want to give your opinion about the files you've seen? What if you're an admin and you're the one inserting all of the details of the crime? Because there are people who do that, y'all, who do the records. What if you are talking about the victim cases? Like, what if you just think about, okay, you know what? I've seen so many cases like this. Let me have a seminar on teaching women how to do self-defense and how to be more accurate and how to identify predators. And I use examples of certain stories. Is that a crime? And what if you charge people just for donation because you don't know where the proceeds are going? I don't know. I don't know this girl's story. But I'm just using examples because her story is different. But I'm saying, what if other people want to say, oh, the proceeds go to women's shelters or something like that, or the proceeds of this? So I don't know. Like, I kind of think that we just have to be more, the conversation is extremely nuanced and there needs to be more discussion about it. But yeah, like, I don't know what her intent was. She's profiting off of it. And a lot of people profit off of it, to be quite honest with you. I'm just being honest, y'all. I'm being honest. Hell, that's kind of like you telling people not to, you know, people who do hair unlicensed, like your local braider, or maybe your friend, maybe your homegirl knows how to do hair. Every week you see people going into her. So I know it's not the same thing. I understand that. But it's about who can be regulated, who can't be regulated. So if we're talking about regulation, then again, the government needs to be involved. So at the end of the day, they're not doing anything illegal. She's not doing anything illegal. Could it be morally wrong? Absolutely. But is it illegal? No, it's not.
Charity thing was never even mentioned in the original announcement post. I know I haven't showed a little too much bias this video, but as someone who does YouTube as well, if I was announcing something and it was for charity, I would say that right off the bat, or like right after I announced the tickets are on sale, and she didn't do that until she got backlash. It's still just as tone deaf.
But you don't know. But you don't know if she was gonna do that. Red flag. You don't know that. How would you know? You don't know that. But then I get it. The optics don't look right. But we don't know that. And also, she needs to get paid. She's giving her time. You thought she was going to do this for free? She's giving her time. She's giving her energy. She's actually researching. It seems like she has subscribers who follow her and listen to her. So she actually does need to get paid. You think she's going to do it for free? What are we talking about here? So again, like, it goes back to the same question. Are we going to regulate this or not? And if it's unregulated, well, guess what? They can do that. It's not illegal. So you can be mad about it all you want to, but it's not going to stop the motion. Commenting is just you're saying your frustration, or people are going to do stories about it, and they're well within their rights to do it. But guess what? They're going to still post those videos because they have every right to do so.
money is going to charity, because the entire time you could have based this tour around like a murder mystery party, something fictional. Like maybe Eleanor writes her own fictional case, she has crowd interaction, they try to solve it, and there's like certain evidence. Like you could have been creative with this, but you were just gonna do what you do on the channel, but in front of an audience. Like what are you supposed to do at the end? Like what's the audience vibe after the show? You just learned about a murder. You're supposed to clap? Anyways, if you're wondering
But people are doing it on live stream anyways. It's literally just a live event of a live stream. It's literally what it is.
The atmosphere looked like in the Eleanor crime tour show, it looked absolutely bonkers. It looked fucking
Yeah.
lit, dude. Look at these photos. Look at the production that went
There
into this.
you go. Because people want to see that. People enjoy her content. There's going to be an audience for everything, y'all. I mean, I hate to say it, but it's legal. I'm sorry. It is very much legal. There are a lot of conferences I would hate to, like, there's so many things that I don't like, personally speaking, but I cannot tell people not to do it. It's not illegal. If it's not illegal, you can't tell them what they can or can't do.
Also, shout out the Squid Game photo I found. Eleanor wasn't the first one to do the crime tour, though. There's been other smaller creators that have gone on tour. My Favorite Murder is a creator duo. Crazy name, by the way. Let's name our podcast My Favorite Murder. I have a question. What is your favorite murder? The one that the victim enjoyed the most? That's my question. Anyways, apparently in these live shows, they were reading off of the scripts.
Look at how many people are showing up here. So then this is the thing too. It's like, are we blaming the content creators? And this is what I don't like. I'm gonna get off of here soon. I know it's getting late. But I don't like this. And I will say this is something that I really want, and maybe we can explore it next week. The companies never get blamed. Why is it always the content creator and the audience? You're going up the wrong people. You should have a video saying, why does YouTube allow this content? There. That makes more sense. Why are we always going after people who are the working class? Can we talk about that? Can we have an honest discussion? Because at the fundamental level, they are going to do what they need to do to eat. So who is to blame for this? Is it the platform that's allowing it? Yes. 100%. Because they're allowing people to monetize off of it. And so if people are using the system and it's available to them, you cannot blame them for misusing it the way you would want them to. It doesn't work like that. Just like welfare. I hate when people abuse the welfare system. It is mainly supposed to be for people who are in need, and it's supposed to be temporary. But guess what? There's people out there who are using the welfare system, and that's okay. Why? I'm not gonna pocket watch and say you can only get this on SNAP benefits. You can't eat fast food. They're allowed to do what the hell they want to do. But guess what? Now the government done got involved, so they can't do what they want to do, which makes sense. But you can't be mad at the welfare recipient if he's going to go buy cigarettes with the money. I can't be mad at him because the government didn't do anything about it. Well, y'all government did that till recently. Canada, they give them cash, yo. They get welfare in cash. Cash money. Like a direct deposit. I can't get mad at the homeless person who's sitting up on the street all day. And I don't know their situation, to be honest with you. I can't get mad at the drug addict because for a certain amount of time, our province allowed people to smoke what was it called, a safe supply, so you could literally smoke crack outside. It was allowed in public spaces. I can't get mad at them for being around me and be like, oh, look at these people. It's not illegal. They're allowed to be there just like I am. You can't control what people do with the money. One time this guy came up to me and asked me for money. I gave him $5. You want to know what he did? He went right to the convenience store and bought beer. What am I supposed to do? Chase him down and be like, oh my God, you took my $5 and you went to go buy beer. No. I gave it to him. What am I supposed to do? I give it to you, but you can only buy donuts. Or you can only buy McDonald's. Buy yourself a hot coffee. Be like, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'm going to go buy a beer right there. Red flag. I can't control what he does to what he does. It's within his right, unless it's illegal. Now, if they say you can't panhandle and then go buy beer, then yes, you're being very illegal. Then we could say something, but it's not. Thank you, Mr. Aaron. Lord Jesus. Jesus, is there anything else?
To watch someone on stage read off a paper. Eleanor got some competition, bro. That sounds lit. Also, apparently there's another like segment they do where they incentivize the crowd members to come up on stage and then tell a hometown murder story. So not only are they reading off a script on the stage, but they're also having the crowd do the show for them. Yeah, if you want to know more about the true crime tours, Talia is not cool did a really good video on it that'll also be linked in description. Go check that out. I'm gonna reiterate my point where it's like you have to be insane as a person to be like, let's go on tour. But then also you have to be an insane person to buy the fucking tickets and go. I'm just gonna close out with this statement. My question to you.
But then you know what? Let's talk about this then. What about people who go to concerts where they talk about killing people, smoking people, where they talk about drugs, they talk about lean? What about that? You're talking about the glorification. Like, let's say 21 Savage talking about, he got a song talking about running, red rum. He talking about, getting to his ops, giving out names. What about those Chicago drill rappers that's talking about unaliving their enemies? True stories, by the way, name dropping. And then we go out here, yeah. What's the difference? They getting paid. If anything, those concert tickets are more expensive. If Beyonce, if you saw the case study, y'all saw her song Daughter, glorifying murder. If she sang that on her Cowboy Carter tour, is that not the same thing? Because she's singing about a whole bunch of stuff. The only difference is it's just done in a different way. But we can't be the moral police in one area and then completely not disregard other things. At the end of the day, people want to spend money on what they spend money on, and it is not illegal to do so. If it's not illegal, then you have no right to tell people how they should do stuff. Take it up with the corporations. Take it up with Ticketmaster. Take it up with whoever is at the head who's monetizing this. And until then, you can say your opinion, but then at the end of the day, it's not going to change. This is not where the change starts. Goodness gracious. I'm going to read y'all comments, y'all. We got to get up out of here. I got too many stories, y'all. I don't know if we can finish the rest, y'all, because it's getting late. Maybe watch 5 minutes of this and then we're out of here. I'm going to read a few comments. Yeah, I got to get up out of here. Okay. I'll read a few comments. Miri, you said Dr. Leah Gordon has a bachelor's degree in communications and she's got a master's in school counseling. Woo woo! That's amazing. Yeah, I believe she was. I was like, I think she was a journalist. But yes, I'm glad you cleared that up, sis. I love her channel. Her channel's so good. I've been subscribed to her for a long, long time. Danielle has a criminal justice degree. Who's Danielle? I don't know who Danielle is. Who is Danielle? Y'all let me know. Bose, Prince, you said Bose is the only person I watch for true crime stories if I feel curious about something. Oh, I need to check them out. I don't know who Bose is either, but it's good to know some good content creators. That art girl, yeah, but to be fair, I like it when the real psychologists do true crimes because you get to learn something from them about criminal. Absolutely, no, that's very fair. I watched this guy, the guy with the glasses. Damn, what's his name? He got glasses, and look at this demon right here. He got glasses. Hold on. I have one of his videos in my on my burner account. Why I say burner? My other account. Oh, excuse me. He has glasses. He's this older white guy. I really like his content. I forgot his name. He's like a psychologist. And he does a really good job with going down the cases, or I forgot his name. But anyways, he's really good. No, that's fair. 100%. You want to hear different perspectives, right? But then at the same time, I can't blame the other people for wanting to watch mukbangs. They like to watch it. Maybe they feel like it's more relatable to them. And maybe they don't want to watch psychologists. And maybe they want simpler content. Some people, they're not good with words, right? Or they don't like the more scientific or theorized version of a story. They want to hear it from the real perspective of a person, right? So there's other reasons that people watch the mukbangs, right? You said, I don't think ads are problematic, but relating the sponsors to crime is weird to me. I get it, but the TV does it, brother. The TVs do it too. You'll watch a serious ass story, especially on 2020. You ever watch Dateline? Not 2020, but 2020 is one of them. But Dateline NBC, you'll watch that, and then next thing you know, you want to clean your laundry? How about using Gain Soup? That is very crazy as hell. It's crazy as hell. It happens even on regular TV. I still watch cable TV, y'all. I could give y'all examples for days, just scrolling down, right? So yeah. Miri, you said I zone him out for real. It's giving misogyny, hateration, and holleration in the dancery. Let me do the Mary J dance. She doesn't even dance anymore. Poor lady. She just want to retire. Art Girl, you say, yep, after saying something mad crazy diabolical, let's hear a word from our sponsor, right? They'll be like in the middle of telling a whole murderous story on TV and on YouTube too. Like telling you some craziness. And then next thing you know, you see like a commercial for Gain. Or you see, want to get insurance? Why don't you call here? 1-800 blah, blah, blah. And it's so crazy, y'all. We've been desensitized. I'm just going to be honest. You find it weird. No, that's valid, the Blueberry Rhea, aka Rhea. That's valid. I'm just saying it's not illegal. So even if we find it weird, I can't be mad. And of course I can express my opinion, but at the same time, you're taking it up with the wrong people. If you want effective change, and if it bothers the families and if it bothers people so much, take it up with YouTube. That's who's going to make the difference. Not your regular content creator. They can't do anything about it. Well, they can stop, but other people are just gonna pick it up. It's not gonna stop. As long as it keeps getting monetized, it will not stop. I can promise you that. It's like family vlogging. If we're gonna talk about it, what about family vlogging? The only reason you see less family vloggers now is because they decided to demonetize them heavy during the YouTube apocalypse. That's why. This is why you're no longer seeing those crazy ass pranks. This is why you're no longer seeing those really, really bad. It's because they decided to demonetize a lot of them. This is why. YouTube is the final boss of what goes and who gets money and who doesn't. And until they do it, there's nothing you can do about it. The Eleanor Neal criticism is valid. I don't even know who that is, y'all. That our girl, then going on Twitter, talk about people getting dismembered for me. It's not for me, thank you. That's valid. Valid. LMAO is the most popular sponsor. Of course it is. It always is, y'all. Prince, you said no, Romy. I wasn't talking about cutting to an ad. I'm talking about he was found in a trash bag in an alley. Hopefully he used the bags from our... Oh, no, that's crazy. Yeah, that's crazy. That's wild. Yeah, that to me is different. Okay, I'm glad you explained it, because I was like, they do the sponsors anyway. Like, it'll cut right to the commercial break talking nonsense. Miri, you said not the redhead, the one who's doing the makeup. Oh, I didn't know who she was. You know who does it too? I forgot her name. There's a lot of them out there. Some girl, but why would they do recent true crime stories on tour? At least do it from 19. Okay, that's fair. Yeah, that's valid. Check out Bose versus the World. Her content's pretty good. Okay, let me check it out right now. I'm going to put it up here so I don't forget. Bose versus the World. Let me see her. Oh, I've seen her before. I think I'm subscribed to her on my other channel. Hold up, let me check. I know, sis. Let me see. Am I subscribed? I feel like I had 3 YouTube accounts. One of them got messed up because I forgot my Hotmail email password. I was so pissed about that. Okay, I'm subscribed to her on my other channel. Okay, I'll watch her. And if you're into church content, like not church content, but like criminal church content, I recommend you guys watch Dawson Speaks. He's really good about that. He talks about criminal stuff in the church. Pulpit pimping. So you see Chicago church deacon arrested, wife shot, church wake up. Like that. I like his channel. I'll be watching that too. So yeah, there's a lot of true crime out there, but some of it can be done more responsibly. But at the same time, you know, it is what it is. Dr. Grant, he's MAGA? No, Sylvie. Hey, sis. No, that's the one I was talking about. Him? No. Is he? He's the one I was watching. Oh, no. You think he's damn. You see, I only watched some of the cases he covered. What case did he cover that's racist? Which one? Oh, no. Damn, okay. I gotta unsubscribe, y'all. It was him. Damn. I used to watch his stuff, y'all. Another one bites the dust. All right, Miami, you said they were demonizing them because people were talking about it. Bose is an Aquarius too. Oh, I'ma like her. I subscribe to her. I'll watch some of her content tonight and tomorrow while I'm doing some work. Hotmail. Hotmail. You don't know Hotmail? Oh no. That's okay though. I be forgetting y'all mad young, y'all. I mean younger than me. Hotmail is what MSN. Do you guys have? Oh, but maybe it's a US thing. Y'all don't got MSN no more? This was Hotmail, y'all. MSN. Now it's MSN, but Hotmail was the first email I ever had. And Microsoft took over it. And then I used to have the real Hotmail. And then I forgot my password. And I got blocked out of that account. I'm so pissed because I changed my phone. And then I completely forgot what password I used. And they had all my subscriptions, y'all. I had to start YouTube all over again on my other channel. I had like 3 channels. And I had to let go of the Hotmail one. The Hotmail one was my original YouTube channel, y'all. It was the original one from 2000 and what year? 2005. From the day YouTube started, I was on YouTube. I was always there watching the hair tutorials, natural hair movement. Me and YouTube have gone very far. But yes, it was Hotmail before. Yep, exactly. About 20 years ago. Yes, Mary, you remember. I had a whole Hotmail account. Very unprofessional one. And then I had to create the Google one because, you know, one of my professors was like, teacher. One of my teachers was like, you shouldn't be using you have like nicknames like Queen whatever at hotmail.com. And then the teacher was like super strict with us. It was like, you need to create one that's more professional. So I was like, okay, I was graduating high school. So I was like, okay, I'll just get a Google account because Google had just came out. Because back then everybody had Hotmail or AOL. And then Google came out and I was like, okay, I'll start a Google account. And that's where I started using Google when it first came out. Yeah, so that's how old I am, y'all. Way too old. You said, yeah, sorry, I used to watch him too. I'm very disappointed, y'all. No, that's okay, Elle. It's okay if you ain't heard of it before. It was way before your time. You probably weren't even born yet. Hotmail came out when I was you were probably born 2000. No, maybe you were too young. You're probably like 4 years old or something. Probably less than that. Hotmail came out. I got a Hotmail when I was like 15. So that was like, what, 2002? Were you even born? Let me stop playing. It was like 2001, 2002 circa. Yeah, I remember when I got my Hotmail. I was so geeked, y'all. Yep, that's where you can have MSN chat. Yep. Yahoo used to be that girl. Don't sleep on Yahoo. Yahoo was way better than Gmail. Gmail only came through after Yahoo, but Yahoo was that girl. Everybody I knew had a Yahoo, AOL, and Hotmail. And then they did Gmail after. But Yahoo was like, and I remember Ask Jeeves. That was our like way of researching. We've come a long way. Anyway, let's get to them tomorrow. All right, y'all. We're going to have to end today's live stream. I'm going to do this next week. Let's just do 2 palette cleanses and we're out of here. I'm going to do the Korean show next week too. I need time to do it. It's getting late. I spoke too much about the Chanel lady, unfortunately. Damn, I really wanted to do... Oh, it's 11 minutes. What's the luxury slum? You weren't born yet? Ayo. Okay, let's just do a palette cleanser. It's getting too late. Yeah, let's do a palette cleanser. We're done. I'll do the rest of them next week, y'all. I hope you weren't looking forward to those stories, but it'll be next week. Okay, let's do this palette cleanser. POV are talking to a New Yorker. I don't know what this is, but we'll watch it.
Yo, what's good, my heart? What? What? What did you call me? I called you my heart. It's
They
like
say my heart New
calling you
York?
bro, like my brother. You feel me? Right. Yo, hold on, son. Let me get this call real quick. Ah, you good? Alright. Yo, what's good, my heart? My lung? My soul? To infinity and beyond?
Do they really talk like that in New York?
Word? Yo, this nigga finna get me mad tight. I'm not jacking him, son. Yo, tell him to suck my dick. Oh, nah, B, it's not like that. It's like he getting me mad, so he getting me tight. And I'm not fucking with him, so I'm not jacking him. It's kind of like you, son. Like, you don't get me tight like that, you feel me? And I fucks with you, so I'm jacking you. And you jacking me too, right? Whoa, hold on now. I'm not jacking nobody. Yo, I'm hungry, son. You trying to get some chopped cheese?
Yeah, sure.
I say less. Yo, I know this shit gonna be bussin'. Nah, you doing too much, gang. Like it's gonna be bussin', it's gonna be crack.
Yeah.
Okay, look, I think we're done here.
Nah, you doing too much, B. It's just how we talk over here. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Actually,
B
I don't
been
know
a
what you're
long
saying.
time.
Personally, I don't think I want to find out.
Yo, what's good, my-
Okay, all right. No, honestly, New York lingo is very special. That's all I'm gonna say. No, me, it's like, are you dumb? Is it the are you dumb? I think that's from New York. And then I remember, which was the one I really liked that was so funny. It was not are you serious? It was something else. Like New Yorkers are so hilarious. They got a different way of talking. But the B thing was since I was a kid. It used to be like, hey yo, B, yo son. There was another one. Oh my God, I can't remember it off the top of my head, but I love the New York slang. New York slang is so hilarious to me, especially when they used to come to Florida, because at one point, I think they still do, but there are a lot of people from New York that would move down to Florida, and you could tell they were from New York, Lord. It was like, New York, I'm from New York, I'm from the Bronx, and then, you know, we're country as hell, so it's like whatever. But yeah, New York was like their whole personality, y'all. They used to have to fit it and everything. Come into hot ass Florida with some Timbs. Red flag. Where you think you gonna go with them damn Timbs? Where you think you gonna go with them Timbs? And then they was had that pant leg up, the one pant leg up. Like I'm like, are you like? It is too hot to be doing. It's too hot to be posted on the block like this. It's way too hot to be posted on the block. It's just too funny, y'all. But yeah, love New York accents. One more, y'all. This palate cleanser sent me. Hold on, there was another one here. Is it this one? Who said robot goes rogue? Okay, this one's 23 seconds. And then one more and then we're done. What is this one? This is mean. F that damn robot. Red flag. I'll fight that robot if that was my kid. Don't you go and punch my kid in the damn stomach. These people are crazy as hell. Hold on. Which one is this one? The dog locked me out of my truck. Who sent this one?
Well, this sucks. Yeah. You're gonna be in trouble when I get inside the truck.
Come here. Come here. Hit the button. No, hit the button. Hit the button. Hit the button. Hit the button. Don't bite my finger. Hit the button. Come here.
See, that was the pet owner's fault here.
Yeah, hit the button. Yeah, hit
no, you're gonna have to break the window, my guy. Oh, he did? Oh, he's so smart. Mimi could never. Mimi can't. Mimi gonna cry. Mimi gonna. No, maybe she might. Mimi, no, she just gonna lick her paw and look at me. Like this. Last one. Oh wait, this one's funny. I saw this one before.
Can you just get away? Because I'm crying to my car and you walking up to
this
my
one was
car
hilarious.
yeah. You're scaring me. You're scaring me.
I saw this one already. It was sending me. Yep, that's my appropriate response if anybody tries it with me. All right. Oh yeah, we gotta do this one next week. The black it girl. We'll do that one next week since we ran out of time. This one, y'all. Oh Lord. But why is he? Ew. Why is he jumping like this? I want to punch him so bad, yo. Why is he jumping? Oh my God, these kids, poor babies. Oh, but they laughing, y'all. They're laughing. They're laughing. Now look at this one right here. I'm done. Not him doing the whole bounce and shake. Okay. And then the last one was, which one? I saw this one. Who sent me this one? I love her stuff.
Poor, but you have a phone. poor people are limited to communication.
Right.
We are not supposed to communicate. Hey, you people. Let's calm down. What do you mean? Poor people should not have phones, eh? Guy, that's where it has reached. Guys, make money.
No, they're just so stupid. You gotta laugh.
Because what the hell? Brother man.
Let me see who wrote that. What an idiot. You are poor, but you have a phone. And guess what? I hate to break it to people, but everybody's one paycheck away from the poorhouse. Even if you have money saved, it can only stretch you for so long unless you are a millionaire and you are very good with your finances. If somebody lost their job today, I can guarantee you most people would not be able to pay their bills for the next few months. At least up to a year. I think then it'll be going to start scratching. But then you have a phone. So how are you going to judge her because she lives somewhere else? And she probably got less expenses than you because she ain't got to pay taxes. She probably doesn't have to pay for anything. Because usually what happens is you probably buy your house in your land that you have your house in. Or you pay rent for the year so she doesn't have to do, and it's way less expensive than what we pay. And when they pay taxes, not as much as we pay. I can guarantee you that. So she could probably afford her phone bill way more than we can. I'll be honest with y'all. But anyways, red flag to that person. I thought sis was hilarious. All right, y'all. Have a good night. We'll cover the other stories next week. Have a good week, y'all. Please take care of yourselves. And yeah, enjoy the week ahead, y'all. It's the beginning of Leo season. Lord, get ready for the Leos. Anyways, night, y'all. You said that's low IQ stuff. Yup. Exactly. At least she owns her house. Period. Anyways, good night, y'all. And see you next week. Bye.